Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the what if. Chapter 78. Deicide. I will buy him the time he needs to tear your soul apart. Mashiro quickly wrote out something in a small notebook she pulled from a pocket in her bodysuit. Spotting this, Kensai furrowed his brows. What's that? Oh, this. Mashiro waved the notebook. It's where I take notes. Take notes, Kensai repeated slowly, disbelievingly. On what? Lots of things. Here, look. She shoved the notebook into Kensai's face. Kensai sputtered for a second, then took it and began reading from the page that she'd added to. Things to learn to be like Berry Tan, he read aloud quietly. Bankai. Scary serious faces. How to beat people up and then make them your friend. Ishida and Renji, who were standing close enough to overhear, twitched and gave each other commiserating looks. Ulquiorra, also nearby, began looking at Mashiro out of the corner of his eye but said nothing. Master Shunpo, Sonido, Hado, Resurrección, Ceiling, How to Tear Souls Apart. Eyes twitching at the last entry, Kensai handed the notebook back to a smiling Mashiro. You're trying to be like Kurosaki. Yep, Berry Tan is a real superhero. She chirped. He tries his hardest, and he learns everything he can, and he wears power limiters, and he does his best to help everyone, and he never loses when it's important. So I'm trying to be like him by learning how to do everything he does. Kensai opened his mouth to criticize her mild obsession with superheroes, and then thought better of it. Kurosaki seemed to have his head on straight. He knew when to be serious and seemed able to read situations well enough. If Mashiro thought that Kurosaki was a superhero and was trying to emulate him, then perhaps she'd stop being quite so immature all the time. Well, you could have worse role models, Kensai finally conceded, giving her back the notebook. Mashiro smiled brightly before tucking the notebook back into its pocket. Who's your role model, Kensai? The question caught him off guard, but Kensai answered honestly. I've never had one. I just want to be the best I can be. I suppose if I had to pick a Shinigami I wanted to be like, then it would have to be Shihoin Yoruichi. Fast, strong, efficient. Master of Hakuda and Brooks no nonsense when times are serious. Speaking of our favorite kitty cat, Urahara interrupted, typing quickly. It looks like she's reached the desert level. She's activated the mobile camera. Bringing the feed online, now. A third video appeared in between the other two, and everyone fell silent to watch as they were finally fully able to see the fight between Yamamoto and Ayumu. Blades danced as Yamamoto and Ayumu battled it out directly. Ayumu had foregone resummoning his barrier as it was clearly obvious that Yamamoto could break it on a whim. Asahi no Kagami clashed against Zenka no Tachi over and over again. But then Yamamoto broke the deadlock by lashing out with his other arm. Ikatsu. Ayumu took the blow directly to the chest and let out a loud grunt as he was pushed back roughly a dozen feet. Much to Yamamoto's annoyance, the empathy armor that Ayumu was wearing didn't even appear dented. It wouldn't burn, Reikoho hadn't pierced it, and it wasn't weak physically either. What was it going to take to destroy it? Yamamoto did not want to rely completely on Yoruichi's clothing destruction spell, but he was running out of ideas. I'll admit, I'm quite impressed, Ayumu admitted as he rolled his shoulder to stretch it out. Absolute mastery of fire. More variety of spells than most sorcerers, unbelievably strong hand-to-hand fighter and a master of the blade. Is there anything you have not gone out of your way to master? No, Yamamoto replied simply. Another Gran Rei Sero fired, and Ayumu winced again. Yamamoto, having been waiting for this, instantly began his assault once more. With a mere thought, he generated a blue-white glowing rod of energy in his hand and hurled it at Ayumu. Hyaporankan, Raikujokuro. But just as Yamamoto had expected, Ayumu was able to recover in time to lash out with Asahi no Kagami, shattering the rods and the bars of light. It's useless, he cried out. Heinawa, Yamamoto commanded in response, creating not one, not two, but three distinct glowing yellow energy ropes, controlling each one with a finger from his free hand. The middle one lunged straight for Ayumu, but the other two veered off to attack from the sides. Gritting his teeth, Ayumu vanished in a burst of high speed just before the ropes would have hit him. But apparently Yamamoto had known he was going to do just that and was already 3/4 of the way to meeting him, both hands firm on Zenka no Tachi. There was no time to block, but that was fine. Ayumu knew of Yamamoto's Bankai technique. Its cutting power was derived from the impossible heat along its edge. Since he understood the technique, his armor would handle it without issue. But the Sotaicho wasn't relying on Zenka no Tachi's ability. Hitatsum. Natagiri, Yamamoto uttered darkly, his Zanpakuto flashing forward with extreme speed. Ayumu's eyes widened as his armor cracked severely down the middle. What? He gasped. Yamamoto's eyes glittered with satisfaction. Ah, finally, your armor is not invincible after all. What did you just do? Ayumu demanded. Do you think me such a fool to explain my technique to you now, after you have gloated so about how understanding it is enough for your armor to negate it? Yamamoto spat back. Hitatsum. Natagiri. Not daring to taste that technique again and risk his armor until he understood it properly, Ayumu dodged and flashed away, trying to buy time to think. He quickly conjured his barrier. Too, if nothing else, it would force Yamamoto to expend a little extra energy to pierce it before he could attempt to bind Ayumu again. That technique had nothing to do with the heat of his Bankai, he muttered furiously. Was it some kind of Zanpakuto Keto fusion? Perhaps that show technique he used earlier. Do not think you can escape me. Yamamoto roared from a distance away. Byakurai. Yet another Gran Rei Sero erupted somewhere else in the desert, and Ayumu clutched at his heart even as he used Asahi no Kagami to block the Byakurai that had pierced his barrier as if it had hardly existed. Kurosaki Ichigo's attacks were hurting him more and more. The question was, should he continue playing with Yamamoto to see what he could do, or kill him to focus on Kurosaki? And then, without warning, he felt a presence right behind him. Ayumu began to twist around but it was too late. Yoruichi had placed both hands on the armor. Fuku Hakai, the assassin cried out. To Ayumu's utter astonishment, he was suddenly utterly naked. His armor was gone, his clothes were gone, even his sandals were gone. Unable to quite believe what had just happened, Ayumu just stared for a moment at Yoruichi, who smirked, gave a cheeky wave and flickered into Shunpo, vanishing from Ayumu's senses less than a second later. Raikujokuro. The incoming threat to his person was enough to get his mind back on the fight. Ayumu cut the bars of light heading for him and brought his attention back to Yamamoto, absently conjuring a replacement outfit onto himself. Did that woman seriously just destroy my clothes and armor? He asked disbelievingly. Yes. Do you have any idea how long it took to make that armor? Ayumu demanded. Hundreds of years of work. Gone in an instant, to something as trivial as a clothes destruction spell. So you can't just recreate it in an instant. That's good. I had been worried that might not be the case, Yamamoto said quietly. Now then, shall we continue? No. Enough of this. Ayumu reached out with his free hand, and suddenly dozens of chains became visible, clinking and waving under the power of Ayumu's Reiatsu. There were chains everywhere, completely surrounding the two of them. Congratulations, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Sotaicho of the Gote 13. You have convinced me that you are in fact a threat to me. Yamamoto's eyes opened wide as first the chains, then Ayumu himself glowed brightly. Another sword materialized in his hand, one that was clearly not Asahi no Kagami. Then Ayumu attacked. The King of Hell was faster, stronger than he had been before. And what was worse, was that Yamamoto's heat aura was somehow not eradicating this new weapon. Yamamoto grunted as Zenka no Tachi flew into a flurry of blocks and counterattacks. What did you just do? He growled. All souls in this realm belong to me, Ayumu explained. Their powers are mine to command when I call for them. You are not the first to wield fire. With their abilities, combined with the strength of my Raryoku, it's almost trivial to become virtually immune to heat. Another Gran Rei Sero fired, and Ayumu winced in pain. Fortunately, it was enough of a distraction for a massive fist to slam into Ayumu from his left side, sending him flying. Yamamoto blinked, then looked at the figures that had just come to his aid. Nice going, alone, Apache congratulated, approaching before wincing. Wow, it's hot. Is that you, old man? Don't get carried away, Apache. Much as I hate to admit it, we have no place being here, Mila Rose told her. We would die very quickly. We should retreat and let Haribel-sama and alone do the fighting. I agree. Sun shook her head. Who would have thought we would be coming to a Shinigami's aid? None of that, Haribel rebuked. We don't have time for those petty conflicts. Yamamoto, are you still combat capable? Yes. Yamamoto took a breath, steadying himself. I assume Kurosaki sent you to my aid. Not explicitly, Haribel admitted. He allowed me to enter Hell to save my fraction, but my orders after that were to guard his mother with my life. As I was unable to locate her where Kurosaki-sama said she would be, I felt the best way to fulfill my duty would be to help hold off Hell. Alone roared a warning and let fly another punch at the swiftly returning Ayumu, only to be sliced in half from head to navel in a single slice. As the two halves fell to either side, Ayumu carelessly walked between them towards the others. Yet more Togabito siding against me. You must be punished. Run, Haribel urged, placing herself between Ayumu and her beloved fraction. Run, get to the gates and find Ulquiorra. He can cut the chains. There was silence for a moment, and then Apache's voice, quiet and scared, whispered out loud. Haribel-sama, I can't control my body. Yamamoto blurred in place for a split second. An instant later, 3 sets of chains fell to the sand. Go, the Sotaicho commanded. They did not need to be told a third time, all 3 of them promptly vanished in a burst of sonido. Haribel said nothing, but the glance she gave him clearly expressed appreciation. Then she turned her attention back to Ayumu. Destroy, Tiburon. With a flash of Reiatsu, Haribel transformed into her Resurrection. Le Goda. Water blasts shaped like shark teeth began firing rapidly from Tiburon, though Ayumu flashed about at high speed, dodging every one of them. Is that the best you have? Ayumu mocked mercilessly. Your attacks aren't even coming close. I don't expect to hit you, Haribel stated coldly. Cascada. An enormous surge of water materialized and rushed at Ayumu, who stood his ground. But then Yamamoto unleashed a terrific blast of fire, instantly evaporating the water and turning it to steam, obscuring their views. Do not think I will let you hide, Ayumu declared, flaring his power and dispelling the steam. Knowing the Sotaicho's likely strategy, Ayumu then turned on his heel and stabbed Yamamoto in the chest from where the Sotaicho had been lunging at him. Ayumu was completely surprised, therefore, when the Yamamoto he had stabbed vanished into nothing. An afterimage. A Gran Rey Cero fired in the distance, and Ayumu winced, his movements slowing for a moment. But even that moment was enough. Behind him, Yamamoto crouched low and executed a perfect low spinning sweep kick, knocking Ayumu onto his ass. Sai, Geki. Yamamoto cast quickly, forcing Ayumu's arms to lock behind his back and then paralyzing him with a red glow. Raikujokuro. Gochuteken. Kuyo Shibari. Ayumu easily broke free of the 2 low-level Bakudo, but they served their purpose in holding him for the time it took for the 6 bars of light to hit him. He was able to break through that as well after another second, but then 5 ridiculously tall metal pillars landed on him, pinning his limbs and back. Then the black holes of Kuyo Shibari appeared, and Ayumu was evidently trapped. Not wanting to waste any time, Yamamoto immediately began chanting. Limit of the 1,000 blades, dutiful blades. A mere second later, 5 Quincy arrows shot out and impacted the metal pillars of Gochuteken, destroying them. Then 3 of the black holes were destroyed by bolts of lightning. Ayumu chuckled as he flared his power yet again, destroying the remaining black holes as he got up. Ah, my lieutenants, well done. Handle the lieutenants, Yamamoto ordered the former espada without wasting a moment, restraining himself from groaning in frustration. I will keep him occupied until you return. Understood. With that, Haribel vanished a burst of sonido. You'll keep me occupied, Ayumu repeated softly. No, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Your time is just about done. Yamamoto scowled, considering his options. The ultimate defense of his Bankai had been bypassed. His fire was essentially useless directly. But, Ayumu had proven susceptible to misdirection and indirect attacks. That gave Yamamoto a few ideas. Hyoga Siren. A massive wave of ice rushed at Ayumu, who carelessly swung his yet unnamed blade. The ice shattered and melted almost instantly, the water being absorbed into the sands. Making note of it, Yamamoto was already casting his next spell. Daichi Tenyo. For the second time, the desert sands lunged at Ayumu. Is that all? He drawled, easily blasting it away again with the pressure of his sword swing. He immediately fell into a guard position. Last time, Yamamoto had used the cover of this attack to get close and connect a series of attacks. Ayumu would not let that happen again. But that was not Yamamoto's intent. His hands lashed out from under the sands that Ayumu stood upon, gripping him by his ankles and pulling him down into the water-soaked sand that Yamamoto had filled with his Raryoku. A few moments later, Yamamoto stood once again atop the desert, concentrating on the makeshift water seal that he'd made up on the spot, shoring up any weak spots. It wouldn't last long, especially since water was not his specialty, but it should be sufficient to retrieve Kurosaki. Once Kurosaki had applied his own seals, then Yamamoto could use the Boidoburito Kugyo. He had been lucky, Yamamoto reflected. Ayumu had not anticipated the water from his first attack remaining a threat. Behind you, Urahara's voice yelled in the Sotaicho's ear. But it was too late. Even as Yamamoto began to move, he felt hot steel pierce his back and burst through his chest, felt his body go numb as his spine was severed. His eyes widened in surprise for a brief moment, before they closed, apparently in resignation. How? Yamamoto asked simply. Did you forget I can resurrect the people whose bones make up this desert? It was easy to bring just one to life while you were underground. I replaced myself with him just in time for you to pull him under. Ayumu smiled. You fought well. Do not worry. You will have that opportunity again. And then Ayumu sliced with Asahi no Kagami, and Yamamoto's head left his shoulders. Fuck. Renji swore loudly. This is bad. This is very bad, Hitsugaya agreed. Ichigo. Urahara spoke quickly into the microphone. Yamamoto's dead. Prepare for direct confrontation. No more Gran Reiseros, they'll only give away your location. Be aware that Ayumu has the ability to tap into the abilities of Togabito when he materializes chains. Ichigo said nothing for a moment. Theirs isn't a curse strong enough to express how shitty that news is. At least tell me that the armor is gone. The armor is gone, Yoruichi confirmed. That's something, at least. Yoruichi, you've got to get my mother out of here. If Yamamoto's dead, the invisibility spell he put on her will have worn off. On it, Urahara. Ichigo's voice was quieter now. I can keep Ayumu occupied, but I'm under no illusions that I can seal him on my own. I need help, powerful help. I don't want to risk sending any wizard here, not after what happened last time. Harabel seemed fine, though. So if any Arrancar listening have capture techniques, now's the time to tell me. All eyes turned to Ulquiorra, Stark and Neliel. Each of them shook their heads negatively. Urahara cleared his throat. They do not. Didn't think so. Moving down the list, then. Inoue's barriers would be useful, but she's recovering, and even when she's back on her feet she'll be needed in the living world. Unless Ishida's hiding some super Quincy sealing power, he's not going to be much help here, and Chad doesn't have the right skill set for capturing people, especially someone as fast as Ayumu. That rules out the Wizard, Arrancar and humans. That means I need a Shinigami. A Taicho class master of every form of Shinigami skill, Hoho, Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Kido. Someone with experience with sealing. There's only one man besides Yamamoto I know that has that combo. You've seen Ayumu fight. How do you feel about a tag team? Chad and Ishida nodded in agreement as they were mentioned. But they were stunned when Ichigo asked Urahara to fight. It was hard to see him as anything other than an eccentric scientist. A former Shinigami whose strength came from his genius, rather than spiritual ability. Out of all their interactions with Urahara, the man had enabled them, had given them information, had demonstrated an intelligence and ability to use it that could strike them dumb in awe. But Urahara had only once displayed any sort of combat prowess, and that was against Aizen. Urahara blinked for a moment, then took off his bucket hat and set it down on the computer. When he looked up again, his face could have been carved from stone. My blade is yours, Ichigo. Ishida shivered. Urahara's Reiatsu, like his voice, had become suddenly sharp, deadly, focused. It gave the Quincy an impression of an inevitable, silent death, one that could be anticipated but would be helpless to avoid. Ishida no longer had any trouble imagining Urahara being an instrument of death. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Ichigo. Silently, the founder of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute drew Benihime from her cane sheath, the light reflecting off her blade gleaming. Thank me when the mission is complete. Karen was pale, shaking as she stared with wide eyes at Urahara. Gone was the shopkeeper who liked to play jokes and give out candy. In his place was an assassin who wore geta to avoid letting his feet rest in the blood of the innocents and guilty alike whom he'd slain in the name of duty. And in his hand was a princess in crimson who danced with a cruel smile on her face, who saw beauty in the way blood was spilled, who lovingly guided her master's hand to give her more and more of the precious ruby life for her to dance in. Monster. Isshin put a hand on her shoulder. Turn off your power, Karen. That is a man you really don't want to look too deeply at. Karen agreed 100%. She did as she was told, shivering strongly as she turned towards her father and buried her face into his robes, desperately in need of comfort. How? How can a man hide something like that inside him? Isshin finished quietly. Karen, everyone has a side like that. It's just a matter of what brings it to the surface. Urahara Kazuki is a man who has learned how to summon it himself. Karen stilled, and looked at her father with horror-filled eyes. Everyone has a side like that, she whispered. Even you, even Ichigo. Even me, even Ichigo. I pray to Kami-sama that you never need see them. Urahara ignored them, walking purposefully to the gates of hell. Open the barrier, he ordered quietly. Tessai and Hachi did as they were told, and Urahara was gone in a flicker of shunpo. You're here. Ichigo's voice was calm, measured. Oh, I thought you couldn't sense my Reiatsu. Ayumu questioned, appearing a few meters away. I still can't, but I can smell Yamamoto's blood on you. Ayumu's smile had no joy to it. Your Arrancar friends are dead now. I know. Harabelle was cornered by your lieutenants. Her Frashin were annihilated by the Togabito who are trying to reclaim the portal to the living world. You knew. Then why didn't you save them? Ayumu asked curiously. For the same reason Yamamoto didn't. It's callous to say, but their lives weren't as important as sealing you away. I was busy using Gran Rei Sero, trying to help Yamamoto from afar. You got close, Ayumu admitted. Another one or two of those and he would definitely have caught me if I hadn't taken him out right then. Ichigo nodded, acknowledging the information and storing it for future use. Harabelle knew the risks. Her Frashin were already Togabito. He narrowed his eyes behind the mask of his Resurrection. When you are defeated, when they resurrect, I will cut their chains. I see. Does the same apply to them? Ayumu gestured, and two large pillars rose from the desert. Tied to them with chains were the forms of Yoruichi and Masaki. I caught them trying to escape. Do not worry, they live. For the moment. Ichigo reached out with his spiritual sense and confirmed that they were in fact who they appeared to be. You have no idea the mistake you've just made, he said, his eyes burning with hate in stark contrast to the icy tone of his voice. Oh, it seems to me that I've captured your mother and someone else dear to you. A Getsuga flared into existence around Tensa Zangetsu. Not just dear to me, Ayumu. On cue, Urahara appeared in a flicker of shunpo right behind Ayumu, his face impassive, but Benihime mid-swing and glowing bloody red. Kumasora, Benihime. Ayumu's eyes went wide as his right hand, the one holding Asahi no Kagami, was cleanly cut off. He leapt away, trying to get away, only for Ichigo to grab him by his left wrist and lash out with Tensa Zangetsu, obviously trying to cut off Ayumu's other hand. Ayumu barely managed to wrench his wrist out and take the hit with the nameless sword he had in his hand. The Getsuga fired, flinging him dozens of feet away. Shibari, Benihime. Ayumu managed to shunt the Getsuga away just in time to cut the net that Urahara had conjured with the sword in his left hand. Then he flashed away, moving far away from the net and setting himself up so he could see both Ichigo and Urahara at once. His stump glowed for a moment, and a second later his hand was completely regenerated. Asahi no Kagami materialized in his hand just in time to block a powerful strike from Ichigo. But Ichigo instantly leapt away to the side, much to Ayumu's confusion until he saw Urahara in motion a dozen meters away, a sinister blackness outlined in purple flickering around the assassin's fingers. Unite. Repulse. Know your own powerlessness. Hado 90. Kurohitsugi. Watching the black coffin erect itself around Ayumu, Ichigo gathered his power, preparing to use his chains to help Urahara seal hell away. But then the Hado shattered, with an annoyed-looking Ayumu stepping out, right into a Raikujokuro that Urahara had silently cast. Ichigo promptly flung his chains at Ayumu, looking to seal him away, but Ayumu flared his Reiatsu and shattered the Bakudo in time to dodge out of the way of the chains. Yet Urahara still had not stopped moving, having apparently completely anticipated Ayumu's actions. He had moved quickly enough that he had managed to tap both of Ayumu's wrists, his fingers flowing with power, and moved away. And what was that supposed to? Ayumu began, before cutting himself off as glowing yellow rings had appeared around his wrists. Urahara's expression remained just as impassive as it had upon arriving. Fusatsu Kake. Shit. But it was too late. Ayumu's arms were forced outwards by the power of his own Reiatsu just before he was encapsulated into a white oval of fiery Reiatsu. Ichigo kept his sword at the ready. Had Ayumu died from that seal, or would he emerge weakened? He hoped it was the latter, but he was feeling a lot more confident about their chances. Urahara was scary in battle. The white fire died suddenly, revealing what appeared to be a sunburnt Ayumu. Well, that hurt, the leader of Hell admitted. You forced my own Reiatsu to try to burn out my Hakusui, to render me powerless and at your mercy. It's lucky that I killed Yamamoto then. His mastery of the fire element was truly unparalleled. With his knowledge and my power, I was able to stave off most of the damage. I see. In that case, given the situation, I can't think of a better setting for this. Urahara finally smiled, but it was not a smile Ichigo had ever wanted to see on his face. It wasn't Urahara's, having fun at your expense, smile, nor was it his, I'm being secretive and mysterious because it's fun, smile. It communicated neither satisfaction nor grimness. No, with his normally gray eyes glowing a bright red, with his lips parted just enough to begin to see his teeth, with the wisps of crimson Reiatsu emanating from his body, Urahara's smile made him look like the devil incarnate. Urahara placed Benihime horizontally across his body, placing his other palm on the blade itself as if to brace himself. But Benihime was backwards, and the blade lightly bit into his skin. As blood began to trace its way down Benihime's blade, Urahara uttered a single word. Bankai. Crimson Reiatsu swirled around Urahara for a moment before settling. Benihime had transformed. She had become double-edged, and along the flat of the blade there was a long, thin rectangular hole reaching from about 4 inches from the tip of the blade to the guard. The U-shaped guard now sported a ruby on either side. But Benihime was not the only thing changed. Urahara's clothes had changed. Now he wore matching jacket and pants, both the exact shade of freshly spilt blood, with a white diamond pattern running down his arms and sides. Urahara aimed his bankai right at Ayumu and whispered its name. Shinko Mauhi. Chapter 79. Blood Demon. After naming his bankai, Urahara didn't waste any time. Reversing his grip on Shinko Mauhi and lightly stabbing the sands below, he began to chant. I summon it. Ayumu's eyes narrowed, and he dashed at Urahara with the intent of disrupting the spell, whatever it was. But Ichigo was suddenly there, meeting Asahi no Kagami with Tensa Zangetsu. You're not getting near him, the wizard promised. Just try and stop me. Ayumu vanished in a burst of speed and sliced, attempting to behead the latest combatant. Once again, Ichigo materialized and blocked. They began a deadly dance, disappearing and reappearing for briefest instants all around Urahara, the sound of steel on steel ringing through the air. And all the while, Urahara continued his spell. As the giver of death, I summon it. As the taker of life, I summon it. With hands stained crimson, I summon it. He threw his head back and screamed at the sky. And I call it down. Come and shower us in the waters of life. Kai no aim. Shinko Mauhi. Thunder crashed, and it began to rain heavily. Several drops immediately hit Ichigo and Ayumu, and the King of Hell blinked, retreating several meters as he tried to work out what was going on. Raining, blood, he murmured aloud, observing the red rain fall on his hand, smelling the unique odor. Urahara smiled demonically again. This world may be yours, but you're in my domain now. Chihari, Shinko Mauhi. At once, the rain turned deadly. Thousands of drops of blood reshaped themselves into tiny needles and hurled themselves at Ayumu. But even as the man wrapped himself up in his barrier, he grunted in pain. The blood that had already landed on him had reshaped itself as well, and Ayumu was now bleeding from several tiny holes in his body. Ayumu very quickly materialized and grabbed two of his Togabito's chains. His wounds healed immediately, and with an all too familiar burst of heat, the blood that he'd already bled evaporated into nothing. The secondary sword he'd been wielding was replaced by Zanka no Tachi. Urahara's expression didn't change even as blood dripped down his face. "So, you're using Yamamoto's power, now?" "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I?" His defense was truly impressive, and well suited to your blood-based attacks. "Even if you get past my barrier, I won't let you take my blood," Ayumu promised calmly. Urahara shook his head. "I hope you don't mind if I put it to the test." "Chihari, Shinko Mauhi." Ayumu didn't move at all as the air around him seemed to shiver, as the blood rain transformed into hundreds of tiny painful spears, before they all launched at him. His vision was obscured for a few seconds as his barrier was encased in bloody needles, but when it faded, Urahara was standing where he had been. "You see, it's hopeless." "You think so?" Urahara's smile grew even more predatory, his cheeks stained red with blood. "Did you really think that after 100 years of exile, I would not have a plan for how to counter Yamamoto? That I would not account for every possibility? I know his Shikai, I know his Bankai, I know every single one of his capabilities, and I have a plan to counter them all. This is why Aizen feared me so, why he never came after me directly until after he had the Hogyoku in his grasp. He knew that if he did, I would kill him, because I always work out a counter to every power I am ever exposed to. Why don't you look at your feet?" The King of Hell did so, and saw a small container open. At that moment, Ayumu's breath caught, and his hand involuntarily went to his throat. "What? You are able to breathe in your barrier, even when you encase yourself in it fully for minutes at a time. More than that, you can hear us, and we you. If sound can travel through the barrier, then air must be capable of passing through without issue," Urahara lectured. Zanka no Tachi's heat defense is automatic, instinctual. It does not rely on the concentration on its wielder to maintain. It incinerates everything that approaches you using an absurdly high heat. The assassin's smile grew wider, more satisfied as Ayumu fell to his knees, choking. "Do you know the various states of matter? Solid, liquid, gas and plasma. Gases are converted to plasma through exposure to extremely high temperatures. Temperatures reachable, for instance, using Zanka no Tachi. It must have taken Yamamoto weeks, if not months, of work to keep Zanka no Tachi from converting the air around him into plasma, simply so he could breathe. That means that neither your barrier nor Zanka no Tachi are stopping gas-based attacks. What you are feeling right now are the effects of a gas that I have developed. It's a very strong paralytic. It attacks the lungs first, drastically reducing the air you can inhale. At the same time, it enters your bloodstream and attacks your heart, slowing your heartbeat so that you don't in your panic asphyxiate yourself. Of course, in high enough doses this gas would be fatal. But, of course, we don't want that. I've made sure you'll live long enough for us to seal you." "Damn, you," Ayumu wheezed. "And of course, I've already taken out your lieutenants," Urahara mentioned offhandedly, his smirk turning absolutely predatory. "No one to kill you and free you from this trap. Except me." Ayumu breathed out harshly, and then, without warning, his body lit up in flames. A second later, he crumbled into ashes. Urahara finally frowned. "I was hoping he wouldn't realize he could do that." "Wait, what just happened?" Ichigo asked, approaching. He'd hightailed it out of the rain of blood the moment he'd realized that Urahara was going to do something scary with it, that is, less than a second before Urahara had first used Chihari. Thankfully, the rain was lessening quickly, though the blood remained. "Yamamoto's Bankai is powerful, too powerful," Urahara explained. "No soul is meant to be able to withstand that kind of heat for any length of time. That means that a defensive use of Raryoku is needed just to keep from disintegrating." Ayumu stopped powering his defense, and Zanka no Tachi torched him. "Well, when he comes back, you can gas him again, right?" "Certainly," Urahara agreed, "but he'll be prepared for it this time." Ichigo nodded in understanding. "So, any other methods of getting past Zanka no Tachi?" "There are 3 main methods." Urahara held up 3 fingers, then lowered the first one. "First, bypass Zanka no Tachi and attack the wielder through the lungs. You just did that, the wizard pointed out. Yes. Another finger went down. Second, turn the battle into a siege, and force the wielder to use up his Raryoku until he doesn't have enough to keep Zenka no Tachi from burning him alive. That's not a good option here, since Ayumu has a lot of Raryoku, and he can resurrect pretty quickly. Agreed. The last finger fell. Third, disable the wielder's ability to use it. That sounds like a winner to me. How do we do that? That's the tricky part. The answer to most questions of disabling is Bakudo, or sealing. Of course, that brings us to a catch-22. We can't seal him until we can get past Zenka no Tachi, and we can't get past Zenka no Tachi until we seal him. The next reasonable answer would be to cut off his hands, but Ayumu's already displayed the ability to regenerate them, Urahara admitted. Ideally we would resurrect Yamamoto and free him from the chains, thereby removing Zenka no Tachi from Ayumu's reach, but neither of us know how to do that. Ichigo gave Urahara a mild glare. Running low on time here. Ayumu will be back any second. Get to the point. Right then. Short answer. Leave it to me. Stay back and attack when you see the signal. You'll know it when you see it. Shinji shook his head in wonder. Hot damn. Kazuki had a way to take down the old man when he goes all out. Is anyone else a bit disturbed that Urahara's Bankai lets him make it rain blood? Ishida asked mildly. This coming from the guy whose arrows send souls straight to hell, Shinji commented deadpan. Ishida opened his mouth to retort, but then shrugged, conceding the point. Even so. Hitsugaya shrugged. It doesn't bother me. After all, I can make it snow, and make every snowflake lethal. Not so different from what he's doing, really. Chad met Ishida's gaze readily and subtly gestured towards his left arm. The message was clear. Chad found it a little unsettling, but considering that his left arm had the power to create gigantic skull-shaped crushing attacks, he didn't think he had room to comment. But Karen was shivering again. That technique, all that blood. Yuzu looked at her in concern. What is it, Karen? That technique, Karen repeated. I tried not to look, I really tried. I wanted to help Ichigo, so I tried to keep my focus just on Ayumu. I didn't mean to see it. Oh Kami-sama, I wish I hadn't looked. Isshin knelt and pulled Karen into a hug. What did you see? Karen took a shuddering breath. That technique, Kai no aim, there's so much blood. Her father held her tighter, knowing there was very little he could say. The life of a Shinigami is not always pretty, Karen. I know it's disturbing, horrifying even. But you need to calm down. Urahara's on our side, and a decent man. He helped me save your mother before any of you were even born. He did? Yuzu asked curiously. Yes, your mother, Masaki, got infected by a hollow that bit her. Her soul almost self-destructed. But Urahara found a way to save her. It cost me my Shinigami abilities for a very long time, but it gave me all of you. So that's why you left, Hitsugaya said, looking at Isshin with sudden understanding. That hollow attack, when you left for the living world, that was what sparked the whole thing. And you never came back because you couldn't, not without destroying her soul. But, she died years and years ago, right? I assume you didn't come back then because you had children to raise. Isshin nodded. Close. I only got my powers back recently, Toshiro. But I am sorry for abandoning you like that. Congrats on becoming Taicho of the 10th. Figured that would probably happen as soon as you got your Bankai. Karen stared at her father in completely disbelief. Wait, you two knew each other before you met Mom. But how? This guy looks like a kid. Hitsugaya twitched, but kept his temper. I'm a lot older than you are, Kurosaki. I was your father's third seat when he was Taicho of the 10th Division in the Gote 13. For your information, Shinigami age very, very slowly. I've looked about this age since before you were born. Both Karen and Yuzu stared at him in awe and disbelief. But, you, how old are you? Karen asked, shocked. I don't usually keep track of my age, but I should be about. Hitsugaya had to think on it for a few moments. 50, maybe. He smirked in response to the Kurosaki twins' shock. Shinigami live for a very, very long time. Yamamoto Sotaicho, that old man you saw on the screen. He's over 2,000 years old. Your father's probably around 300 or 400. When their stares turned back to him, Isshin grinned at his daughters, glad that he and Hitsugaya had successfully distracted them from thinking about Urahara's technique. Most Shinigami lose track after the first century, he cheerfully admitted. I don't honestly remember myself. I'm sure the Shiba clan has records somewhere, assuming that Kukaku hasn't destroyed them. I knew it, Rukia cried out in triumph. I knew Ichigo had to be related to Kaion Dono somehow. They looked far too alike for it to be coincidence. Yep, Isshin confirmed. Ichigo's a Shiba, but I'd rather he not catch wind of that just yet. It's something I'd like to tell him myself once this whole hell situation's done with. Speaking of which, Ayumu's back, Rose commented. Everyone immediately stopped their conversations and began paying attention to the display again. Ayumu didn't waste any time and attacked Urahara directly with Zenka no Tachi. The assassin seemed to have been taken by surprise at Ayumu's prompt assault, and the blade pierced him, setting him ablaze for a brief instant before Urahara crumbled into ash. But then Zenka no Tachi also disintegrated, and Ayumu stared at the hand where it had been in complete disbelief. What? Urahara reappeared a short distance away, completely unharmed. Chihari, Shinko Mauhi. Too late, Ayumu noticed he was standing on a puddle of blood, and bloody lances speared through his legs and knees, eliciting a cry of pain. How? Are you aware that there was a hollow that had the ability to destroy any Zanpakuto that touched it? Urahara asked, his eyes glittering with satisfaction. After I learned that such an ability existed, I knew I had to replicate it as my ultimate trump card against any Shinigami. I was only able to get it working recently, however. But once I did, it was almost too easy to modify a few select Gigai so I myself would not have to get stabbed. I'll have to apologize to Yamamoto later, but now we can attack you without our own weapons being destroyed. Ayumu let out a bloody grin. I see, so it's specific to Zanpakuto. And with that, he turned Asahi no Kagami on the hardened blood lances and shattered them. His wounds began to heal quickly, and he raised his free hand to the sky and snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, a hailstorm of weapons hurled out of the sky. Urahara looked at them before his expression twisted into a mischievous smile. Ayatsuru, Shinko Mauhi. The blood that had fallen to the ground suddenly shot back up to the sky, and strings of blood connected to the handles of all the weapons, connecting to Urahara's free hand. Why, thank you for the lovely gifts, Ayumu, Urahara told him with a mischievous grin as the weapons halted in midair before turning their points back against Ayumu. Sadly, I'm quite happy with Shinko Mauhi. Here, I insist you take them back. And then the weapons flew at Ayumu, who waited for them to get close before simply stomping the desert sand below him, causing an enormous section of it to rise up and catch all the weapons before falling back to where it had been. If you insist, Ayumu agreed demurely. I suppose I'll just need to give them back to their original owners. At those words, thousands, tens of thousands of Togabito began rising from the desert, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Urahara laughed aloud. Oh, you shouldn't have. He cried out in apparent delight. How thoughtful. Ayumu's smile froze on his face. That was not an anticipated response. All of the blood that Urahara had summoned with his Kai no aim technique flew towards the assassin, pooling and swirling into a massive orb hovering of his head. Chihari, Shinko Mauhi, Urahara ordered with a devilish smile. It was a massacre. A short distance away, waiting for Ayumu to drop his guard, Ichigo thought he might retch. He could hardly breathe through the smell and taste of blood in the air. He watched with ill-disguised discomfort as Urahara make short work of Ayumu's Togabito. And yet, not one of Urahara's kills left a bloodstain on the ground. Instead, Ichigo watched with wide eyes as with every slit throat, every maiming and outright bifurcation, all the blood within that body rose to join Urahara's technique. Did you really think you and Yamamoto were the only ones with a technique that was empowered by their kills? Urahara gleefully informed Ayumu as his technique skewered and slashed apart the last survivors. Every drop of blood I have ever spilled is mine to command, Ayumu. Thank you for the blood, I'll use it well. Ayumu blinked, and sighed. I grow tired of this. Enough. He stomped on the desert sand once more, and suddenly countless chains erupted around them all, rapidly shooting in every conceivable direction. Ichigo's arm blurred as Tensa Zangetsu flew into a flurry of slashes, chains shattering and links falling around him. When the onslaught ended, he glanced at Urahara, to see how he was. Urahara had encased himself in a shell of hardened blood. A moment later, the blood pulled away and regrouped, hovering over his head once again, noticeably larger than it had been before. Now then, my turn. The crimson water of life flew, encasing Ayumu in a shell that resembled the one that Urahara had just shielded himself in. And then, without warning, Urahara fell over. Chains had snaked around his ankles and tightened, sending him falling backwards to the desert sand. He hadn't even landed yet when, to Ichigo's horror, a spear erupted from the sands and pierced Urahara's head, emerging through his forehead. A moment later, Urahara's body dissolved. The blood shell fell apart, and Ayumu stepped forward, bleeding heavily from where he'd been stabbed in many places. Very, very close, Ayumu whispered. You nearly had me. A few seconds longer and you would have sealed my very blood. But you forgot that this world is mine to command. I can use any weapon belonging to any soul that resides here. Ichigo's eyes were wide in shock. But he shook his head, refocused. Urahara was dead, but he'd weakened Ayumu tremendously. If he attacked now, there was a good chance he could seal him. So Ichigo lunged for Ayumu, black flame coating his blade. And I find yours to be useful. Tensa Zangetsu was blocked with Shinko Mauhi. Oh shit, Ichigo let out. Ayumu's smile was slight, but confident. Every drop of blood I have ever spilled, Ichigo vanished in a blur of sonito just before bloody spears the width of his fist would have torn his body apart, uttering a litany of curses under his breath. But then, much to his surprise, the blood coalesced into a humanoid shape, and Urahara's voice came through. Mayuri-chan's not the only one who can put safeguards in a bankai. Shinko Mauhi glowed a bright bloody red, and then erupted into a massive explosion. It faded several seconds later, and Ichigo clearly saw Ayumu's corpse just before it vanished. Ichigo felt the mad urge to laugh aloud. Of course Urahara would booby-trap his bankai. But now it was down to Ayumu and Ichigo. There was no one else to call, no one else who could fight on the same level, outside of the Zero Division. They were sworn to protect the Ryo, so it wasn't likely they were going to help. Then again, it was worth trying. Ichigo reached up to his ear. Anyone there? We're here, Ichigo. Isshin's voice was somber, hardly surprising. He and Urahara must have known each other a long time. Ichigo swallowed hard. Urahara was dead. That hurt. But Urahara had known the risks, and had proven himself an incredible combatant. He'd effortlessly neutralized Zanka no Tachi, and had come incredibly close to sealing Ayumu away. And he hadn't been sent to the desert. That meant he'd be back as a Togabito at some point. So Ichigo took a breath, hardened his heart and refocused on the immediate problem. Contact the Zero Division, Ichigo ordered. Yamamoto's dead. Urahara's dead. I think it's fairly evident now that we can't handle this situation and that it will escalate to the Ryo unless they step in. Understood. What about you? I've got to stay here, keep Ayumu occupied. Besides, I have a sealing technique too. With Ayumu deprived of his armor, Zanka no Tachi and Shinko Mauhi, this is the best chance I'm going to get now that his soul's been completely restored. Ichigo could practically hear Isshin swallowing his first response. Finally, the father spoke. Don't throw your life away, Ichigo. I don't intend to, even if it means sealing Ayumu, Isshin pressed. You are to come home alive, you understand. I won't accept anything less. I won't hold it against you if you get hurt. I don't care if you're not the one who finishes him off. But I want you to swear to me, to your sisters, that you will come home alive. Ichigo's throat tightened. Dad, you are my son, Kurosaki Ichigo, so I know exactly what you're thinking. But if by giving my life I can seal Ayumu, and save everyone else, isn't that worth it? No, it's not worth it, Ichigo. Not to me, not to Yuzu or Karen. Not to anybody who cares about you. Ichigo stood there, stunned. Isshin's voice grew gentler. You have been made to bear burdens that no young man should ever encounter. Tossed headfirst into the life of a Shinigami, learning about hollows and putting your life on the line to purify them. Forced by your own sense of honor and righteousness, despite knowing the potential for your own death, to save the girl who gave you the power to save your family. Becoming the final hope of the afterlife, and taking the life of someone with whom you could not help but empathize. Others trying to control you by attacking your family. And now the pressure of being the last man capable of fighting hell itself. It's too much, Ichigo. And it hurts, knowing what you have been put through. You are strong, I won't deny that. Strong in heart, strong in mind, strong in blade. I don't have words to express how damn proud I am of you, of the man you've grown up to be. But you are still so young. You haven't had a chance to really live, to see and experience all the wonders that life offers, to know more than war. Call it a father's selfishness if you must, but even if it means the world burns, I want you to come back alive. So swear you will. Swear it, or on Masaki's soul I will come in there right now and drag you out of hell myself. Put like that, how could he refuse? I swear. Good. Isshin sounded tired, but satisfied with himself. Now go kick his ass, Ichigo. Ichigo's grip on Tensa Zangetsu tightened as he spotted Ayumu approaching once more. You got it. Their eyes met. No words were exchanged. No words could persuade either combatant to yield, for each was convinced that their cause was righteous. There could be no compromise. There was only one thing to do. The sound of steel on steel rang as Asahi no Kagami met Tensa Zangetsu in a deadly dance of blades. Isshin ignored all the stares he was receiving from the others and instead approached Shinji. Take care of my children. What? Where ya going? To get the Zero Division, Isshin responded tersely. I'm a Shiba, and the Shibas have the only way up to see them. Ah, Shinji's eyes lit up in recognition. That cannon. All right, we'll take care of your girls. Isshin nodded, and turned to his daughters. Karen, Yuzu, I've got to go get help for your brother. Stay here with Ichigo's friends. I'll be back soon. There's no need to go anywhere, Kurosaki Isshin. Isshin twisted around to see a large, broad man step out of a portal that had opened from nowhere. The man's red eyes were piercing, yet kind. Combined with his bald head, his long black beard and large red prayer beads completed the monk look. You, he whispered. I am Hyasube Ikebe, the large man announced loud enough for all to hear. The leader of the royal guard. Do not use my name lightly, lest you lose your voice. Are you here to help Ichigo? Karen asked pointedly. Ikebe looked at the young Kurosaki, scrutinizing her expression. That's a good look in your eyes, he mused aloud. Kurosaki Karen, I'll have to keep an eye on you. To answer your question, yes and no. Kurosaki Ichigo has the ability to defeat Ayumu. I am here to observe the method he uses. However, if he falls, then I will certainly step in and seal Ayumu. Why won't you help him now? Yuzu pleaded. Ikebe's face did not lose its smile when he turned to her and answered her simply. Because he's the one who restored Ayumu's mind and soul. But that was an accident. Renji yelled. He went to hell to rescue his mother and sisters. And his mother was sent there by Soul Society nobles to control him, Ishida spat. Enough. I know the circumstances of Ayumu's rebirth. I know what Kurosaki Ichigo has been doing to try to fix the threat he resurrected, the leader of the Zero Division said firmly. I and the rest of the Royal Guard hold no grudge against him. But as Kurosaki Ichigo is the one responsible for his revival, the Royal Guard will not interfere with his responsibility to defeat him. Isshin grit his teeth. Please, he begged quietly. He is my son, and he is still so young. Surely any debt he incurs can be paid by me. Ikebe shook his head. This is an edict from the Ryo. I cannot interfere until the situation has escalated beyond that which the Gote 13 and its allies can handle. Such is the duty of the Royal Guard. What was that noise? After a moment, it became clearer, and suddenly, Masaki recognized it. The sound of blades. Her eyes shot open to see that a short distance away, her son and Ayumu were fighting, apparently evenly matched. How long had she been unconscious? Wait, how was she upright? It was only then that she noticed that she was being held against a pillar by chains. She glanced down at herself and was vaguely surprised to see that she was a Togabito again. So, she'd been killed, trying to escape with Yoruichi. That explained why she couldn't feel her Quincy powers, they were being suppressed by Ayumu. Masaki shifted a bit, trying to see how much wiggle room she had. Maybe she could worm her way out of the chains. No luck, the chains held her tightly. With little else she could do, Masaki returned her gaze to watching her son, praying that everything would turn out all right. Ichigo and Ayumu were constantly flashing and flickering, Tensa Zangetsu meeting Asahi no Kagami over and over. Ayumu landed on the desert sand for a moment, just long enough for Ichigo to materialize right above him, a Getsuga encased Tensa Zangetsu slamming down onto Asahi no Kagami. But then a dozen spears shot up from the sand, trying to impale Ichigo, only for the wizard to vanish and reappear to the side, wordlessly firing his Getsuga Tensho to destroy the spear and chasing it to re-engage with Ayumu. But Ayumu too vanished in a burst of high-speed movement, reappearing high above and far away. A wordless spell shone bright blue in his offhand before launching at his opponent, and Ichigo met the challenge with a roar, a crimson Sero charging between his horns and firing back. The Sero completely overwhelmed the nameless spell, but Ayumu was no longer there, instead trying to slice Ichigo open from behind. Tensa Zangetsu batted the attack away, and Ichigo retaliated with Hado 4, Byakurai. It grazed Ayumu's shoulder as the King of Hell dodged, but that was meaningless. Both knew that the wound would heal in moments. Both vanished once more and clashed in the air a short distance away from where they'd stood a split second before. Chains from Ichigo's left arm attempted to ensnare Ayumu's leg, but an almost dismissive swipe with Asahi no Kagami shattered them. But that was just enough time for Ichigo to fire a balla from between his horns, burning Ayumu's arm. Ayumu retaliated by leaping back several meters, materializing a dozen or so chains of hell, and grasping them. Ichigo grit his teeth and took chase, only for Ayumu to conjure a second sword in his offhand and give a vertical slash in Ichigo's direction. A high-powered wind buffeted Ichigo, but somehow the wind was incredibly sharp, leaving gashes in his body even in that second it took Ichigo to Sonido away. They healed in seconds, but Ayumu smiled grimly, having found a suitable weapon and tactic to fight Ichigo with. He swung his yet unnamed sword at Ichigo, unleashing another deadly gale. Ichigo vanished and reappeared a few meters away on Ayumu's left, and made a sharp motion with his left arm, wordlessly casting Bakudo 1, Sai. Ayumu was startled when his arms were suddenly forced behind his back, but it took only a second to break the spell and flee. But that second was long enough for Ichigo to cut both of Ayumu's hands off. Asahi no Kagami and the nameless wind-enchanted sword fell the desert sands as Ayumu flashed away to regenerate, and Ichigo flung a large, condensed blast of purple fire, Hado 54, Heian, at them with the intent to destroy. He only managed half. The wind-empowered sword began melting instantly, and Ichigo could sense its powers being destroyed, but Asahi no Kagami disappeared less than a second after the fire had hit it. Ichigo extended his senses, ready to re-engage with the King of Hell, but found nothing. Then again, that was to be expected. He still couldn't sense Ayumu at all. He slowly looked around, listening carefully. Suddenly, a gigantic beam of blue and white Reiatsu heavily tinged with lightning erupted out of nowhere from his left side. Ichigo promptly leapt to the side and out of the way. It was only then that he noticed that Masaki and Yoruichi were in the spell's direct path. With a burst of Sonido, Ichigo appeared right in front of them, using both hands to slice downwards with a Getsuga-enhanced Tensa Zangetsu. And breaking the silence, Ichigo's voice was cold, angry and powerful. Getsuga Tensho. The black moon fang carved the spell in twain, sending it to either side of the three of them. But Ichigo was completely blindsided when Asahi no Kagami cut off his left arm. Roaring in pain as the arm fell to the ground, pouring blood, and cursing himself for getting distracted, Ichigo leapt up and away from Ayumu's latest onslaught in the hopes of getting Ayumu away from his mother. At the same time, he began shunting Raryoku into his regenerative abilities. Not to be deterred, Ayumu threw many spells and weapons at Ichigo, but Ichigo began moving his right arm at hyper speed, slicing through and deflecting everything that came his way. It took only a few seconds longer for Ichigo's left arm to be completely regenerated, but Ichigo would have to be careful for a bit. That had eaten a pretty large chunk of his Raryoku and it reflected in his Bankai. His arm did not have the sleeve. It would take a while for his passive reishi absorption to make up the difference. Not for the first time, Ichigo wondered if Ayumu would ever get tired in his dimension. Ichigo locked gazes with Ayumu, each tensed and ready to begin their war once again. But they were interrupted by a heartfelt plea from the pillars only meters away. "Don't die, Ichigo." Ichigo's eyes flicked over to his mother, who was staring at him with tears streaming down her face. "Mom. Please," Masaki whispered, tears streaming from her face. You don't have to win. You don't have to fight for me. Just live. Her voice cracked with raw emotion, her face a mask of emotional torment. I know you've been risking your life for so long. I know I have no right to ask you to stop. But I can't bear watching you get hurt, Ichigo. And the fact that you're doing it for me, that you're risking not just your life but your soul for me, it hurts more than I can bear. Mom, Ichigo breathed, not knowing what to say. I can't let you do this. Masaki let out a choked sob. You're my precious son. Please, just leave me here. Our family needs you. Our family needs you too. Ichigo roared back. You don't understand how hard it was to keep going when you died for me. You don't understand that it was you dying for me that birthed my inner hollow. It was your death that drove me to despair. Because it was my fault you got killed by the Grand Fisher. Masaki shook her head violently, denying his words. Ichigo, you were a child. It wasn't your fault. I know that now, Ichigo conceded. It wasn't something that could be avoided, not after Aizen ordered the Grand Fisher to kill you. If it hadn't been that day, it would have been the next, or the one following. I was too young to protect you. But during those years where I was convinced that it was my fault, that I had taken you from Dad, from Yuzu, from Karen, I made a vow to myself. Ichigo's power flared higher and higher, making the very air shake under the weight of his Reiatsu. And yet Ayumu's gaze was locked onto Ichigo's eyes, each of them glowing ominously with overwhelming resolve. Never again would I fail to live up to my name. Never again would I fail to protect the ones I love. I am Kurosaki Ichigo, he who protects, the #1 guardian. Ichigo brought Tensa Zangetsu up to a ready position. I will save you, Mom. And everyone who's helped me, Yoruichi, Urahara, Yamamoto, Haribel, I'm going to get them all out of here. And then the Togabito who have repented and simply want to move on to the next life. I'll find a way to save them too. Black flame emerged from Tensa Zangetsu's tip and flowed up the blade, up his arm and stopped at his shoulder. Looking at it, Masaki found she couldn't tell anymore where Ichigo's arm ended and Tensa Zangetsu began. You cannot kill me, Ayumu. I made a promise to come home alive. So come at me, King of Hell. Do you have the strength to break my resolve? Chapter 80. Hope. So come at me, King of Hell. Do you have the strength to break my resolve? Rukia sighed. If Ichigo felt confident enough to challenge Ayumu so brazenly, then she was sure he would pull through. But, what about afterwards? When he came home, would it be to yet another fight for his life? She turned to the leader of the royal guards, whose perpetual smile still unnerved her. If I may, I have some questions, Hyasube-sama. She said the name hesitatingly, wary of the man's warning that she could lose her voice. When nothing appeared to happen, she let out a breath in relief. Go ahead and ask. Ichigo's voice was almost cheerful, but his smile sent shivers down their spines. I was wondering what the royal guard's stance is on Ichigo. I mean, he's evidently a human Quincy Shinigami Hollow hybrid, and the Central 46 hasn't exactly been kind to hybrids in the past, Rukia explained delicately. Plus, there's that whole part Quincy thing, Renji added bluntly. Pretty sure we'd know by now if he was using any Quincy powers, but he's gonna learn them at some point. Ishida, standing nearby, winced again, no doubt at the idea that Ichigo would be coming to him for Quincy training sooner or later. Renji ignored him, and in the short time that he's been alive, he's grown more powerful than most of the Gote 13. He is also the king of Hawako Mundo, Neliel commented from a few feet away. Renji stiffened, then sighed. Let me guess. Aizen was the ruler. Since Ichigo killed him, he became the king. There was a little more involved, Neliel admitted tactfully. While he did kill Aizen, that didn't make him king by itself. He had to make the Hollows, specifically, the Vasto Lords, respect his strength enough to submit to him. But that must be so much more responsibility. Why would he do that? Ishida asked, his mind racing through the possibilities. And come to think of it, when would he have had time? And is this why no Manos class Hollows have come to Karakura despite all spiritual power centralized here? He became aware that with Aizen's demise, many Hollows would vie for the position as the king of Hawako Mundo. Such a rush for power could easily have spread into the living world, Ulquiorra stated matter-of-factly. It took little time for him to establish himself as the king. Less than a night. And yes, one of Ichigo's first orders was that no Manos was to come to Karakura unless he himself called or if it was an emergency, Stark confirmed. In effect, we former Espada are running the day-to-day affairs, while Ichigo will pop in from time to time and make sure there are no major issues. Ichigo cleared his throat, and all eyes returned to him. To answer your question, Kuchiki Rukia, the royal guard is keeping an eye on Kurosaki Ichigo, but truthfully, we're not concerned. His actions speak well of him, and his influence has proven rather beneficial to Seoul society in general. He gestured in the Arrancar's direction. Also, it will be interesting to see what Hueco Mundo will become under his rule. Ayumu grit his teeth as he retreated once again. That black flame that engulfed Kurosaki's blade and arm up to his shoulder was giving every strike absurd power, power that threatened to cut straight through Asahi no Kagami. He knew why, of course. The Getsuga Tensho was a compression of the wielder's energy, magnifying the attack. But instead of releasing the energy, Kurosaki was keeping it within his blade and arm, magnifying not only Tensa Zangetsu's cutting power, but his own arm's strength in slashing. Ayumu was simply grateful that Kurosaki had obviously not fully completed the technique. If he worked out how to cover his whole body in a Getsuga, would there be anything he could not destroy in one slash? Ayumu's thoughts were cut short as he was attacked head-on by his opponent. Ayumu vanished in a burst of high speed, reappearing a short distance away with one hand up, lightning crackling for a second before firing in another massive attack in his captive's direction. Unsurprisingly, Kurosaki Ichigo materialized between them, splitting the attack to either side as he had before. Ayumu had not held still, however, and had rushed to the side, firing a Raikujokuro, only for the 6 bars of light to be destroyed almost the instant as they had formed in blindingly fast slashes. It was almost infuriating. The sheer variety and strength of the Kido that Urahara and Yamamoto knew should be giving Ayumu an overwhelming advantage, even without the use of their Zanpakuto, and yet Kurosaki was still matching him. In the center of Ayumu's own world, with all the weapons and knowledge of all the damned souls residing there at Ayumu's fingertips, Kurosaki was matching him. But the key word was, almost. Ayumu's soul may be completely reunited, but he was not yet fighting with everything in his arsenal. I should thank you, he said aloud. What for? Many things, really. You resurrected me, you opened the gates to let me out, you and Yamamoto reintegrated my soul. Ichigo's gaze, already cold and hard, grew even steelier. Your taunts mean nothing to me. And fighting you has forced me to grow used to channeling the powers of my Togabito, Ayumu finished with a smirk. A few dozen chains suddenly became visible, writhing around him. Have you not noticed? Before, I could work with a mere 1 or 2 chains at a time. Now, the chains lunged at him, penetrating and yet drawing no blood before vanishing from sight, leaving Ayumu facing Ichigo. Yet Ichigo remained wary. There was no telling what sort of powers Ayumu had just granted himself. Would it be an impenetrable defense? Unmatchable speed? Apocalyptic offense? Ichigo placed himself between Ayumu and his mother, preparing for whatever would come. And then it came. Ayumu lunged at him at extremely high speed. But before they met, 2 copies of him sprouted off his body, also attempting to take Ichigo's head off. The original stayed back, preparing some kind of electrical attack in his hand. The 2 coming at him had to be illusions, and yet they left footprints in the sands, and the sounds of their blades slicing through the air convinced Ichigo that they were real enough to kill him if he let them. Gritting his teeth, Ichigo put his speed to the test, forcing his body to move as fast as it could. Tensa Zangetsu cut through the first illusion without any resistance, and even as it was falling to the ground, Ichigo was on the second, stabbing him through the head. The third and original Ayumu received a bolt of lightning through the heart, courtesy of a Byakurai from Ichigo's fingertips. However, the electricity that the third Ayumu had generated jumped back into the Byakurai and sent a severe shock throughout Ichigo's body. The pain only lasted a moment, though, so Ichigo's attention never left the clones. But he blinked in confusion as all 3 Ayumus promptly vanished as if they had never existed. All 3 were illusions. Then where was Ichigo? It was his mom's voice. Shit. Ichigo spun on his heel and vanished into Sonido as fast as he could. He arrived less than half a second later, but it was already too late. Ayumu had already finished killing Yoruichi again, and was holding his mother by the back and top of her head. Ichigo barely spared Yoruichi's corpse a glance, he was too focused on the imminent threat to his mother. Let her go, Ichigo breathed. Ayumu looked Ichigo steadily in the eyes. No, I don't think I will. Let her go, Ichigo repeated, more loudly. Or what? Ayumu demanded. You'll kill me. Been there, done that. You'll seal me, as if you weren't going to try anyway. No, here is what is going to happen now, Kurosaki Ichigo. I am going to kill her. I am going to scatter her soul to the desert. And just in case Zuni never told you, no one has ever recovered from that fate unless I allow it. No reincarnation, ever. Why? Because her death drove you to despair, Ayumu told him succinctly. And if you despair, it will be easier for me to kill you. That was all Ichigo needed to hear. He leapt into the fastest Sonido he had ever used, flinging Tensa Zangetsu with all his might on a direct course to pierce Ayumu's head. The blade was less than a centimeter from Ayumu's eyeball when he and Masaki disappeared. Ichigo didn't slow down, even as he realized that Ayumu hadn't used high-speed movement at that moment. Ayumu had actually teleported. But he hadn't teleported far. Ichigo could see him, several dozen meters away. Time seemed to slow as Ichigo rushed with every ounce of speed he could muster. Masaki's eyes met his without fear, only love. Ichigo stared into them desperately, willing the world to let him save her, to delay Ayumu for that fraction of a second longer as Ichigo reached for her hand to yank her out of Ayumu's grip. But just as Ichigo's hand clasped hers, the ruler of the damned clenched his fist with an audible, stomach-turning noise. Blood, bone fragments and brain matter coated his hand, dripping onto the sands as Masaki's bloody corpse fell into Ichigo's arms. Ichigo fell to his knees, eyes wide and disbelieving as his mask first cracked, then shattered, dissolving his resurrection and leaving him in his Bankai state, staring helplessly at his mother's body. Unnoticed, the communicator in his ear fell to the desert. No. Please, no. Then, as if it to add further insult to injury, Masaki's body rapidly began turning into sand and scattering to the desert. In seconds, Masaki was gone. Ichigo didn't move, he couldn't breathe. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't. And yet it was. Ayumu chuckled as he nonchalantly flicked some pieces of flesh off his hands, which too dissolved into sands. Did you really think you could win against me? Such thoughts are pure arrogance. All I have done is save you the trouble of dying. With all his power, he couldn't save her. It was all for nothing. Tears began to trickle down Ichigo's face. You did, Ayumu exclaimed with a tone of pure amusement. You actually did believe you could defeat me and save her. Foolish boy, how could you do what the Ryo could not? But Ichigo gave no response. He could no longer hear him, too consumed with shock to do anything but listen to his own thoughts. And then he heard a voice that would always reach him. Ichigo. The youth's head shot up in disbelief. That had undeniably been his mother's voice. Mom, he breathed, looking upon his mother. And it was her, with the chains of hell. A Togabito, but that didn't matter, Ichigo could break the chains again. Then Ichigo saw the truth. Surrounding them were a crowd of illusions. Asahi no Kagami had been used once more. It wasn't her, not really. Ichigo's eyes absently noticed that Ayumu was hanging back, watching him intently, not advancing on him for some reason that Ichigo could not fathom. Yet Ichigo couldn't bring himself to care about that, not with the image of his mother in front of him. Even knowing she wasn't real, even knowing that it was an illusion conjured by the enemy, Ichigo drank in his mother's appearance like a man dying of thirst. As long as the illusion remained, Ichigo could fool himself into thinking he was wrong, that she was really there. Ichigo. Masaki's voice was sad, gentle. You couldn't protect me. You weren't strong enough. Why weren't you strong enough? I tried, Ichigo's breathed. I tried so hard. I know you did. Her smile was almost wistful. But Ichigo, you made so many mistakes. Watching her son flinch, Masaki reached out and touched a ghostly hand to Ichigo's cheek. I'm sorry, Ichigo, but parts of me blame you for my deaths. Will you listen? Ichigo's eyes closed. He knew it. He knew he wasn't so lucky to be wholly forgiven. Yes. Another illusion stepped forward. It was another Masaki. This one did not have the chains, but carried a book, the journal she'd written in while captured by the Barine. Ichigo, why couldn't you save me? She asked sorrowfully. I put my faith, my trust in you. I thought you would find the Barine, or at least keep to your deal so I could be set free. I understand that you had to save Karen and Yuzu, but when you returned, why did you not simply destroy the house and find the Seki they were hiding me in? You would have been able to go through the portal they had opened and come right back in seconds. Ichigo bowed his head. She was right. Why had he even bothered to argue with Yamamoto? Why hadn't he just made good on his threat to burn down Soul Society to save his mother? All of this mess with Hell could have been avoided if he hadn't decided to try to follow the rules, to try to make nice with Soul Society. Maybe Zuni had had the right of it all along. Maybe the only way to protect his family was to kill, to conquer, to make them all fear him in his righteous anger. Why couldn't you save me? Yet another version of his mother asked. This Masaki had something attached to her head, something leading to a large, menacing furry hollow. Ichigo's eyes widened. The Grand Fisher, and his lure. The one thing he could not cut. His mother. For so many years my soul suffered in the Grand Fisher, lure Masaki breathed. Why couldn't you purify him? Why couldn't you save me? Why did you give me hope and then fail? Ichigo began to tremble, and tears streamed faster down his cheeks. He had always regretted not being able to kill the Grand Fisher that day. Why, oh why had he demanded to fight the Grand Fisher alone? Why had he insisted Rukia stay back? Why had he listened to his own pointless sense of pride and lust for bloody vengeance? If Rukia had helped with her Kido, maybe his mother's soul would have been freed earlier. I'm so sorry, Mom, I'm so sorry. Another Masaki stepped forward, and Ichigo's heart stopped. It was the battered, bloody, dead Masaki from that day on the riverbank, so many years ago. Nightmares that Ichigo thought he'd long since put behind him came back to the forefront, and he knew exactly what she was going to say. Ichigo wanted to run but he couldn't move, wanted to scream but he couldn't breathe, wanted to tear his eyes away from this horror but he couldn't look away. Don't. Oh God, please don't. Don't say it. Dead Masaki knelt down and laid a too-cold hand gently against Ichigo's cheek. Why did you kill me? The words that had haunted him since that fateful day. This vision that had so often left him afraid of ever closing his eyes again, but now, at least, Ichigo had an answer. I didn't kill you, Ichigo whispered, his voice barely audible. That was Grand Fisher, on Aizen's orders. But I'm a Quincy, Ichigo. A strong one. If I could fight Ayumu by your side, why couldn't I slay the Grand Fisher? There's only one reason it could be. You know it, say it. Oh God, she was right. All those years ago, Ichigo had lost consciousness after running to the Grand Fisher lure. He must have been knocked out. Quincy's were best at ranged combat. But with the Grand Fisher right there, with Ichigo unable to run or defend himself, Masaki must have been forced into melee, and in the process left herself open to the Grand Fisher's power. And Ichigo knew that power all too well. Grand Fisher had pierced her, had peered into her memories, had seen the one thing that she could not attack and shaped his lure accordingly. Would it have been Isshin, or Ichigo himself? Maybe Yuzu or Karen, some combination thereof, it didn't matter. It would have created a hesitation, an opening, something that Masaki couldn't afford while protecting Ichigo. And then the Grand Fisher killed her. It had been one thing when Ichigo had thought that Masaki had been powerless. Once Aizen had confessed to sending the Grand Fisher after her in order to motivate him, Ichigo had known that Masaki's death was simply inevitable. The Grand Fisher was a powerful hollow, had killed many Shinigami in the past. One more nameless Shinigami patrolling Karakura wouldn't have changed anything. If it hadn't been that day on the riverbank, it would have been another day shortly thereafter. It hadn't been Ichigo's fault. But, if Masaki was a Quincy, then that meant that she knew what hollows were. That she could fight back, hold her own, even win. If Ichigo hadn't been there, then Masaki would have been able to avoid the Grand Fisher's technique at a distance. And she'd have killed that damned hollow. And she'd have lived. All those years, Ichigo had been right all along. He'd killed his mother. Tears fell from his face anew. It was my fault. All of your suffering is my fault. That's right. And just like that, the illusions vanished, leaving Ichigo with his newfound truth. No, it wasn't. Isshin roared into the microphone. He'd been trying to get Ichigo's attention ever since they watched Ayumu activate Asahi no Kagami's power again. Ichigo. Damn it, Ichigo, answer me. Rukia stole the microphone from the enraged father and began her own tirade. Ichigo, you dumbass, answer us. Your mother's death is not your fault. You know that. Ichigo didn't respond. He didn't seem to be moving at all, either. Ichigo, get up, you dim-witted strawberry, get up. Shinji closed his eyes. Give it up, Kuchiki. We heard Ayumu use his Asahi no Kagami. And obviously, Ayumu got him this time. He turned his eyes to Ichigo. So then, Mr. Royal Guard Leader. You about ready to step in, then? Aside from Hachi and Tessai, none of us left have any sealing techniques worth shit, and they're needed here to keep Ayumu from leaving hell. Ichigo opened his mouth to answer, but a very calm, cold voice answered instead. No. Everyone except Ichigo turned to Ulquiorra in complete disbelief. What do you mean, no? Do not rescue him yet. The former Quarto Espada looked Ichigo straight in the eyes. Kurosaki-sama has one other ability. This emotional torment will make it manifest. Ichigo eyed Ulquiorra for a moment. I see. Very well. I shall wait a few moments longer. Ishin whirled on the leader of the Royal Guard, and it was obvious that he was itching to pull Engetsu on the man. If you wait, he'll die. Perhaps. However, I know the power Ulquiorra speaks of. Rukia shivered as Ishin leveled a glare at Ulquiorra. The Reiatsu behind that look was massive. It would have sent most Shinigami to their knees, gasping for breath. But Ulquiorra remained unmoved. Ishin turned his fury towards Hachi and Tessai. Drop the barrier long enough for me to get through, he ordered. If Hyasuge won't save him, I will. But before either Kido Master could answer, Ichigo placed a hand on Ishin's shoulder. Ishin froze in place, completely paralyzed. No one else is to enter hell, the royal guardsman ordered softly. Strong you may be, but you have no place in this battle. You would merely be hindrances to young Kurosaki Ichigo, and to myself. If any of you attempt further, I will remove your powers where you stand. But, what about Ichigo? Yuzu cried out, pointing at the image of her brother, who was now being approached by Ayumu. He needs help. Ulquiorra shook his head, stepping next to Ichigo. The only help he requires right now is his own. What power? Karen demanded. What power could he possibly get like this? Stark and Neliel turned away in discomfort. Ulquiorra stared piercingly at Karen for several moments. Use your eyes, Kurosaki Karen. Look upon me, and know what it is I speak of. Karen scowled in response to the challenge, looking remarkably like her brother, and her eyes flashed white. Instantly, blood drained from her face and she looked at Ulquiorra in undisguised horror. Karen, Yuzu exclaimed. Karen, what is it? Karen shook her head, refusing to share what it was that had spooked her so badly. Instead, she looked up at Ichigo pleadingly. Please, save him. That power, why would you let anyone have to go through that? Because it may be needed later. Other dangers that Soul Society will require every able warrior for, approach. Yes, it is cruel. But it is necessary. Ichigo returned his gaze to the kneeling form of Kurosaki Ichigo. I believe your brother will survive this. Names are part of what defines who we are. Let us watch him live up to his name. Ichigo watched Ayumu approach with dull eyes, not bothering to move. What was the point? His arms had no strength left to them. He recalled his challenge. Do you have the strength to break my resolve? Apparently Ayumu did, in fact, have that power. Ichigo had lost. Even if he somehow, incredibly, managed to defeat Ayumu and seal him, what did it matter? Ichigo was poison. His own mother, whom he loved so terribly, had suffered and suffered because of him. His friends, who had lived their lives without knowledge or care of the afterlife, had been brought in because of him, had risked their lives over and over again for the things Ichigo cared about. So, maybe Ayumu had the right plan. A world without suffering. If it meant that Masaki would live again, if it meant that she would never suffer again, then Ichigo was ready to let Ayumu win. Pathetic. All the world's hopes on you, and you break as soon as you lose one person important to you. Ayumu grabbed Ichigo by his coat and lifted him off the ground easily. I expected more from you. I spent all this time letting Zuni build you up, allowing him to prepare you. You were meant to be strong. He was. But why? Oh, right. Ayumu wanted Yamamoto and Ichigo to lead the assault on Soul Society, so Ayumu could stay safe in his own world. Ichigo vaguely registered that was important, but he couldn't dredge up the energy to care. And you had such promise, too. A human using Shinigami and hollow powers in conjunction. And the potential for Quincy abilities too. Ayumu sighed. Of course, I knew you would die here. That was inevitable. When you resurrected, bound to me but longing for vengeance, I would have been able to set you after the Ryo with the promise of bringing her back if you succeeded in killing him. But now I see that you are too weak. So I wonder what I should do with you. I could hang you prominently next to the gate, I suppose, a nice little reminder to all the newcomers of the folly of fighting me. But then there's the chance that you'll regain your resolve and come to fight me again. Or perhaps set up a little band of rebels, and you know that would just be a pain to deal with. He lifted Ichigo higher now. I suppose the prudent thing to do is to kill you and see if Zenny takes control when you come back. I could use him. With his other hand, as if in slow motion, Ayumu readied Asahi no Kagami. Ichigo didn't even look at it. He had failed to protect his mother, failed to save her. Despite having more power at his command than he could have ever imagined possible a year ago, he had failed the second chance that so few people got. So, maybe the problem was with him. Him, Kurosaki Ichigo, the entity in charge of all that power. Maybe he was too soft. Maybe Cazador or Zenny would have done a better job. Ichigo fought down the mad urge to laugh. Maybe. Of course they would have. Cazador was the embodiment of his instinct, of his hollow side. Cazador wouldn't have settled for Ijukas, he'd have gone straight for Vasto Lord, and damn the consequences. That power might have made the difference. And Zenny wasn't enchained to the morals, the humanity that Ichigo clung to so desperately. He would have done what was necessary. He would have taken Ayumu's offer from the beginning and traded the pure soul for Masaki, and then trained like mad to rescue the pure soul. Failing then would hurt, but not as much as losing Masaki. If he died, and returned in hell, odds were pretty good that Zenny would take over. Zenny would do what was necessary to protect Ichigo's loved ones. Who knows, maybe he'd manage to resurrect Masaki from the desert as a Togabito, or convince Ayumu to do so as a reward. Ayumu had just suggested it not even a minute ago as a reward for killing the Ryo. Zenny would take that deal in a heartbeat. But for now, Masaki was gone, and it was all Ichigo's fault. Whether it was the strength or the mindset, Ichigo didn't have the power to keep his loved ones safe from hell. He knew that now, all Ichigo wanted now was to rest, to retreat so far into his own soul that he couldn't feel this pain anymore. Let Zenny use their power as he wished. Let Cazador consume him, if he desired. Just, let it end. Let the pain end. Asahi no Kagami pierced his chest, and Ichigo allowed himself a small smile. Soon he'd feel nothing at all. Don't die, Ichigo. Yuzu. Let me go. Isshin screamed, struggling with all his might against the invisible bindings that Ichigo had placed upon him. Let me go, damn you. Can't you see my son is dying? Apparently thinking exactly the same thing, Karen leapt into the air and snapped off a powerful kick to Ichigo's head, with absolutely no physical reaction. Ichigo's gaze met hers as she landed on the ground, scowling. I understand your anger, the leader of the royal guards murmured. However, He was interrupted by the sound of several Zanpakuto leaving their sheaths. We're going, Rukia announced, her voice as cold as her blade. And you will allow us, leader of the royal guard. After all, you are commanded by royal edict not to interfere, until the situation has escalated beyond that which the Gote 13 and its allies can handle, are you not? Ichigo's perpetual smile became rather grim. You are correct. However, there is a complication. If you declare that you are still capable of handling the situation, then I am unable to aid you in any fashion until you have died. You would not even be able to rescue your friend, as Ayumu would easily detect your presence the moment you step into his world. In his current state, Kurosaki Ichigo would be killed instantly. Hitsugaya growled lowly, and what would you have us do instead? Concede that you are at present unable to handle the situation, Ichigo told him bluntly. Acknowledge that it has cost Yamamoto Sotaicho and Urahara Kazuki their lives, and that you are ultimately incapable of stopping Ayumu. If you do so, then the moment Kurosaki Ichigo's Reiatsu lowers to something that is incapable of harming Ayumu, then I am enabled to rescue him. And what about now? Shinji asked bitingly. What about now, when Kurosaki has a sword in his fucking chest? Completely ignored by everyone else, Kurosaki Yuzu stared in horror at her brother, who was incomprehensibly smiling. She couldn't just sit there and watch this. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't bear to see that expression on her big brother's face, couldn't endure the sight of Ayumu plunging his sword through her brother's chest. The concept that her brother was going to die, now, like this. Don't die, Ichigo. Yuzu screamed, tears streaming from her face. Yuzu. Karen's eyes went wide. Did you just hear that? She breathed. Hear what? Ishin asked bitterly. Yuzu ignored the two of them. Please, Oni-chan, don't die. She sobbed. I'm sorry, Yuzu. It's Ichigo, Karen explained to her father quickly, not noticing how everyone else had suddenly gone quiet, or how Ichigo's smile had grown even wider. I don't know how, but he can hear Yuzu. Now be quiet so I can hear him too. Ishin blinked, opened his mouth to argue, but looked at Yuzu and promptly shut his mouth. Please, Yuzu begged, simultaneously grateful for the miracle of getting through to her big brother and desperate to keep him alive. Please, Oni-chan, I know it hurts. We're all hurting right now, but we know that you tried your hardest. None of us blame you. You should. Ichigo's voice was getting quieter, and Yuzu stared in horror as his smile seemed to become a little fonder. I'm glad I could speak with you, in the end. You always were the one who kept our family together. I can entrust my heart to you. Karen's eyes went wide, and her gaze met Yuzu's. Yuzu's eyes had gone completely white, just like when Karen activated her eyes of the oracle. Acting on instinct, Karen leapt for and snatched Yuzu's hand, holding it like a lifeline. Don't you dare die, Ichigo! Karen yelled. Karen. If anything, Ichigo's small smile grew a little wider. To have the chance to talk to both my sisters, I guess Kami-sama took pity on me at last. Karen choked a sob down. Don't talk like that, Ichigo. You're not allowed to die. Listen, Karen, I need you to protect our family, alright? I'm afraid it doesn't look like I'll be able to anymore. Just do your best. I can't replace you, Ichigo. Karen retorted, wiping tears from her eyes. I can't. You have to come back. I'm not strong enough to protect us yet. And even if I was, even then I would still want you protecting me. And me, Yuzu agreed, squeezing Karen's hand tighter. You've always been our protector, and we still need you. We still need Ichigo, he who protects. Despite not saying anything, both sisters could sense Ichigo's resolve weakening. That's right, Karen jumped on the tactic. All your life you've fought to live up to that name. We need you. So please don't die, Ichigo. Please, you're my number one big brother. Please, you're my number one big brother. What could he say to that? How could he reject his sisters when they were literally begging him to protect them? He couldn't. His life's purpose was to protect. And even though he had failed to protect their mother, Ichigo's humanity still compelled him. Thus was his soul bound, and thus was his will binding. Ichigo's eyes closed. There was only one thing to do, then. He had to win. Despite how despair drowned his soul with frigid rain, despite how much he loathed himself, his sisters were counting on him. Ichigo's eyes opened in his inner world. Standing mere feet away from him on a rapidly crumbling skyscraper, staring back at him silently were the rain-soaked forms of Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador de la Luna. And then Tensa Zangetsu was in Ichigo's face, his expression a mask of anger and hurt. Ichigo, never give up again. No matter how you despair, no matter how bleak things seem, do not give up on life. All I have ever wanted was to protect you, and you being willing to throw it all away because of a setback is. For once, the Bankai spirit seemed at a loss for words, trying and failing to find the right expression to express his outrage. A setback, Ichigo breathed, his own rage rising to the surface. You dare call my mother's death a setback? Yes, I do, Tensa Zangetsu argued fiercely. After all that we have grown and learned, do you still believe it possible that a soul can be so easily destroyed? The soul of Kurosaki Masaki still exists. Even if her form has crumbled to sand, she can be brought back. You can't know that, Ichigo roared at him. And even if it were possible, this is Ayumu's world. Even Shuren, a Togabito who carried a piece of Ayumu's power, could not resurrect my mother from the lava pool. Who aside from Ayumu could raise her from the desert? Well, then we have a plan, don't we? Cazador spoke up casually from a few feet to the side. If only Ayumu has the power, then the answer's simple, take the power from him. Ichigo staggered back as if physically slapped. What? Cazador shook his head pityingly. Come on, King, use your brain. Your mom's a Quincy. That means you are too. So what? Quincy's can absorb power, you moron. That means you can too. If you're capable of binding people with your chains, capable of manipulating their Raryoku with your own, what exactly stops you from simply taking his Raryoku and figuring it out? Ichigo didn't see the sharp look that Tensa Zangetsu gave the hollow spirit. He was too stunned by the possibility. Could he actually do that? Could the answer really be that simple? It made sense, too much sense to ignore. His chains were a nearly perfect conduit for his Raryoku. Could he truly tear Ayumu's Raryoku away from him with them? And yet, Ichigo's face contorted somewhat, uncomfortable. If he failed at that, then that would mean that truly only Ayumu would be able to bring her back. And there would be no way to force him. He didn't want to get his hopes up, because then the pain would be fresh all over again if he failed. No, it'd be even worse. Besides, hope seemed like a bad idea. Ayumu was so strong. If Ichigo kept even the slimmest hope that he could still save his mother, he would get distracted. He'd try a technique he'd never used, a technique whose consequences he didn't know, a technique he didn't even know could work, in the hope to save her. Wouldn't it be better to simply accept that he'd failed her? No matter how callous it was, no matter how much it tore at his heart, wouldn't it be better for him to write off his mother as a casualty instead of blindly trying to save everyone? If he let her go, then Ichigo could do what had to be done without being tempted by Ayumu's offers to bring her back. If he accepted her demise, then he could fight Ayumu without sabotaging himself by trying something he'd never done before. If he killed his heart, Ichigo could seal Ayumu until the end of days. Ichigo could learn to live with the pain he felt right now. He knew he could do that. After all, he'd lived with the knowledge that he was directly responsible for the death of his mother for years. If he made the decision to let Masaki's soul remain in hell, he would hate himself forever, and his sisters probably would too. He'd welcome their hate as well-deserved punishment. But if he allowed himself to hope, to try once again to save his mother, if doing that ended in him falling to hell, failing to protect everyone else, no. No, it was too much. He couldn't take that risk. Ichigo couldn't risk losing what was left of his family. And yet, it was selfish. Absolutely pathetic. Foolish to the utmost. He knew that, but Ichigo's heart continued to scream, demanding he not let his mother go. Not now. Not after all he'd done, not after finally having her back after all these years. What was the right answer? Was there a right answer? There was no right answer. No matter what choice Ichigo made, his heart would die, either from knowingly condemning his mother to eternity to hell, or from purposely endangering the rest of his family further in order to rescue her. It was an impossible decision. How could he make that choice? His mother, Ichigo knew, would gladly have sacrificed her soul for her family. She would insist that Ichigo forget her if it meant that he and his sisters would live. But Ichigo also knew his sisters, had witnessed the changes in them after Masaki had died, had seen their absolute joy of seeing her again after Ichigo had rescued her from Aizen. They too would insist that it was worth the risk, that Masaki didn't deserve eternity in hell. They would absolutely forgive him for putting the world, at a little more risk to save her. The rain fell a little harder, and the skyscraper he stood upon began crumbling even faster. Ichigo bowed his head, unknowing of the concerned but grim expressions that Zangetsu and Cazador shared. If there was no right answer, what answer could he live with? If Ichigo was forced to balance one soul, no matter how precious to him, against the fate of every soul in the living world, in Hueco Mundo, in Soul Society, Ichigo turned his face to the sky of his soul. He knew there were no answers, divine or otherwise, there. He knew what he had to do. Oh, for fuck's sake, Cazador groaned. You're being stupid. Ichigo's eyes shot towards him. How am I being stupid? He demanded in a low voice. You're being stupid because you're hurting yourself when you don't need to. Cazador's expression softened just a little. Listen, I get it, King, the hollow spirit told him quietly, approaching. Truly, I do. I am a hollow. More than that, I am your hollow. I was born of your heart. I know the taste of your despair, your fear, more than anyone else ever could. You're afraid of losing everyone, everything, if you try to save your mother. But you can't let her go. And you shouldn't. No doubt you've considered that attempts to save your mother will hinder your attempts to seal Ayumu, Tensa Zangetsu commented. But you have forgotten something important. You knew before what I am. Tell me again. Ichigo lowered his eyes. My vision of true strength. An ideal to chase. Correct. And what emotions empower me? My determination. My courage. My resolve. Ichigo's eyes lit in understanding. My hope. If I try to save her, then I'm stronger than if I give up. Trying to save Mom doesn't hurt everyone else's chances, it helps them. Yes, I will not let your hope die, Ichigo. I will not allow your heart to drown in the bleak rain of eternal despair and self-loathing. As long as you believe in me, I will protect you and give you the power to protect those you love. And as long as you accept me, I will fight at your side and give you the power to win, Cazador continued. It's an endless cycle, King. Your soul gives us strength, and we share it with you. Together, we can win. Ichigo wanted to hope again, could practically feel the emotion trying to grasp his soul once again. But he had to ask one burning question. You told me once that you were a pragmatic man. You and Cazador know my capabilities, my potential, probably better than I do. Tell me the truth, is there really a chance to save her, and defeat Ayumu? Could Cazador's plan to take his Raryoku work? Tensa Zangetsu met Ichigo's gaze without flinching. Yes, it is indeed within our power to tear Ayumu's power from him. But only if you can find within yourself the strength to hope. Hope is scary, Cazador admitted, but that's how life is. To give up hope is to give up on yourself, on your ideals. As long as you fight, there is hope. And as long as there is hope, you must fight. Ichigo closed his eyes as the words washed over him. Hope gives birth to the will to fight. The will to fight gives birth to hope. To give up one was to abandon the other. Of course, hadn't he known that from the very beginning? Even before he had become a Shinigami, even before his spiritual might had been determined by the strength of his resolve, hadn't he known? Even before the Grand Fisher had consumed his mother, hadn't he known? He'd taken up martial arts because he hoped to protect those he cared about. He'd known even at that young age that hope and will went hand in hand. The rain continued to fall, yet it felt lighter as Ichigo made his decision. He would fight once more. Not simply to protect his still living sisters, nor to safeguard the living world, though they would have served to motivate him regardless. But for his mother's soul, there was nothing he would not do, no depths to which he would not sink, no sky that he would not tear asunder. Kurosaki Masaki would be saved. And for his part in harming Ichigo's family, Ayumu would suffer for eternity. That was a promise. Ayumu was watching his opponent bleed out, disgusted with how the fight had turned out. He had chosen a relatively slow death, just in case Kurosaki Ichigo rediscovered his resolve, and instead he was smiling, accepting his death. How utterly pathetic. Wait, Ayumu blinked. The boy's eyes had suddenly changed. His left eye had hollowified once again, and both eyes were glowing bright with power. Yes, Ayumu smiled. There was his resolve. Suddenly, Ichigo was wreathed in black fire, and Ayumu quickly withdrew his arm and Asahi no Kagami to keep from being hurt by it. He stepped backwards several paces to give himself some distance. Ichigo felt his mask rematerialize as his body entered Resurrection. The stab wound through his chest that he'd suffered was gone, overridden by his hollow hole. Yet it was not enough. This form had failed to slay Ayumu, had failed to keep Ichigo from falling into true despair. And the hollow within knew it. The black flames of Reiatsu continued to engulf him, obscuring the entirety of Ichigo's form save his glowing eyes and horns, waiting for what? It was then that he felt it, a cold spark of power within his spirit. Deep in the depths of his soul, where despair had ripped a hole in his heart, there was power if Ichigo would only take it. Terrible power that tasted of rain and mud and blood and death, a monstrous power that reverberated with the sound of a little boy's broken screams from a wound that had never healed. Without hesitation, Ichigo reached for it, willing to accept any changes it wrought if it would only help him. This time would be different. This time he would save her. Without warning, Ichigo's Reiatsu flared and pulsed outwards, rippling across the desert, sending sand searing through the air in every direction. Ayumu's sight of his foe was obscured for a few moments, and when the air was clear once more, he was surprised to see that Kurosaki Ichigo was changed. This was not the Resurrection Ayumu had been fighting. Ichigo's Bankai coat was open, revealing his hollow hole and markings. The hole had widened slightly, and the markings were no longer solid lines. They now appeared to be chain patterns, flowing to points where Ayumu could not see under Ichigo's Bankai coat. Ayumu's curiosity was stoked when he observed that literal chains were hanging from Ichigo's wrists and ankles, much like some of his own Togabito. Yet, he could not feel any connection through the chains of hell. No, these chains were somehow purely Ichigo's. The chains were attached to deadly-looking bands that seemed to have grown at an angle away of Ichigo's bone-white skin. The outermost edges gleamed with a sharpness that could almost be heard. Ayumu could just make out that there were some decorations on those bands, circles with varying amounts of ruby and pitch composing them. Ayumu's eyes gleamed when he realized that they were depicting the phases of the moon. There was also a band around Ichigo's neck, though this one seemed flush with his skin. Ayumu was intrigued by what appeared to be a tiny multifaceted blue gem centered over a yin-yang symbol depicted proudly upon the front of that band. The purpose of the gem eluded Ayumu's understanding, but the symbol was easy enough, a balanced symbiosis between Ichigo's hollow and Shinigami powers. And then Ayumu's eyes reached Ichigo's face. There was no mask. Ichigo's face was uncovered, and yet the bone-white horns remained. Though they were slightly smaller than before, the horns were seemingly attached directly to Ichigo's skull as if they'd grown there naturally. And something about that sent a chill up Ayumu's spine. Perhaps it was that the horns gave Ichigo's appearance a faintly demonic impression. Perhaps it was the realization that Ichigo's soul no longer cared to hide his identity behind a mask as all hollows do. Perhaps it was the chain patterns that crept up Ichigo's neck and face and stopped when they met his eyes. His eyes. Ayumu could not help but stare at his opponent's eyes. They had changed. Before, they'd been full of defeat, of despair. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo's mismatched eyes seemed to be overflowing, glowing with an unholy light filled with raw, unfettered hate and a lust for vengeance so thick it was almost tangible. It was a look that Ayumu had seen uncountable times, and yet to see that expression on Ichigo's face, Ayumu smiled. Ichigo's next words echoed in the absolute silence that had descended, both in the living world and in hell. Resurrection. Segunda etapa. Chapter 81. Vengeance. He should have eaten her when he had the chance. Ichigo knew that he should feel sick at even thinking the thought. He knew he should have been repulsed by the very idea, but now it sounded like a rather good idea. If he'd consumed his mother's soul, then she would not be trapped in hell. He would have been able to materialize her as he had Zangetsu, and summoned her back when she was in trouble. She would have been safe from the machinations of soul society, safe from the crushing grip of hell. Perhaps when he was done here, he should take in the souls of the rest of his family. Yuzu and Karen were too weak to defend themselves properly. Wasn't it his duty as the big brother to protect them? Ichigo had already proven that he couldn't protect them well enough all the time. If they instead resided within his own soul, then he wouldn't need to worry. On the other hand, that would pose problems with his friends in the Gote 13. It was something to think about. But for the moment, he had more pressing matters. Namely, his mother's murderer, who was smiling. "What's so funny?" he asked in a pseudo-calm voice. "Oh, it's not amusement," Ayumu corrected. "I'm pleased. With your sheer power, and my chains granting you effective immortality, a victory over soul society, over the Ryo is virtually guaranteed. Fortune must have smiled on me, to have this opportunity to capture your soul. You should be careful what you call a fortunate opportunity. Your luck could run out." With that said, Ichigo's black Reiatsu engulfed him, his mismatched eyes glowing brightly. And then he vanished. Ayumu's eyes went wide, barely bringing Asahi no Kagami up in time to block Tensa Zangetsu. But the force of the impact sent him flying headfirst across the desert. Ichigo took chase, sprinting across the sand, passing Ayumu and twisting around to give him a brutal kick. As Ayumu hurtled upwards, Ichigo's left hand snapped up, and out rocketed several chains, twisting and winding around each other until they caught Ayumu's leg. Instantly, Ichigo swung down hard, altering Ayumu's trajectory so he would crash hard into the sands. Flaring his Reiatsu, Ayumu managed to stop himself just before he would have impacted, spitting something inaudible from that distance. Electricity arced its way down the chains towards Ichigo. Ichigo released the chains and vanished, reappearing a split second later right behind Ayumu. His left hand lashed out and grabbed Ayumu by the back of his head and shoved his face into the sand hard enough to leave a crater. Then he twisted around and flung Ayumu up into the air at high speed. It was only a few seconds later when Ayumu managed to right himself, but a moment later he was on his knees in midair, clutching at his heart with wide eyes. An impossibly large Gran Rey Cerro, several meters wide, was ripping through the air just a few meters from the ground. Ripping was indeed the right word, as it was tearing an enormous gash through Ayumu's world. But Ayumu did not have time to do anything about that, as chains stabbed into, through and around his wrists and ankles from behind. "Get over here," Ichigo roared, pulling with all his might even as he began dashing at the cliff that would lead up to the next level. He halted mere feet away from the cliff, but Ayumu had no such option and crashed into it at high speed, gasping out blood. "Focus, Ichigo. Feel his Raryoku. Feel it, and we shall take it." Ichigo could feel it, the Raryoku that naturally flowed through the body to emerge at the vents located in the wrist and ankles. Instead of pushing past it with his own Raryoku, as Shinigami sealing required, Ichigo instead tried to pull it to himself. But his grasp of his enemy's Raryoku was clumsy. He felt Tensa Zangetsu reach and touch his consciousness, guiding him, and instantly the connection solidified and Raryoku began to flow into him. Ayumu swore and violently twisted, using Asahi no Kagami to destroy the chain connected to his right wrist. Blood sprayed for a moment before the wound closed up, but Ayumu was still moving, slicing at Ichigo, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by Tensa Zangetsu. "Oh, recovered from the effects of that Gran Rey Cerro?" he asked in a faux affable manner. "I was hoping for more opportunity to vent." And with that, he shoved his left fist into Ayumu's solar plexus. Ayumu was sent diagonally upwards, tearing through stone and rock, carving a new path through the cliff. A moment later, he managed to right himself, but the sight of Kurosaki Ichigo with another Gran Rey Cerro fully powered and aimed right at him made him abandon the idea of trying a more offensive approach. The King of Hell rapidly began chanting as quickly as he dared, giving his left hand a neon blue glow. Gran Rey Cerro. The gigantic black beam of destruction tore through space, obliterating tons upon tons of rock as it thundered towards Ayumu, who finished whispering a few last words of his spell and flung his glowing hand up. In front of him a very large circle materialized. The Gran Rey Cerro hit it without resistance, but when Ichigo felt his own attack rocketing towards him from behind, he cut himself off and Sonido-ed away. The attack faded shortly, and Ayumu took the opportunity to blast his way out of the cliff and into some open space, just in time for Ichigo to attack him directly from beneath him with a Getsuga Tensho. Ayumu was able to bring Asahi no Kagami up in time to block, but Ichigo kept pushing, propelling him upwards and backwards out of the desert level of hell. Having had quite enough of the deadlock, Ichigo fired a balla from his horns, hitting Ayumu directly in the face. Despite them being nowhere near as powerful as his Cerro, Ayumu was instantly thrown backwards from it, burns covering his face for a few moments before his healing factor kicked in. Not that Ichigo was in the mood to let him heal. 6 chains materialized from his left hand and lunged for Ayumu, who leapt backwards and began rapid-firing a spell that kept disintegrating his chains. But in his preoccupation, he lost sight of Ichigo, who promptly appeared behind the King of Hell and performed an absolutely brutal spin kick, launching Ayumu into a rather large pool of lava. Leaping out of the lava only a second later, his clothes practically destroyed, Ayumu's body was steaming but otherwise apparently unharmed. Ichigo was starting to get really pissed off at that fucking constant healing. "Cazador, how do you counter high-speed regeneration?" "Our specialty. Overwhelming force. Destroy the vital organs," the inner hollow answered instantly. "Avoid the heart, lungs and brain," Tensa Zangetsu advised. "We need him alive to drain his power. Then go for something crippling but not immediately lethal. Stomach, intestines, liver. That'll tie up most forms of regeneration for a bit, since vital organs are complex." "Got it." The chance to inflict some major, Well-deserved pain onto the bastard who'd murdered his mother in front of him. He was all over that. The cruel smile that stretched across his face seemed to unnerve Ayumu slightly if his shifting into a more solid defensive stance was any measure. Not that it would do any good. He took a step forward and blurred into motion, creating a half-dozen speed clones that circled around Ayumu. In response, Ayumu materialized a wicked-looking scimitar and prepared himself. It was complete chaos. The sound of steel on steel was deafening, with dozens of strikes per second as Ichigo attempted to break through Ayumu's defense. Ayumu was moving differently from before. He was now suddenly capable of outright blocking Ichigo's attacks, and his speed had increased significantly. Ichigo could only think that the scimitar had some special ability, something that boosted Ayumu's physical abilities. It didn't matter. Ichigo had more than Zanjutsu at his disposal. Ayumu's eyes went wide when suddenly Ichigo returned to circling around him. And then all of the images raised their left hands at him, their fingertips sparking with electricity. Byakurai. Ayumu leapt upwards, trying to avoid the piercing electrical attacks, only to suddenly lack both arms as Tensa Zangetsu cut them off from behind. Twisting his head, he saw another Ichigo, the real Ichigo, with a far too wide eager smile on his face. It was only at that instant that he saw that Ichigo's other hand was wreathed in purple flame. Shit. Too late. Ichigo plunged his high-and-covered fist into Ayumu's gut, punching through and emerging through Ayumu's belly. With his arm buried in Ayumu's innards, he once again began to take Ayumu's Raryoku. It wasn't a very fast flow, but Ichigo was willing to bet that by the end of this battle he'd be significantly better at it. Ayumu coughed up blood. Just die already. Ichigo's eyes went wide as he suddenly sensed danger, ripped his arm out of Ayumu's body and managed to sonito a few meters away just before Ayumu's body exploded, sending bone and gore flying in all directions. Tensa Zangetsu blurred into motion, annihilating through anything that came close. That was close. He has a vast variety of powers at his disposal. Do not underestimate him. Yeah, he's strong, but that'll make crushing him so much sweeter, King. Ichigo agreed wholeheartedly, but refocused. Ayumu would be reforming any second. If he wasn't a complete idiot, he'd be trying some powerful ranged attacks since Ichigo was capable of dominating the fight up close. Yet it couldn't be too far, or the strength of the attack would be diminished, and accuracy could become a problem. He looked around analytically and saw a small outcropping slightly higher up, where the light of the lava created a shadow. Yeah, if Ichigo was trying to snipe Ayumu, that would be a good spot. Wait, was that a glint? He sonito-ed to the point and frowned. There was no one there. Had he imagined it? He turned around, and was startled to see the glow of lava reflecting off a lens a few inches off the ground several meters away. He leapt to the side just in time for a bullet to pass by his ear. Shit, he had to take care of that weapon quickly. Ichigo vanished and reappeared only feet away from a camouflaged Ayumu, who promptly abandoned the sniper rifle and blocked Tensa Zangetsu with Asahi no Kagami, using the force from the blow to propel himself a few dozen meters away, giving himself some distance. Taking only a moment to conjure the purple flame of Hado 54, Heian, Ichigo flung the spell at the sniper rifle, destroying it. Then he returned his attention to Ayumu just in time to see the ruler of the damned send a bolt of lightning at him. With the sheer speed granted him by his Bankai, Ichigo brought Tensa Zangetsu up and unleashed a Getsuga Tensho, which carved through the spell and rocketed through the distance to Ayumu. Ayumu flashed away with a burst of speed, but then Ichigo materialized right behind him, having expected that very thing. His eyes glittering with anticipation, Ichigo swung with his sword horizontally, separating Ayumu's upper torso and head from the rest of his body. As everything below the King of Hell's ribcage collapsed in a bloody mass, Ichigo's left hand grabbed Ayumu by the neck and held him in the air as Ichigo once again began to absorb his enemy's Raryoku. Their eyes met, and whatever Ayumu saw reflected in Ichigo's eyes made him shiver. No, he realized as Ayumu's neck dropped below the temperature around him. It was more than that. He was using an ice attack. Ichigo hurled the soon-to-be corpse away. Just giant jagged bloody ice blades erupted all over Ayumu's body. Ichigo's hand was hit, sliced deeply by one of the blades, but it healed after a moment. Not for the first time, he was glad that one of his hollow abilities was high-speed regeneration. Even so, The fact that Ayumu kept using explosive suicide techniques was very irksome. How was he supposed to keep Ayumu from doing that? Did y'all ever think to, I dunno, use a fucking Bakudo? Ichigo blinked, then mentally kicked himself. That should have been obvious. Bakudo were meant to not only halt movement, but restrict Raryoku flow. But would it interfere with trying to absorb Ayumu's Raryoku? To a limited extent, but at this point I doubt you will notice a difference. Fair enough. Feeling a slight tremor under his feet, Ichigo leapt up just in time to avoid being skewered by a rock spear. Then he began dashing about at high speed to avoid them as dozens formed and started hurling themselves through the air. Where was Ayumu? After a few seconds, Ichigo spotted him, camouflaged again, but the dull green glow from where he was kneeling with his hands against the stone gave him away. Snagging one of the spears in midair, he hurled it at Ayumu. Ayumu didn't bother to move at all, and a large stone wall appeared between them, blocking the spear easily. Ichigo raised an eyebrow as he dodged yet another few spears. So that was how he wanted to play it. Fine. Ichigo charged up another Gran Rei Sero as he easily danced between the spears, but it was while he was leaping to one side that he saw something that surprised him. Above him, those spears that Ayumu had been using, Ayumu had never released control of a single one. There was now over 1,000 of the damned spears in the air, and they were all pointed right at him. As if his noticing was the trigger for the spell, they suddenly began coming right at him. There would be no dodging that many at once. He would simply have to destroy them all. Ichigo smirked and swung Tensei-Zangetsu with all his might. Even without unleashing a Getsuga, the sheer pressure from his swing crushed an uncountable number of the spears. Ayumu was a fool. Ichigo's sword swings had destroyed mountains as a side effect of blocking Aizen's attack. Nameless spears made of mere stone had no hope of surviving a direct attack. Something tickled at Ichigo's senses, and Ichigo frowned as he dodged yet another stone spear. The invasion force was getting worn down. They'd probably be overrun soon, and then the Togabito would be back in the living world. Really, did he have to do everything himself? He sighed, glancing at where Ayumu still hadn't moved. With any luck, Ayumu would still be recovering from Ichigo's next attack by the time the wizard was through upstairs. Flashing away from another stone spear attacking from underneath, Ichigo fired the Gran Rei Sero straight up, creating an enormous black column of sheer annihilation. Soifin looked at the oncoming army grimly. More Togabito were approaching from one of the nearby islands. There was without a doubt a Togabito spawn point, but it was impossible to get close. The Shinigami forces were strained to the limit just trying to keep the portal's sight from enemy hands. In all honesty, Soifin wasn't sure how much longer they could last. Madarame, moderately wounded, was being tended to by Kotetsu Fukutecho. Zaraki fared somewhat better, likely due to his immense Reiatsu providing a better defense. Iba Fukutecho was obviously worn out, though uninjured. Komamura was nearly exhausted from maintaining his Bankai for so long. Soifin herself was in a similar state. Jakuho Reikoben was meant to be fired once every 3 days at most, but so far she'd needed to fire it twice. Much as she hated to admit it, Soifin was thankful that Kurosaki had had the foresight to bring along a healer. Kotetsu's healing Kido was capable of restoring their Raryoku, though she was not skilled enough to completely eliminate fatigue. It was only because of Kotetsu's healing that they were capable of holding the site. Even so, the Togabito assault was endless. Even with a healer, they could not fight forever. How much longer? Yamamoto Sotaicho, Yoruichi-sama, even that bastard Urahara Kazuki was dead, and yet the Zero Division had not stepped in, not even after Kurosaki had explicitly asked for them. Did they all have to die before the Ryo would send help? It didn't matter. Soifin knew her duty, to follow Yamamoto Sotaicho's last command, to protect the living world. She would stay as long as she had to, even if it meant her own death. But, why hadn't Ayumu come to wipe them out yet? The last communication she'd heard from outside of Hell had consisted of Kuchiki Rukia and Kurosaki Isshin begging Kurosaki Ichigo to get up. Presumably he was dead. As if summoned by her thoughts, a gigantic pillar of black destruction erupted from beneath the sea, between the Shinigami forces and the Togabito army. The attack faded after a few moments, but then a very recognizable figure appeared in midair. Kurosaki. What? Where? Madarame demanded. Then, Answering his own question, he spotted Kurosaki standing in the air. Huh, what's he doing here? Is Ayumu sealed yet? Kurosaki raised his sword in the air, charging up for an attack. And then he swung down, his voice like thunder. Getsuga Tensho. A monstrously huge black Getsuga fired, crashing down on the enemy island like the wrath of a god. And then the island was gone. Obliterated. There wasn't even rubble anymore. It was as though the island had simply ceased to be, along with everyone on it. Holy fuck, Madarame commented. Soifun, despite herself, had to agree. And then Kurosaki was suddenly only a few feet away, looking around. Seems like you all have survived. Good. As Ayumu sealed, Madarame demanded, did you beat that bastard? Kurosaki's gaze locked onto Soifun's face. I haven't succeeded in sealing him yet. Sensed you needed some help. About to go back and resume the fight. Anything you need before I. Kurosaki's eyes went wide and he twisted around just in time to block a strike from Ayumu, who had a malicious smirk. Bankai, Shinkyo no Zanhansha. A brilliant light encompassed them all. When Ichigo could see again, he was standing in his inner world again, looking at a woman. A very beautiful woman, dressed in a dress of shimmering silver, her hair a blonde that bordered on white. But she did not belong, he knew that in an instant. At once, Cazador de la Luna and Tensa Zangetsu appeared at either side of him, ready to eject the intruder, but Ichigo held his hand up, motioning them to hold fast. Shinkyo no Zanhansha, I assume. You assume correctly, the foreign Zanpakuto spirit confirmed. Why are you here, and what do you want? The answer to that requires some explanation. Thankfully, time here flows more quickly than outside. Then speak. Shinkyo no Zanhansha bowed her head lightly in a form of respect. My ability is an expansion upon Asahi no Kagami. I too use illusions to break a person's will to fight. However, instead of focusing on a singular emotion or idea, I instead take my victim's strongest motivations. I take them to their extreme, and lock the victim into an illusion inside their mind to witness the consequences and fight their counterpart. I see, Tensa Zangetsu mused aloud. But you could not do that with Ichigo, due to his experiences with Zuni. He has already fought the manifestation of his strongest motivations, and understood their potential consequences. Exactly, I can be used precisely once on any soul, as long as their motivation remains the same. Shinkyo smirked. But how do you think Zuni was born? Why was Zuni able to wield Asahi no Kagami? It was not Ayumu's Raryoku that created him. It was mine. Ichigo's eyes opened wide in surprise, before he narrowed them again in suspicion. You wanted this to happen. You wanted Ayumu to use you against me. No, the Zanpakuto spirit denied unexpectedly. It was merely insurance. You remind me greatly of my wielder as he once was. It was for that reason that I, as Asahi no Kagami, conveyed those memories of Ayumu's past when my blade met Tensa Zangetsu's. She nodded at Ichigo's Bankai spirit. I wanted you to understand him, to try to change his mind, return him to that man, the man who could see that perfection itself is flawed, because it is stagnant, unwilling to grow or change. What purpose is a reflection if it never changes? I created Zuni within your spirit so that in the event that you failed and Ayumu used me against you, there would still be a chance to save humanity. Ichigo's expression softened minutely. Thank you. It can't have been an easy decision to go against your wielder. Shinkyo shook her head in agreement. No, it was not. But the price of my assistance is high, Kurosaki-sama. What is it? Destroy me. Ichigo blinked once in surprise. Shinkyo laughed lightly, prettily. You thought I would ask for Ayumu's salvation. No, I made my decisions on the motivation to redeem Ayumu. I knew the consequences. He forsook me when he refused to open his eyes beyond the partial truth he had found. And now, in saving you, I have forsaken him. Our bond is broken. I can no longer hear his voice, nor he mine. You are not a cruel man, Kurosaki Ichigo. Will you not save me from an eternity alone? Zanpakuto can have more than one wielder, Cazador pointed out idly. Are you sure you don't want to pursue that option? King here could find you someone new if you wanted. I could, yes, Shinkyo conceded. But, you do not understand. Imagine, if you can, the boy who sought to end the endless violence. Imagine his joy in learning the name and nature of his Shikai, Asahi no Kagami. The power to bring one's insecurities out into the open for the victim to confront in a safe, controlled environment, and completely private to the victim. What a perfect way to help him heal the hearts of others. He wanted to be a psychotherapist. Yes, Shinkyo spread her arms wide. I am not a blade to be used for fighting, but for healing. So tell me, Kurosaki-sama, can you imagine the pain of failing your patients, over and over again? I have seen so many hearts. I have revealed countless horrific truths, and crushed so many well-meaning dreams and aspirations. The sheer number of people whom I have driven to despair, whom I have driven to suicide, I could only hold out hope that Ayumu would one day return to who he was. Shinkyo's smile was without even the semblance of joy. No, Kurosaki-sama, I have waited so many long years, and found only that my own dream was impossible. After all this time revealing the truths of others, I have finally seen my own truth. Even after all this, even knowing that he will never again be the man I once knew, my heart lies with Ayumu. I cannot take another wielder, even if I wished to. But I do not want Ayumu to use me as he does any longer, and I fear he will find a way to re-establish our connection. So destroy me. Do so, and it will release your companions of their illusions. Even if I destroy the blade, won't you live on in Ayumu's soul? You'll still be alone, Ichigo pointed out. Shinkyo smiled sadly, a hand lightly gesturing to her side where Ichigo could suddenly see an off-white hilt. Not for long. Ichigo closed his eyes for a moment, understanding exactly what she meant by that. Despite all the heartache and frustration he'd suffered with Zuni, Ichigo found he couldn't hate Shinkyo no Zanhansha. She had been trying her best, trying to save the one she cared for most. If there was anything he could relate to, it was that, and he had no desire to prove himself a hypocrite. Perhaps it was because he saw himself in her that his heart hurt to see her ready to end her existence, to hear her asking for his help to commit suicide. He wanted to save her. But there was nothing he could do. She could not take another wielder, and Ichigo knew that Ayumu could not be allowed to wield her again. There was only one choice to make. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then opened his eyes and nodded once, accepting her request. Thank you, Kurosaki-sama. I have one final gift for you, an answer to one of your questions. Shinkyo smiled. Your chains, they are not of Shinigami, Hollow or even Quincy origins. You have an affinity for them that you have unknowingly nurtured your whole life. Ichigo's eyes were wide. How did that happen? Shinkyo's smile turned into a light smirk. Bringing out the world of your heart is a road of self-discovery, Kurosaki Ichigo. It wouldn't be fair to you if I gave you all the answers. And with that, she began to glow brightly. The instant he was back in hell, Ichigo was in motion, deflecting Ayumu's incoming thrust easily, turning to one side so Ayumu passed by him harmlessly. With his other hand he landed a shot into Ayumu's side, feeling ribs break from the impact as Ayumu was sent flying. Oi, Ichigo! Ichigo made no move to turn to the side, recognizing Zaraki's voice as the giant of a man stepped next to him, both of them looking at where Ayumu was recovering. You made it out of Shinkyo's illusion, he observed calmly. It was stupid. I know why I fight. I know what can happen. I just don't care. I'll deal with it as it happens. Zaraki brought his sword to bear, and for the first time in Ichigo's memory, held it with both hands. I'm no good with the Kido crap, so ceiling's beyond me. But I'd like to see how I measure up. D'ya mind if I take a turn? His initial reaction was violent refusal. Ichigo needed to drain Ayumu's Raryoku to resurrect Masaki, but he had less noble reasons as well. Ichigo wanted to feel Ayumu's blood running hotly over his hands, wanted to see that bastard's face twisted in helpless terror beneath Ichigo's power, wanted to make Ayumu suffer and suffer in an eternal agony until he begged for death, a death that Ichigo would categorically deny him. But before Ichigo could express how much he opposed Zaraki's request, two thoughts occurred to him. First, Ayumu's suicide techniques were annoying. Second, Ayumu's power was not solely in his body. Ichigo snorted and smirked. All right, one condition, though, if you manage to get Shinkyo no Zenhansha away from him, throw her at me. Zaraki sharply turned his head from side to side, cracking his neck. Fine with me. Ichigo watched carefully as Ayumu leapt away from Zaraki, apparently wary of the new combatant. That was fine. It would give him more time. Quincy's were capable of taking power from the air around them, but it was something Ichigo had never consciously tried, so time was a good thing to have. At least he didn't have to worry about whether there was enough of Ayumu's Raryoku in the air. Since this was Hell, Ayumu's dimension, Ayumu's power should be plentiful, especially considering how long the King of Hell had been fighting Yamamoto, Urahara, and Ichigo himself. Under Tensa Zangetsu's quiet guidance, Ichigo began drawing power from the air. It was significantly slower than taking it directly from Ayumu himself, but at least this way Ichigo didn't have to worry about self-sacrificial explosions. Still though, he was unsatisfied with how little he was able to absorb at once. Do not be concerned with the rate of absorption. All Quincy's start slow. You will become better in time. As with Shinigami abilities, you must train both your body and your mind. Ichigo silently acknowledged the point, his eyes not wavering from the fight between Zaraki and Ayumu. Honestly, Zaraki was doing far better than Ichigo would have expected. While he was plainly unable to keep up with Ayumu's sheer speed, Zaraki was crafty, and had an instinctual mastery of close combat. Ichigo watched carefully as Zaraki's as yet nameless blade deflected countless strikes. Few slashes made it through, and the ones that did left superficial wounds. Zaraki was slower than Ayumu, that much was clear, but, somehow, Zaraki was predicting the path Ayumu's attacks before the ruler of Hell could make them. He's reading his opponent's body language. Cazador's voice was slightly impressed. The tensing of muscles, the minute changes in where Ayumu's looking, Zaraki's using the small signs to see where he needs to block. Ichigo had to admit, that was rather impressive. He hadn't been too sure of Zaraki's strength, since he'd tied with the man before he'd even begun to master his Shikai. His impression during their spar was that Zaraki had gotten stronger, but that Ichigo could still kick his ass simply by entering Bankai, or drawing his mask. Evidently he hadn't been giving the man enough credit. Ichigo's estimation of the 11th Division Taicho was rising significantly with each subsequent second of surviving Ayumu's assault. But, Zaraki wasn't able to go on the attack. To someone of Zaraki's nature, that had to be infuriating. Seeing the man's face break out into a wild grin, Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Zaraki had a plan. There, Zaraki had purposely left his side open. As expected, Ayumu took that opportunity and cut moderately deeply, but that was as far as he got because Zaraki hit him with an absolutely vicious counterstrike that removed Ayumu's sword arm from his body. Zaraki then used his free arm to rip Shinkyo no Zenhansha from his side and, as promised, threw it on a collision course with Ichigo's head. Ichigo promptly swiped Shinkyo no Zenhansha in midair, holding it sideways before himself. He had a promise to keep. The wizard raised Tensa Zangetsu into the air and immediately swung, the black flame of a Getsuga rushing down the blade. "Thank you," Shinkyo's voice whispered into his mind. And then Tensa Zangetsu carved through the Zanpakuto, utterly destroying it. Ayumu froze in place, his eyes wide in shock. Right then, Zaraki said softly. "That was your Zanpakuto, right? I'm only starting to understand the relationship a man should have with Zanpakuto, but I'm pretty sure that Ichigo just killed someone very important to you, right in front of you." Ayumu's body began to tremble. "I wonder if this is what they call karmic vengeance," Zaraki continued, his voice almost nonchalant. "I mean, you killed his mom in front of him, he killed your Zanpakuto in front of you." Proportionate response, I heard it called once. His voice grew darker, and his grin turned almost sinister. "But what's the point of a proportionate response? You can see it in his eyes, can't you? He's not satisfied. Who would be? The kid's going to break you. Completely and utterly. And I'm just going to sit and watch, just so I can see who I have to surpass." Ayumu let loose a scream of rage and lunged at Ichigo. Zaraki, as promised, stepped aside and made no move to stop him. "You killed her," Ayumu howled as he conjured the scimitar from before in his right hand and ice blue mist around his left. "Yeah," Ichigo growled out in response as he blocked the sword and used its momentum to push himself out of the path of a very large ice spike that nearly skewered him. "At her request." "Lies. Shinkyo wouldn't. She wouldn't leave me. She knew what we were fighting for. I don't care if you believe me or not. You wanted to turn me into someone powerful enough to stand at your level, at the level of the Ryo, right? Why the fuck wouldn't I turn this power against you? Ichigo snarled as he slammed a Getsuga-enhanced Tensa Zangetsu against the scimitar, sending Ayumu flying. The sword in the King of Hell's hands vanished, and suddenly both hands were wreathed in blue-white fire, which he promptly aimed at Ichigo. "Because I can bring your mother back, you fool. Simply become my instrument and I shall resurrect her." With that, a gigantic blue-white cyclone erupted from Ayumu's hands, aimed right for Ichigo. Ichigo didn't bother to move, and instead simply charged a Sero between his horns, firing it just before the cyclone would have hit. Their techniques battled for dominance for several seconds before Ichigo decided he was thoroughly fed up and horizontally sliced with Tensa Zangetsu, firing a silent Getsuga Tensho. Completely unprepared for it, Ayumu was suddenly parted from his legs from below the knees. The sudden shock disrupted his technique, and he fell to the ground, saving him from the Sero blast that would have taken his head off. "Damn you!" Ichigo was suddenly there, and without saying another word he sliced Ayumu's arms off. Then he picked up Ayumu by the bastard's hair and brought him up to eye level. Remembering Cazador's words about how to keep high-speed regeneration occupied, Ichigo buried Tensa Zangetsu into Ayumu's stomach and began to twist it, relishing how Ayumu's face twisted in pain as his regeneration continually healed his organs while Ichigo kept damaging them. Blood flowed warmly over Ichigo's hand, and the wizard began to smile. "Look me in the eyes, Ayumu. The fact that you breathe is an unforgivable affront to me after what you have done. So this is your punishment. You will die at my hands, again and again, until I am satisfied. When you revive, you are to return directly to me. For every minute you do not appear before me, I will use a Gran Rei Sero to tear your world, your soul apart." Ichigo's eyes glittered with malice as he pushed his face closer to Ayumu's. "And when I get bored of that, I will seal you with a technique of my own making, one that will leave you in eternal agony. Then I will leave you buried alive in the deepest level of this world. Your existence will be nothing. Blind, alone, in endless torment with no one to hear your screams. Now die, Ayumu, die, and return to me for more." Ichigo's predatory smile grew even wider. "Or don't return to me." The Quincy thought for years they were destroying souls. "It would be rather fitting for me to destroy yours, oh so slowly. Anyways, the choice is yours." And with his smile growing even more cruel, Ichigo set Ayumu ablaze in the purple fires of Hato 54, Hyan and tossed him a short distance away to avoid being hit by any suicide techniques. Ichigo's smile only widened as he listened to Ayumu's screams of pain as the man crumbled to ash. Though it had only lasted a few seconds, it had been so damn satisfying to hear. He might have to make death by fire a regular favorite. But for the moment, he had bought a little time. And during his little speech there, he'd managed to subtly drain Ayumu of a rather nice chunk of Raryoku. If things went well, could perhaps bring everyone back in a few hours. Even faster if Ichigo managed to snag him in some Bakudo. Ichigo frowned. He'd let his bloodlust interfere with his better judgment. He'd had a rather good opportunity just then to put Ayumu under a Bakudo, but he'd completely forgotten to in favor of playing with his prey. Ichigo's frown deepened as he caught his own thinking. Segunda Etapa was definitely having some side effects on his psyche. He'd have to watch for that. But in the meantime, that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy himself while he waited. It had been, 10 or 15 seconds since Ayumu had actually finished dying. Magnanimously, Ichigo decided to give him the benefit of the doubt while the hybrid began to absorb power from the air around him again. 50, 49, 48. Chapter 82, Final Guardian. Ichigo's allies in the living world were completely silent. No one had spoken since Ichigo had revealed his Segunda Etapa. What could possibly be said? Ichigo had reached his breaking point, and had given up, just waiting for death. And then his sisters had somehow reached him, and convinced him that they still needed him, that he had to get up and fight. Seeing light return to Ichigo's eyes had given Isshin hope. Witnessing the transformation into Resurrection, Segunda Etapa had taken that hope and added a sense of assured satisfaction. While he'd never heard of Segunda Etapa before, Isshin knew from long experience that whenever a weapon or person unlocked a new form, it was always more powerful than before. Given that Ichigo had been able to match Ayumu without Segunda Etapa, with it Isshin was sure that his son was going to wipe the floor with the King of Hell. He was right. Ichigo had completely dominated the fight. It appeared though that Ichigo required some form of physical contact for his sealing technique, which was problematic since Ayumu seemed capable of a variety of suicide techniques. A Bakudo would be useful to handle such a complication, but as Ichigo had apparently lost his earpiece, they couldn't communicate that to him. Even so, it was fairly clear that Ichigo was winning, and would figure it out at some point. But then Ichigo had tortured Ayumu, had promised an eternity of pain or the utter destruction of Ayumu's soul, with a smile so disturbing that even remembering it sent chills down Isshin's spine. Seeing Karen begin to tremble, Isshin put a hand on his daughter's shoulder and squeezed it reassuringly. I know Ichigo's being scary, but it's probably just an act to intimidate Ayumu, Isshin tried to rationalize. That's just it, Dad, Karen said, her soft voice shaking. She looked up at him, her eyes glowing white with the eyes of the oracle even as fresh tears made their way down her face. I want to believe that. I really do. But I can't, not when I've seen the truth for myself. It's not an act. His inner hollow isn't in control. Segunda Etapa is having an effect on him, but it only brings his desires and emotions to the surface, makes it a little more difficult to think clearly. It can't create new thoughts or desires. That true? Renji asked Ulquiorra, who nodded. Makes sense, Shinji commented, eyeing Ichigo critically. Hollows are creatures of instinct. Emotions and desires aren't wholly rational, and they can be difficult to understand and control. And unless I'm very much mistaken, Ichigo's rarely wanted vengeance this badly before. Honestly, I'm not truly surprised, Hitsugaya asserted, drawing attention to him. I too have someone close to me who has suffered greatly. Put myself in Kurosaki Ichigo's shoes, and her in Kurosaki Masaki's, and I am uncertain I would act differently, hollow powers or no. It was then that a certain sound broke through the conversation, silencing everyone else. Karen turned wide eyes upon her sister, whose giggles were growing progressively louder. Yuzu, you've got to turn off your power. But why, Karen-chan? Yuzu asked, her smile far too wide for a face that young. Can't you hear it? Ichi-ni's heart. Karen, what's going on? Isshin demanded. Yuzu's power. It let her connect to Ichigo's heart, Karen explained quickly. That's how she could speak to Ichigo. But she never turned it off, and the connection goes both ways. Ichigo's heart, his emotions, are flowing back into Yuzu. And Yuzu was completely unprepared for the strength of Ichigo's pain and lust for vengeance, Isshin finished, before putting on his best authoritative father voice. Yuzu, turn off your eyes, now. But Dad, don't you want revenge for Mom too? Yuzu asked. Here, take my hand and you can listen too. Now Yuzu. The girl ignored him, completely enraptured by the sensations coming across the connection. It almost feels like I'm the one swinging the sword. Is this what it's like to be Ichi-ni? I didn't know how good it feels to hurt someone who deserves it. No, can't get distracted. There's a plan, but I want to hurt Ayumu. I want to hurt him so much right now, but no, there's a plan, I have to keep to the plan. Gotta take his power and bring back Mom. Yes, Mom, just need to keep him distracted, can't let him know the plan. Gotta hurt him so he can't figure it out. Yes, make him feel my pain, make him hurt, make him scream, make him beg for mercy. She was cut off when Isshin placed a hand on her head, his fingers glowing with Kido. Yuzu collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, and Isshin caught her easily, picking her up and carrying her in his arms. Don't worry, Karen, she's just asleep. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? Renji asked disbelievingly. Ichigo's trying to take Ayumu's power to resurrect his mother. Hey, is that Ayumu? Rukia asked, interrupting the conversation and bringing attention back to where Kensai, Mashiro and Ikebe were quietly watching the display. Yep, Mashiro chirped. Why didn't you tell us? You were busy with the kid, Kensai replied. It sounded important. As everyone rushed to get a good spot to watch, Isshin grasped Karen's shoulder. Are you okay? He asked. No, Karen confessed. All the stuff that's happened. To Mom, to Ichigo, to Yuzu. She shook her head, unable to find the words to express the horror and rollercoaster of emotions over the last week. But I need to watch this. I need to make sure my brother lives. Isshin nodded. I understand. I love you. I love you too, Dad. Meanwhile, 44, 43, 42. Ichigo was forced to stop counting when a deluge of lights of all colors and countless weapons rained down upon him from above. Ichigo swung once with Tensa Zangetsu. Getsuga Tensho. The massive Getsuga effortlessly annihilated the onslaught, but Ichigo was more focused on Ayumu. He'd brought a friend. A very tall, bald black man with a bone necklace, a man whose eyes burned with hate. He looked oddly familiar, too, but Ichigo couldn't place him. Who's this, Ayumu? You should know better by now than to think that any of your underlings can hope to stop me. Ayumu smiled coldly at the black man. Do you hear that? I told you he wouldn't recognize you. The man trembled in anger. How arrogant. Then I shall remind you. My name is Zamari Laru, the Septima Espada. It was I who took the girl Inoue after the Novano was killed. Oh, now Ichigo recognized him. Huh, should have realized you'd be here since Ishida killed you. He returned his gaze back to Ayumu. This is your idea of a trump card. I could kill him in an instant. The King of Hell ignored him, focusing on Zamari. Kill Kurosaki Ichigo, and I will locate and restore your precious Aizen-sama. Agreed. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Byakurai. It pierced Zamari through the forehead, and the man collapsed. And then another Zamari appeared directly behind Ichigo, his sword in motion to cut through Ichigo's neck. Sparks flew as it scraped off, and Ichigo turned to give him a smirk. You can't cut through my hierro, Zamari. I expected as much from my master's killer, Zamari admitted. I merely wanted to test it. Ichigo shrugged, and almost carelessly removed Zamari's head with a too-fast-to-see swipe from Zangetsu. Then he moved on to where he could sense another Zamari's speed clones and proceeded to do it there too. It was done in an instant. Ayumu sighed, and with a grunt, resurrected Zamari beside him. Enough playing around, he reprimanded. Use your resurrection and special ability. Zamari frowned at Ayumu but relented. Suppress, Brujeria. Watching Zamari turn his head in a way that would surely snap the neck of anyone actually human, Ichigo frowned, trying to recall what Ishida had said about Zamari's ability. Something about one hit and Ichigo's own Bankai would be trying to slit his throat. It obviously had something to do with control, but Ichigo couldn't remember the details. Hey, Soifun, throw me your communicator. A second later, as Zamari's Zanpakuto was bending into an edged spiral, Ichigo caught the device and placed it in his ear. Oi, Ishida, I know you're there. Give me the details on this guy. If it's the same as before, he'll become largely immobile in Resurrection. He'll also be literally covered in eyes. Lots of targets. Ichigo smiled. I like that. Spoken like a Quincy. In any case, his eyes are both a major weak point and the tool for his power, Amor. Each instance of Amor sends an invisible, very fast burst of Raryoku at whatever that eye in particular is looking at. If the Raryoku touches your hand, he can control your hand to choke you or whatever he wants. If he takes your leg, you won't be allowed to move it except at his command. If he takes your head, it's all over. Ichigo frowned again as Zamari finished appearing his Resurrection form. As before, his lower half had transformed into a pink pumpkin-like structure. Immobile looked about right, unless Zamari had some feet under there that he just couldn't see, or if Zamari could bounce or something. Sounds like a nasty form of Kido. Maybe a form of Bakudo. Now he understood why Ayumu had chosen Zamari. Since Ayumu couldn't win through sheer firepower, he was trying to turn Ichigo's own power against him. Smart. How'd you beat him? Quincy techniques. Ransotengai to counter the Amor. Not a practical solution for you since you don't have a solid grasp on Quincy abilities yet. Then I used a Quincy technique to put a wall between us and shot him through it. His Amor can't go through barriers. That might be more useful. Noted. Ichigo didn't know how to make Kido barriers, but he had a couple of thoughts on how he might improvise. He glanced at the Shinigami forces, who were quite plainly not at their best. Stay back and take this chance to recover, he ordered firmly. None of you are well suited to fight him, while I have both the speed to avoid his Amor and the regeneration to handle it if I do somehow get hit. So you think you can defeat me easily? Such assumptions are arrogant, Kurosaki Ichigo, Zamari lectured. Oh, shut up, already. Ichigo flipped his left hand up, unleashing almost a dozen chains at Zamari's many eyes. Zamari's hand shot forward and the chains abruptly stopped in midair. Completely ignoring Zamari's speech about his amour, Ichigo noted carefully that exactly as the number of glowing eyes equaled the number of chains. Interesting. Perhaps he could overwhelm Zamari through sheer numbers, then. How many eyes do you have, anyway? Ichigo asked. 58. Zamari bragged. Don't you see now that it's futile? I have eyes all over my body. You cannot possibly escape all of them. When I turn my amour upon you, you cannot. Ichigo once again tuned him out, having the answer he wanted. Damn, Zamari was stupid, revealing his limitations like that. Flicking his eyes over to where Ayumu was, Ichigo was unsurprised to see the King of Hell looking rather exasperated himself. While Zamari continued to monologue, Ichigo experimentally tugged at his chains, trying to work out exactly where control was suddenly Zamari's. The fear that drives even the King of Hell himself to avoid my eyes, for even a. God damn, he was still going on about his freaking amour. There was a difference between taking pride in your abilities and just not being able to shut up about them. No wonder he had only been the Septima, he was blinded by his own power. Ichigo cast another glance at Ayumu, trying to gauge his reaction. The King of Hell met his gaze, and in Ayumu's eyes Ichigo could see a sort of frustrated resignation. Ayumu disliked working with Zamari, but apparently he was committed to it. That meant no matter how many times Ichigo killed him, Zamari would be revived. That meant Ichigo had to deal with him non-lethally. That would be troublesome. Then again, Ichigo had an idea. Wait. Zamari had finally stopped talking. Ichigo belatedly returned his attention to Zamari. You say something. Zamari gave Ichigo a flat look with about a dozen eyes. Then he raised his arm, apparently about to attack with more of his amour. Ichigo stomped on the ground, and a thin wall of what appeared to be chain mesh erupted from the ground a few inches in front of him, intercepting the bursts of Raryoku from Zamari's eyes. You just don't get it, do you, Zamari? Ichigo asked calmly. You can't win. Why can't I control your chains? Zamari demanded, outraged. Ichigo clicked his tongue disapprovingly. And you don't even realize the limitations of your own power. With the power of your amour, each eye can control exactly one thing. But what does that mean? Ishida told me you could control his hand. A hand is made up of a lot of bones, muscles, tendons, sinew, the various layers of skin, and so on. They all work together, but if one thing goes wrong with the system, the hand doesn't work right. As a result, it may be considered one unit under the concept of hand. Ichigo smiled behind his wall. That's why when you target a hand, you don't control their entire body, just the hand. A person can live without a hand, it's not an integral part of their being. In the end, for the sake of survival, a mere hand is expendable. The concept of hand takes precedence over the concept of me. Do you understand now? With chains, every link is expendable, replaceable with merely a thought. The concept of link takes precedence over that of chain, and so that is what your amour targets. Ichigo narrowed his eyes in focus, and more chains erupted from the earth, joining with the chain mesh to make it taller, wider. I have thousands of links in my mesh now. So go ahead, steal sovereignty over 58 links. Tell me what difference it makes. And with a sharp flash of intent, Ichigo sent the chain mesh flying at Zamari, the edges reaching forward as if the mesh was a giant mouth attempting to swallow him whole. And that's just what it did. Despite Zamari's panicked, frantic attempts to tear the chains off of himself, the chains grew over him rapidly until he was completely enveloped in them, unable to move. Ichigo worked rapidly, using the chains to seal Zamari's Raryoku in movement. It was a rush job, Ichigo knew, but it should hold for a while. He one-handedly tossed the incapacitated Arrancar in Soifan's general direction, and watched Komamura catch him and give him a nod. That was very disappointing, really. Done with Zamari, Ichigo returned his focus to Ayumu. Did you really think that would work? No, Ayumu agreed, but there was a chance, one that was spectacularly wasted by that idiot. No matter, I merely needed to buy some time. Ichigo was instantly on guard, as suddenly the air around Ayumu was completely full of Hell's chains. There were too many, far too many to count. Are these all the Togabito chains? Ichigo asked disbelievingly. Yes, Ayumu confirmed. Every single soul damned here, I have access to their weapons, their abilities, their Raryoku, their memories, everything. And then suddenly the sky was full of Ayumu clones. Yamamoto knows more than a few nasty spells, but there's one in particular I've this burning desire to use. It requires a bit of sacrifice from me, but luckily for me, he gestured at the thousands of clones around him. I've got plenty of me to work with. Ichigo's eyes went wide. That could not be good. Getsuga Tensho, he screamed, swinging Tensa Zangetsu with all his might. Dozens of Ayumus died, but it hardly made a dent to the majority of them as they all used impressive barriers, reinforcing against each other to block the attack. We've got to attack together. Ichigo roared to his allies. Too late, came the collective voice of the Ayumu clones, as dozens of them got too close, their bodies blackening and cracking with intense heat. Hado 96, Ito Kaso. Ichigo had a split second to make a decision, and he acted according to his instincts. He cocooned himself in chains just as the world itself converted to brilliant red fire. He grit his teeth as the sheer power behind the spells threatened to tear his chains apart, as the chains grew hotter and hotter. Ichigo reinforced them with his Raryoku to prevent them from being destroyed or melting away, but it was so hot he could feel dozens of blisters forming on his skin, on his face and hands. Even Tensa Zangetsu had been brought up to an absurdly high temperature, and everything from his fingers to his arm where Tensa Zangetsu's chain was wrapped around it felt like it was on fire. His high-speed regeneration was healing him, but for once it just couldn't seem to keep up. And then the bombardment of fire stopped, and Ichigo took in a ragged breath as his regeneration finished healing him. No doubt you are wondering why I did not simply do something like that before, Ayumu commented from just outside Ichigo's chain mesh shield. The truth is that never before has anyone with as much power and knowledge as Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni or Urahara Kazuki been trapped in my realm for long. Most souls that come to hell don't have much by way of special ability. The ones that do, typically only have one or two tricks, and not one of them had anything approaching the strength and power of a Taicho of the Gote 13. Ayumu sighed. It always takes a bit of time for me to fully assimilate the Raryoku and memories of the newly damned. I could use Zenka no Tachi and Shinko Maohi only because they were still active at the instant of their wielder's demise. If they had powered down to Shikai while alive, I would have been completely unable to activate their Bankai until I fully absorbed their Raryoku. But now that I have finally finished absorbing the Raryoku and memories of the most powerful Shinigami in 1,000 years, and the genius captain class assassin responsible for the creation of the Hogyoku, Ichigo could hear Ayumu's smug smile. Segunda etapa or not, you're going to die, Kurosaki Ichigo. Now why don't you come out and face death like a man, Shit, Ichigo smacked himself on the forehead. Think, Ichigo, think. How do you win now? I can't seal him until I can get past those powers, and I can't get past those power until I can seal, wait. This was familiar. Hadn't he and Urahara dealt with almost this exact thing not long ago? First, bypass, and attack the wielder through the lungs. Ichigo didn't have an attack that could do that, and even if he did, with Urahara's memories Ayumu would be prepared for it. Second, turn the battle into a siege. Not a good idea, since Ayumu was immortal and had the power of two incredibly powerful people at his command. Third, disable the wielder's ability. But how? Ayumu had access to their abilities because they had died in his world. Wait, in his world, if Ichigo could take him out of hell, would he still have access to the powers? Pouncing on that idea, Ichigo quickly ran through the list of worlds he could potentially access. Living world. Bad idea. Soul Society. Also a bad idea. Hueco Mundo. That was a possibility. The Dongai. No. Urahara had some pretty extensive knowledge of the Dongai, so Ayumu would have the advantage there. Even without that, Ichigo did not want to know what would happen if Ayumu tried to blow up the Dongai. The void between worlds. That sounded like a great idea, except that it would be very easy for Ayumu to make to any of the other worlds, which was bad. And that was it. Shit, now what? You're forgetting one, dumbass. What about our world? Ichigo blinked, and then his eyes went wide. That sounded just about perfect. Ayumu had demonstrated the ability to control and limit traffic to and from hell. If Ichigo could get him into Ichigo's own world, then Ichigo could prevent him from escaping. I know you're still alive in there. Ayumu's voice, amused, cut in. Is this truly how you want to die? Huddled and trying to hide from me. Ichigo ignored the stab of rage that rushed through him, instead focusing on the immediate concern, bringing out the world of his heart. With a moment of focus, Ichigo retreated into his inner world so he could speak with his spirits face to face. Hopefully it would even buy him a little time, since time flowed a little differently. As Ichigo opened his eyes in his world, Akio's voice rang through his mind, the memories of a dream. A true world springs into being all at once. You must achieve enlightenment, my friend. I have brought you out here so that you might know yourself. True power is born of wisdom, and wisdom is born of understanding. You must reach true understanding of who you are, only that can grant you the power and ability to share the world of your heart. Ichigo was silent for a moment, looking out into his world as heavy rain continued to fall through it. It would not stop raining, he knew, not until Ichigo could defeat hell and bring back everyone who'd fallen. True understanding of who I am, but, don't I know that already? Do you? Tensa Zangetsu questioned calmly from a few feet behind him. Ichigo turned to meet the gazes from his inner spirits. Then who are you? I am Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo answered quietly, simply. And what does that mean, idiot? Words alone are nothing unless they have a meaning. What am I? Cazador raged. Ichigo met Cazador's gaze readily. The embodiment of my instincts. My mask. My comrade. My friend. Part of me. The inner hollow seemed surprised by the admission that Ichigo considered him a friend, but then Tensa Zangetsu stepped in. And I. My vision of true strength. My sword. My trusted advisor. My teacher. Part of me. And Zani. Tensa Zangetsu pressed. My desire to protect, Ichigo answered simply. Part of me. Tensa Zangetsu nodded. Yes. However, have you ever considered what you are to us? Ichigo blinked. What he was to them. He was. Ichigo drew a blank. What was he to them? Their boss. Their wielder. Their king. Their Shinigami. No, they were so much closer than that. But, Ichigo lacked the words. Listen carefully, Ichigo. Tensa Zangetsu looked Ichigo dead in the eye. Just as you see us as part of you. We see you as part of us, Cazador finished quietly. Don't you understand yet? We are one soul, Ichigo. You are the part of me that dictates when and how to use our strength. You are the part of me that decides when to defy our instincts in favor of reason. You are he whom we wish to protect. Both of Ichigo's spirits cried out in sync. You are he who ties us together, he who binds us to a purpose. As if the spirits had summoned the words to his lips, Ichigo could not help but repeat the revelation he'd had not even an hour previous when his sisters had begged him to protect them. My life's purpose is to protect. My humanity compels me, thus is my soul bound, and thus is my will binding. Yes, Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador de la Luna roared together, their forms blurring and merging into their fusion form. You are our heart, both the source and wielder of our power. Ichigo's eyes were wide, and he nearly fell over as he took a step backwards. I am the source and wielder. But that would mean that I was always the limiting factor. The only thing stopping us was, me. If I had been ready, we could have had all this strength at the very beginning. Yes, tell us why you could not hear us from the moment you became a Shinigami. Ichigo couldn't breathe even as his brain made the connections. It's like Akio said. Only those who have the will to understand their feelings and embrace that which gives them strength, only they can achieve Shikai. The reason I couldn't hear Zangetsu from the beginning, was because I rejected my own feelings. The feeling of strength when I held a sword in my hands, the feeling of making a difference when I saved a soul from a hollow, the sense of rightness in my Shinigami form, Ichigo bowed his head. I denied them, because I wanted to be normal. I couldn't hear you because I couldn't acknowledge myself, couldn't accept that I still desired the strength to protect. And Resurrection, all the trouble with Resurrection was my fault, Ichigo admitted, wetness stinging his eyes as he began to understand how he had held them all back. It was my distrust of my own soul that kept us from having that power from the very beginning. He closed his eyes. I was afraid of becoming a monster. I didn't trust us didn't have faith in our ability to remain human. Even after you learned otherwise, you were still uneasy with using that form. You hesitated, and decided not to use Resurrection when trying to rescue your family from hell. Why? The combined voice of Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador de la Luna demanded. Damn it. Ichigo reached up and wiped a tear from his face. I was stupid and selfish, alright. I didn't want to show my Resurrection to mom or my sisters. I didn't want them to fear me. I mean, they knew I had Resurrection, but I didn't want to show them what it really meant, that I could be the stuff of nightmares. I get it, okay. Yes, I held us back. I'm sorry. We know. The fusion form of Tensa Zangetsu placed a hand on Ichigo's shoulder, and the teenager raised his head. Their eyes met, and we understand. Because we are one. We are you. And I am you, Ichigo finished softly. We're just all reflections, aren't we? Reflections of the same soul. Tensa Zangetsu smiled. Exactly. Now take that knowledge, and use it. Banish the rain, Kurosaki Ichigo. And then Ichigo was back in hell, with those words thrumming in his spirit, resounding in his heart and mind, clicking into place in a way that was utterly impossible to describe. Yes, those words, that phrase, was this what Zangetsu felt when Ichigo commanded him to tear the sky asunder? Was this what Cazador felt when Ichigo allowed him to blacken the night? Ichigo could feel the spirits, absolute belief in him, could feel their power coursing through him, and suddenly, his mind was clear, sharp. He understood now. He was their heart. When Ichigo fell into despair, so too did they. When Ichigo was at peace, so too were they. Just as Ichigo relied on them to protect those he held dear, they relied on Ichigo to protect their heart. A spark of understanding shot through him. All those years, all those fights, all the struggles, everything, in the end, Ichigo had been fighting to banish the rain from his heart his whole life. There was only one path to him now. There was no point in fearing what may come, nor in looking back at what might have been. He had to look forward, find the way to keep moving. There was no room for retreat, for even if he escaped with his life then it would be only a lifetime of guilt as hell conquered all of reality. There could be no hesitation, or hell would kill him or enslave him just as surely as he had countless others. He would defeat hell, and then he would find a way to resurrect and save his mother's soul. That was the only path. Ichigo straightened up and allowed the chain mesh cocoon to fall, revealing him to Ayumu. So you have chosen to face death as a man. Ayumu taunted. Ichigo did not respond verbally. Instead, he reached for his power and embraced it. The feeling was there, that sensation that he'd been struggling to understand since Hueco Mundo, and it washed over him and did not pull away. His body began to tingle and glow with an azure light. There would be no sudden stop this time, no sudden failure to know the next words. Ichigo could feel it all blossoming within his mind, as he approached the precipice of enlightenment, as he came to understand himself for who he was. Number way, Ayumu breathed. You can't have. He was Kurosaki Ichigo. All his life, he had wanted to protect and save everyone he could. No. He had not merely wanted it. He had not merely needed it. That would suggest that he could conceptualize himself not doing everything in his power and more to protect. He had dedicated his existence to guarding life. That was his chosen fate. That was his binding, his seal, his enslavement, his cage, yet it was also his path to heaven. I am the final guardian. Ayumu shook his head violently in denial. No, no, you are not doing this now. He bellowed, leaping a few dozen feet backwards and sending another wave of suicidal clones. Ichigo's eyes glowed bright with power as he raised his left arm forward. Emerging from his back came dozens of chains, lashing out at the various clones, stabbing through them, slicing them apart, rapidly eviscerating the numerous clones. Ayumu stared on at Ichigo in utter disbelief as the wizard began to walk slowly, steadily towards the King of Hell. My life's purpose has been to protect. What are you waiting for? Ayumu demanded of his clones, and the many hundreds of clones remaining began to unleash countless spells at Ichigo, only for the chains to move even faster, intercepting the spells, melting, freezing, being blasted apart, only to grow right back almost instantly before destroying the clones. Seeing this, approximately 20 of the clones attacked Ichigo directly with a variety of weapons in their hands, war hammers, swords, lances, and far more. The wizard didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, even more chains erupted from Ichigo's very skin, blocking the attacks before immediately wrapping and binding the assailants. Paying them no mind, Ichigo continued to move forward, slowly but purposefully walking towards the true Ayumu. Never may I hesitate. Never may I retreat. Trying to buy some time, Ayumu jumped further back and stomped once, hard, on the ground, resurrecting over 1,000 various soldiers to fight for him. Kurosaki had to have a weakness. He had to. The wizard barely looked at the deadly combination of arrows and magic and steel rushing at him. It didn't matter. Masaki was dead, and Ichigo refused to stop until he had exacted payment and resurrected her soul. These minions wouldn't even slow him down. Always fighting to banish the rain. Ichigo flickered away just before the attacks would have hit him and materialized behind the army, swinging his sword. A wordless Getsuga Tensho ripped through the battlefield, and when it faded not one of the army had left a trace of their existence. Use it, Ayumu's voice ordered. Ichigo turned around to see Ishida Hakken had apparently been resurrected right beside Ayumu. He took the scantest of instants to wonder why, but resolved that it didn't matter. Hakken was going to die too. Yes, sir. With a piercing pulse of power, Ishida Hakken shredded his block robes, revealing his true form. His facial structure was somewhat similar to Ishida Ryu, clean-shaven with eyes haunted by madness. Dressed in the traditional Quincy battle outfit, Hakken made for a striking figure. Quincy. Vollständig. Blackened wings erupted from Hakken's back, and a dull red pointed halo materialized over his head. But that was as far as his transformation went, as Ichigo instantly appeared right in front of him and diagonally sliced him in two, from shoulder to hip. I know better than to let an enemy complete a transformation if I can avoid it. The two pieces of Hakken's body fell to the ground with a dull thump. Go, boy, the ancient dead Quincy whispered, lucidity returning once more to his eyes from the pain. If any of my family still lives, tell them I'm sorry. Save my descendants. Ichigo looked into Hakken's surprisingly serene eyes, and gave a curt nod. Having abandoned a protector's pride, my humanity compels me. Thus is my soul bound, thus is my will binding. Good luck, and the light faded from Hakken's eyes as his body disintegrated. With that, Ichigo turned around to face Ayumu, who practically shook with rage. So, this is it, the King of Hell demanded quietly. Fine then, show me what you have, Kurosaki Ichigo. Show me the true form of your soul. Ichigo raised Tensa Zangetsu to point at Ayumu, his left hand lightly supporting his right arm as the light blue aura grew brighter in anticipation. My life shall remain, Ain no Tensa. And with those words, the world changed. From Ichigo's body, a black wave of power washed over the area, and as it passed, the sands of the desert disappeared, giving way to a different reality. Ayumu looked around. Heavy rain fell from the dark storm clouds of the heavens, pattering on the windows of broken sideways skyscrapers that littered the world as far as the eyes could see. The world was dark, only dully illuminated, and what little visibility existed was hindered by the rain. It was only as lightning struck that Ayumu could see that far below the skyscrapers he and Ichigo stood upon, there was a replication of Karakura, apparently covered in rising water. You stand upon the towers of my broken hope, Ichigo announced gravely. Lightning crashed once more, illuminating his face, full of hate and determination as rain traced its way down his body. Fitting, as this is where your hope ends. It is fitting, Ayumu agreed, but because I will finish what I have begun and crush your hope entirely. Ichigo has finally learned how to bring out the world of his heart. This is very similar to a reality marble for the Nasuvers, but as I've stated repeatedly before, I had something like this in mind for quite some time before I watched Fate Stay Night. Shinigami are capable of manifest their Zanpakuto spirit out of their inner world. The logical extreme of this is to manifest the whole damn world itself. That's what I wanted to do. As for the aria, that was shaped somewhat by Shiro's aria in Fate Stay Night, but as I've previously explained, it's supposed to be an homage, and I've done my best to make it purely Ichigo's. There's nothing about being the underscore of my underscore. There's nothing about waiting for one's arrival, or unlimited underscore. This is supposed to be Ichigo, damn it. I've been requested to explain each line, so here we go. I am the final guardian. Over and over again, Ichigo has been the last hope, the last resort to protecting that which he holds sacred. He is the final guardian. My life's purpose has been to protect. This is fairly self-explanatory, I think. Everything about Ichigo is tied to his desire to protect people, even when he was a young boy. Never may I hesitate. Never may I retreat. Again, self-explanatory. Partially comes from the speech from Zangetsu, retreat and you will age. Hesitate and you will die. Partially comes from Ichigo realizing that because he is the final guardian, he cannot afford to hesitate to protect someone, and he can never retreat when the chips are down. Always fighting to banish the rain. I largely covered this in the chapter, but Ichigo has spent his whole life since his mother died trying to make sure it never again rained in his soul. Again, it's tied to his protect obsession. If he fails to protect someone, it rains. Having abandoned a protector's pride, this refers back to the climax of his fight with Aizen, where he abandoned his pride and honor because, guarding life, that is the most important thing of all. My humanity compels me. The neo-traditional Japanese idea of moral character is built on 4 elements: on, gimyu, jiri, and ninjo. Very simply put, on is the idea of recognizing and paying one's debts, gimyu is the idea of giving your allegiance if you cannot pay your debt, jiri is the idea of doing all your duties to the best of your abilities, and ninjo is the idea that one must have compassion and empathy towards your fellow man, understanding that all people are one. Ichigo, from the beginning of the series, values ninjo most of all. Very clearly, his humanity compels him. Thus is my soul bound, thus is my will binding. Ichigo found this line after his sisters brought him back from the brink in chapter 80. As explained in the chapter, Ichigo's soul was bound by his immense will to protect, to the point where Hollow and Zanpakuto were both influenced and shaped by it. My life shall remain Ain no Tensa. The final line, this is Ichigo recognizing who he is, that he is bound by his own humanity and need to protect, but also knowing that in doing so, he may reach true happiness. Ain no Tensa translates to eternal heavenly chains. Chapter 83, Resurrection. There was silence in the living world as they stared at what Ichigo had just done. Finally, Renji broke the silence. Okay, I'm not even going to pretend to understand what just happened. By all appearances, they're not in hell anymore. What world has sideways skyscrapers hanging in midair? He asked bluntly. Ain no Tensa, the world of the final guardian, Ichigo answered, his voice simultaneously surprised and impressed. Kurosaki Ichigo has achieved it. I did not anticipate this, but it is quite a pleasant surprise. Wait a minute, Rukia said slowly. Ichigo said that he was the final guardian. Are you saying that Ain no Tensa is? Yes, he has materialized the world of his heart, Ichigo finished matter-of-factly. Just as a Shinigami may materialize the spirit of their Zanpakuto, it is also possible to summon forth the world in which the Zanpakuto resides, the world of the heart. How is it that we've never heard of this technique? Kensai demanded. We have, Shinji reminded him firmly. We all have, just not so explicitly. That briefing about hell, don't you remember? Ayumu created hell. Yes, Ichigo confirmed. It has been warped, distorted by the numerous souls he holds captive in addition to the changes within himself, but it is his world in every way. He shook his head sadly. It has changed greatly from how it once was. Ishida stared for a moment at the leader of the royal guard, his eyes narrowed. You were there when hell was created. Ichigo's face split into a self-satisfied smile as he crossed his arms and straightened up, jostling his giant bead necklace. I hold the title of monk who calls the real name. I have a very special power over names. It was I who named your blades Zanpakuto, their first release Shikai, and their evolved form Bankai. No name is ever hidden from me, I know them all. I have merely to look upon you and I know not only your name, but the name of your Zanpakuto. Because of this, Ichigo continued, I was asked by the Ryo to witness Ayumu demonstrate this ability, the power to manifest one's inner world, and name it. The name I granted that power is, Jikai. What you see now is Kurosaki Ichigo's Jikai, Ain no Tensa. Lightning lit up the sky in Ain no Tensa, but neither Ayumu nor Ichigo paid it any mind as they fought with all they had. Ayumu's voice was unceasing as he uttered spell after spell, all the while doing his best to remain at a distance. Ichigo wasn't stupid. He could see immediately that Ayumu had had to change tactics. Before, Ayumu almost always had at least one melee weapon in his hand, as a precautionary measure to handle melee attacks since he was hardly unskilled. That he did not have one now was significant. Ichigo took grim pleasure in finding his suspicion vindicated. Ayumu did not have access to the various weapons of the damned if he was out of hell. That was why he had wanted Ichigo to lead the attack on the Ryo. Ayumu knew he would have been no match outside of his world. That said, Ayumu did have access to all the accumulated Raryoku and knowledge of the Togabito. That amounted to a truly impressive repertoire of abilities, especially counting Urahara and Yamamoto. Ichigo reflected on that for a moment as he sonito-ed out of the path of a dozen conjured flame lances and retaliated with a half-dozen chains from his left hand. Discreetly, he also sent 3 chains around the underside of the floating skyscraper to attack the bastard from behind. Ayumu leapt back and flipped his hand up. Soren Sokatsui, he cried out, unleashing a gigantic blue beam of destructive energy that obliterated the chains in front of him and roared towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised Tensa Zangetsu and swung it down sharply. Getsuga Tensho. As before, Ichigo's Getsuga tore through the spell, carving it in two and sending the pieces to either side of him, where each piece promptly reduced another section of floating skyscraper to rubble. But the sound of Ichigo's chains hitting their mark reached his ears, and the prompt swear that Ayumu uttered brought a cruel smile to his face. Ichigo promptly channeled a Byakurai through his chains, and Ayumu's roar of pain tore through the air. Ayumu then unexpectedly appeared in front of him, the skin on his hand blackened and burnt far worse than the Byakurai should have done. Recognizing the spell immediately, how could he not, since he'd just been blasted with it repeatedly not long ago, Ichigo vanished with Sonito, leaving a speed clone behind to take the blow. Ito Kaso. The brilliant red fire erupted where Ayumu stood, annihilating the skyscraper they had stood on. Ichigo was getting quite tired of his enemy doing that, so the moment the fire was tolerable Ichigo sonito-ed above Ayumu, grabbed him by the back of his head and threw him straight down with all his might. Ayumu hit the water less than a second later, the speed at which he was traveling creating a sonic boom. If Ichigo remembered his physics right, at sufficient speeds hitting water was no different from hitting concrete, so he really hoped that hurt. Then again, it probably wouldn't hurt as much as what Ichigo was about to do next. Ichigo charged up a Sero and immediately fired it straight down at Ayumu's impact point. Then he materialized a couple of dozen chains from his body and sent them in the water. None of them hit Ayumu, which made Ichigo frown in contemplation as he looked at the ocean. He hadn't been able to sense Ayumu before, but that was before Ichigo had managed to bring out Ein no Tensa. Surely now they were on the same level. One god to another. Experimentally, he reached out his senses and smiled. I can sense you, he whispered. He sonito-ed several dozen feet away and lashed out with his left hand, grabbing Ayumu by the throat. The illusion of invisibility that Ayumu had been using shattered. But Ayumu didn't panic, and instead tapped Ichigo's wrists rapidly. Instantly, yellow rings of energy encircled Ichigo's wrists, and Ichigo's eyes widened as he recognized Urahara's spell. Fusatsu Kake. Shit, Ichigo swore, letting go of Ayumu and leaping back. He raised Tensa Zangetsu, preparing to cut off his hands to prevent the spell from burning him from the inside out with his own Raryoku, but was interrupted by the rings shattering from simultaneous sword strikes. What? Ayumu gasped, but Ichigo could only grin as his saviors were revealed. Cazador de la Luna, Tensa Zangetsu. About time you showed up. Did ya think we'd let you hog him to yourself? Cazador asked cockily. Be more careful, Tensa Zangetsu scolded lightly. Ayumu is still a dangerous opponent. Got it, Ichigo acknowledged. A strangled sound, not quite a shriek, but definitely louder than a general exclamation, of pure frustration emerged from Ayumu's throat as the King of Hell leapt away. A multitude of clones materialized and leapt at Ichigo, but they were instantly obliterated by a Sero from Cazador de la Luna. You gonna let him get away, King? Hell no. Come on, let's finish this. Ichigo flashed away in a burst of shunpo, knowing without looking that Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador were on either side of him. Sekienten. Ayumu snapped, creating a gigantic plume of red smoke around his position. The smoke cleared only seconds later, due to the heavy rain, but Ichigo paid it no mind, instead tracking Ayumu by his Reiatsu. He flicked his hand at Ayumu, conjuring another few chains that struck out like snakes, but they were swiftly blocked by a giant transparent barrier. Danku 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 danku, Ayumu chanted over and over again, swiftly creating a large number of enormous barriers between them. Cazador made to fire another Sero, confident in his ability to destroy any barrier in his path, but Ichigo grabbed his shoulder and shook his head. Let's not waste too much power here. We're gonna need all the strength we can get after we're through with him. Ya got any better ideas? Yeah, pincer technique. You go left, Tensa goes right. Go, now. Cazador grinned and then the three blurred, going in altogether different directions. Ichigo himself dashed upwards into the clouds. Immediately seeing the tactic, Ayumu switched gears and dove backwards towards the ocean, trying to keep all three of his opponents within view. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinton Raiho, he thundered, unleashing an enormous blast of brilliant blue-white lightning at Tensa Zangetsu. The Zanpakuto spirit merely raised his sword and cut through the Kido just as Ichigo himself had done repeatedly in hell, sending the fragments off to either side. But it had been enough to blind him momentarily to Ayumu's actions, and the King of Hell had not waited to see the results of his attack. He was gone. Tensa Zangetsu narrowed his eyes, but right at that moment he felt more than heard the impact of Cazador de la Luna's Sero against another explosive spell. He immediately darted in that direction. Ayumu was trying to get away Cazador de la Luna, but the Hollow, in Ayumu's opinion, had a terrifying combination of insanity and mastery of his weapon, using a deadly style of throwing his blade around and changing its trajectory with its chains, creating deadly arcs that were difficult to predict. All the while, Cazador was also darting in between the chains to engage in hand-to-hand during those brief instants that his sword was flying back to him. He needed to get away, and quickly. Ayumu grit his teeth and spat out the name of his next spell. Ito Kaso. The absurdly powerful flames engulfed him and Cazador, though Ayumu rapidly made his escape, clutching where his left hand used to be. He'd sacrificed it for the spell. It would take less than a minute to regenerate fully, but that was time Ayumu knew that he really didn't have. He was right, as in that instant a wall of chains erupted from the ocean beneath him, creating a barrier only a half-dozen meters away. Ichigo himself stood in front of the barrier with a cocky smirk. Going somewhere? Is your soul made of chains or something? Ayumu snarled in frustration. No, you couldn't understand why I have a chain affinity, but then again, the only thing you need to understand is that you're done. Behind Ayumu, 3 columns of chains erupted, appearing almost as sea serpents ready to strike. At the same time, the wall behind Ichigo loomed, leaning towards Ayumu. Tell me, O King of Hell, are you prepared to repent your sins? Ichigo didn't give him time to answer. The moment he finished speaking, 2 more chains lashed out from within the ocean, snaking around Ayumu's ankles and beginning the process of sealing. In the time it took for Ayumu to cut them away, it was too late to escape from the rest. It was over in seconds. In the end, Ayumu was encased in a giant ball of chains at 4 meters in diameter. Ichigo waited a moment, then 2, and then a third just to be sure that Ayumu was well and truly sealed. And then he took a deep breath, and let go of Ain no Tensa. It was an extremely odd sensation, Ichigo decided, feeling the world of his heart return to within his soul. Ichigo walked over the ball of chains that encased Ayumu and considered his options. His original plan, draining Ayumu of Raryoku using his Quincy abilities, and then hiding him in his seal somewhere in hell, was still valid. But there was one possibility he hadn't considered before entered Segunda Etapa. Ichigo could eat Ayumu and consume his soul as a hollow. If he did that, then there was next to no chance that Ayumu would be broken free again, at least during the course of his lifetime. And as a Shinigami, if Yamamoto was a decent measure, Ichigo would probably live for several thousand years. Possibly longer, if Ichigo went ahead with his other plan of turning Ain no Tensa into another permanent world for souls to travel to, considering that Ayumu sounded like he was even older than Yamamoto. The only downside was that if something did happen to Ichigo, if he did die of something or other, then Ayumu would escape. And given Ichigo's life thus far, and his nature as the final guardian, the odds of that were, frankly, disturbingly high. It was unfortunate, Ichigo supposed, but theoretically his seal would last virtually forever, so he wasn't too upset about it. Manipulating the chains of Tensa Zangetsu so the blade would sit at his waist, Ichigo placed one hand on the ball of chains and picked it up, beginning to carry it back down to the desert level with the lava pool. On the way, He carefully began to pull at Ayumu's Raryoku, with Tensa Zanjutsu assisting as he had before. He started slow, as he did not want to disrupt the seal, but as the seal was made of Ichigo's own chains and was designed to draw on Ayumu's Raryoku anyway to power itself, Ichigo encountered no problems. Several minutes later, Ichigo arrived at the lava pool and set down the sealed King of Hell next to him. He approached the pool, gathering the Raryoku he'd taken, and took a deep breath. Ayumu had told him before that resurrection cycles were based on the amount of spiritual power, hate, resentment, anger and fear the soul possessed. On top of that, only his mother had been crushed to the desert sands, so the others would likely be easier. With that in mind, Ichigo had decided the order of resurrection would be based on power, and he still didn't particularly want to resurrect Soifin, so he was putting it off towards the end. Ichigo raised his left hand towards the pool, with his right still touching the chain seal, and began channeling the Raryoku he'd stolen into the lava. Come forth, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. The lava in the pool rushed upwards for a moment, and when it fell, a nude Yamamoto stepped out, blinking. Kurosaki, he greeted after a moment of getting his bearings. I assume you won and have worked out how to trigger the resurrection of Togabito. Ichigo nodded, gesturing towards the chain seal. I've sealed Ayumu, but I can absorb his Raryoku as a result of my Quincy heritage. Yamamoto considered that for a moment, and then nodded. Then he frowned. Where is my Zanpakuto? It broke. Ichigo replied blandly. What? Ayumu was using Zenka no Tachi. Couldn't get around it properly, so we were forced to destroy it. Sorry. Yamamoto's eyes opened fully as he locked gazes with Ichigo for a few seconds, before finally sighing and nodding. I see. Disappointing, but I would have done the same in your place. Glad you see it that way. Ichigo blinked. He was forgetting something. Oh, right, the Togabito chain. With a quick swipe of Tensa Zanjutsu, Yamamoto's Togabito chains were destroyed. Now do you mind moving out of the way? I've got other people to resurrect. Yamamoto obliged, stepping well out of the way and watching in interest. Ichigo once again raised his hand towards the pool, channeling more of Ayumu's Raryoku. Resurrecting Yamamoto hadn't taken much at all, probably because the old Sotaicho was so powerful. Urahara Kazuki. A few seconds later, the ex-Taicho genius assassin stepped out from the lava. This time, Ichigo was very prompt about destroying the Togabito chains. I see, you won, Ichigo. Mind if I ask about the new look? Maybe later. What about my lovely Zanpakuto? Ichigo gave him a flat look. You know perfectly well what happened to it. You booby-trapped it so it would explode if someone besides you tried to use it. Ah, so that safeguard worked. It was impossible to test properly, you know, since I didn't want to leave myself without my Zanpakuto. And you didn't want to kill someone unnecessarily. That too. In short order, Ichigo finished resurrecting Yoruichi, Zaraki, Komamura, Soifin, Akaku, Iba and Katetsu. After Komamura was resurrected, two haggard-looking 12th Division members appeared, carrying a large bundle of clothes that the newly resurrected Shinigami promptly put on. Ichigo then resurrected Haribel and her Frashin, each of whom took one look at him and fell to one knee in submission, completely disregarding their nudity. Your orders, my liege? Haribel asked. Return to Las Noches, and bring your Frashin up to date on what has happened. I shall return to Hueco Mundo soon. Yes, Kurosaki-sama. They rushed away, presumably to the gates of hell. Finally, it was time. Ichigo took a deep breath and channeled his will into his words, using every ounce of the Raryoku he'd drawn from Ayumu. He would need it to resurrect someone from the desert. Return, Kurosaki Masaki. Nothing happened. After a couple of seconds, Ichigo swallowed and tried again. Kurosaki Masaki. Once again, nothing. The lava pool wasn't even taking his stolen Raryoku. Ichigo had been afraid of this. While dead Togabito were capable of being resurrected at the lava pool, Togabito personally banished to the desert were somehow beyond its grasp. There must be a different method of resurrecting people from the desert. Ichigo turned to Yamamoto. Apparently the technique won't work on those whom Ayumu banished to the desert. Any ideas? The wrinkles on Yamamoto's face deepened slightly as he furrowed his brow in thought. These sands are the remains of those Togabito, correct? Right. Yamamoto knelt to the ground and placed a hand on the sand, closing his eyes. Yes, as I suspected, each particle of sand in the desert carries an imprint of the original owner's Raryoku. Ichigo didn't understand. Is that not normal when a spiritual being decomposes? It is indeed abnormal. Normally, when a spiritual body decomposes, it does not carry such an imprint, as the soul has already moved on to the cycle of reincarnation. An imprint can only exist so long as the soul is exerting some influence. I believe that each particle of sand carries a tiny fragment of the original soul. Urahara coughed, bringing the attention to himself. If you may recall, Sotaicho, before I was banished, there was an investigation regarding mysteriously disappearing souls. It was theorized that their human form was being annihilated while they were still alive. Of course, while we later learned that it was Aizen's hollowification experiments, I was making a Gigai prototype that would, theoretically, allow a broken-down soul to stabilize and recover. Of course, it would be useless if we were unable to gather the pieces of the broken soul to place them into the Gigai. No Kido existed to do so. So I made one. Ichigo's eyes went wide. Are you saying? Yes. Urahara spread his arms wide. I have a spell that, again theoretically, should be able to gather the broken-down soul pieces. In this case, as they're attached to the sands that made up the original body, once the soul is reunited, it should be capable of reforming its body appropriately, negating the need for a Gigai. There is one problem, however. Ichigo knew it. There had to be a catch. What's that? There were some technical limitations I had to work around when I created the spell. The biggest issue was that I had no way of knowing how many pieces a soul might be in, so I had to instead define a range that expands every time it finds a soul fragment. The further the range increases, the more Raryoku is required. He looked around pointedly at the desert. My Raryoku alone is not up to the task. I see. Yamamoto nodded. All Taicho, you will lend your Raryoku to Urahara Kazuki for the duration of this spell. Am I understood? Hi, I'll help too, Ichigo volunteered, approaching Urahara. All right. Urahara waited a moment while everyone gathered closely, and then began to chant. Black and white net, shattered mirror, dark abyss. Urahara moved his hands in front of his chest as an orb of swirling crimson and brilliant white slowly swirled into existence between them, growing larger with every word. A blind man's sight, impossible yearning hidden in the night. Holy will, cast your purifying light on this broken soul. Return and know once more your true form. He suddenly shoved his hands up, throwing the orb above their heads. Tenki no Tamashifuku, heavenly light of soul recovery. The orb shattered more than a dozen feet above their heads, sending out a white pulse of Raryoku. And then Ichigo felt the drain on Urahara, felt his Raryoku disappearing faster than blood could spray out of an artery. He quickly pushed his Raryoku towards Urahara, even as the others did the same. Several seconds later, Kotetsu faltered, followed shortly by Iba and Akaku. Almost a minute later, Soifun finally fell to her knees, completely drained. The Raryoku demands on Urahara had yet to slow in the slightest, and Ichigo was beginning to get a bit worried. This feeling quickly grew as Komamura fell to one knee, panting, leaving it down to Zaraki, Ichigo and Yamamoto to keep Urahara supplied with Raryoku. Thankfully, the Raryoku demand suddenly halted, and Urahara breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like we're clear. So, how long does it take to, ga? Interrupting Ichigo, the desert itself seemed to whirl into a fury, a massive sandstorm appearing out of nowhere. Immediately, the four standing Shinigami took guard around the downed ones, protecting them with their bodies from the sudden storm. After almost a minute, the sandstorm suddenly ended, and then, surprisingly, unknown voices were heard. I'm alive. What's going on? Where'd the desert go? It's so crowded. Where am I? Hearing the voices, Ichigo grunted, unsteadily standing up. Not wanting to crush any souls under the weight of his presence, he quickly undid his hollowification and Bankai, returning to Shikai state. Someone's got to take control of the crowd, or someone's gonna get angry and start slaughtering people, Ichigo muttered. I agree. And then Komamura bodily picked up Ichigo, placed him on top of Ayumu's seal and waited expectantly. The action apparently caught a lot of people's attention. Ichigo supposed that one person being suddenly visible above everyone else would do that. Now what? His brain blanked for a moment, before he decided to just wing it. He took a deep breath and spoke, projecting his voice as best he could. "I am Kurosaki Ichigo," he called out, drawing Zangetsu and raising it to the sky. "And I am the one who sealed the King of Hell." And just like that, the desert fell silent. Belatedly, Ichigo noticed that no one in the crowd that he could see had weapons. He wondered for a second whether they were afraid that he was going to cut them down, before he mentally shook himself and returned to the present situation. "It is my opinion, and that of my comrades, that with the King of Hell sealed, everyone deserves a chance for redemption. For this reason, we banded together to resurrect every soul we could in the desert." "But what about our chains?" a random Togabito demanded. "What's the point of resurrection if we can't ever leave? I killed myself because I couldn't bear the torment any longer." Another agreed. That seemed to be enough of a trigger, as suddenly dozens were loudly proclaiming their agreement, cursing Ichigo for resurrecting them. "Enough!" Ichigo roared, calling for silence once more. "We have the power to break the hell chains binding you here." "But what about those who deserve to be here?" Yet another Togabito asked quietly. "We're working on a method to distinguish those whose hearts truly wish for redemption, and those who," Ichigo blinked, catching himself. A heartfelt desire. He glanced at Urahara, who seemed to have caught the same brainwave. Urahara gave him a discreet thumbs up before vanishing in a burst of shunpo. "Scratch that, we have a method now. I'm sending someone to fetch it now. Once he returns, I should have it set up shortly. In the meantime, there's going to be some changes here in Hell." Ichigo nodded to himself, as though he wasn't making this up as he was going along. "First, there are no more Kushinaga. With no unbeatable enemy to keep the more violent Togabito in line, there needs to be a method of management, of government, to keep this place from becoming a constant bloodbath." Ichigo glanced down at Yamamoto, and extended a hand. Yamamoto took it and climbed up onto the seal of chains as well, standing beside him. Encouraged, Ichigo continued, "This is Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the Sotaicho of the Gotei 13, the military of Soul Society. It was only with his help that we were able to defeat the King of Hell today." Ichigo took a minor step back, allowing Yamamoto to take the lead. He didn't feel comfortable making promises regarding the Gotei 13, and it was probably not a good idea to promise protection with hollow forces. Yamamoto cleared his throat. "It is the hope of Soul Society that the worlds remain at peace, and in pursuit of that hope, Soul Society will aid in construction of habitable settlements for Togabito. Until a local government can be formed, Soul Society will place a small force of Shinigami in Hell to keep the peace. This force will mostly be made of volunteers, but be aware that they themselves are unable to cut the Hell chains, and so it is pointless to ask." Right then, Urahara reappeared behind Ichigo and handed him a small box. Ichigo discreetly opened it, then gave Urahara a nod and moved beside Yamamoto once more. As the wizened old Shinigami took the cue and stepped back slightly, Ichigo pulled out the object inside the box and held it up for the Togabito to see. "This is the method by which your souls will be judged. The Hogyoku." Ichigo sent a tendril of his Raryoku towards the Hogyoku, and felt it questioning him, reading his spirit. What did he want? What was his heart's desire? After a moment, Ichigo threw the jewel high up into the air, and it shone brilliantly before creating a giant arch dozens of meters high and at least 8 meters wide, where it rested securely atop the arch. Inside the arch was a night blue surface with shimmering lights that flickered merrily like the reflection of stars across a rippling lake. "When you step through this gate, your heart will be assessed," Ichigo explained to the stunned crowd. "It is not enough to want to leave Hell. It is not enough to feel that you have repented enough. If and only if you truly wish for forgiveness, for redemption, for a chance to set things right, only then will your soul be purified and sent to the next life. No longer are you bound to Hell forever." The roar of approval nearly sent Ichigo off of Ayumu's seal. And then a familiar voice, a voice that instantly had Ichigo's attention, cut through it all. "What about those whose actions in life didn't damn them, those who died fighting Hell and those the Togabito kidnapped? They have no reason to wish for forgiveness, so what about them?" The world was suddenly silent as the people pondered the question, and in that silence Ichigo locked eyes with the speaker, his mother. "The gate will know," he replied simply. "And it will judge accordingly. But I can see how that could be a concern. So, over the course of the next week, anyone who feels that those circumstances apply to them may submit a request to either me or any of the Shinigami who are stationed here. That request will be forwarded to me directly, and I will personally cut your chains and perform the Kanso ritual on you. Kanso will judge your actions in life, and if you don't deserve hell, you'll be transported to Soul Society. Masaki smiled, and Ichigo's lips twitched upwards as well. Yamamoto cleared his throat, and once the attention was back on him, he began to speak once again, giving no indication that Ichigo's actions and promise had been at all unexpected. As you may have guessed, the Hogyoku is an extremely powerful device, dangerous in the wrong hands, he intoned. For this reason, this gate, henceforth to be known as the Gate of Purification, must be guarded at all times. No one will be permitted to scale the gate, on penalty of death. As death is not permanent in hell, a second attempt will result in being sealed away. After waiting a moment to verify that Yamamoto was finished speaking, Ichigo nodded and raised his voice. Now if you'll excuse us, it's been a very, very long day, and we must see to the arrangements for the Shinigami Task Force, as well as reassure our comrades and families that we survived. Yamamoto glanced at his forces, assessing their status. Zaraki Taicho, Komamura Taicho, 3rd Seat Madarame, you three shall remain in hell and await relief. You are not to impede anyone from using the Gate of Purification, but ensure no one approaches the Hogyoku. Hi. Ichigo took the opportunity to jump off of Ayumu's seal and walked steadily towards Masaki, the crowd parting for him silently. Mom. Ichigo. Ichigo didn't know who initiated the hug, but the next moment they were clutching each other, laughing and crying at once. They had done it. They had won. Hell was sealed away, and Masaki was resurrected and rescued. Ichigo's family was whole once again. After almost half a minute, Ichigo was able to regain his composure and removed himself from the embrace. Come on, Mom, let's go home. Chapter 84, Resolution. Ichigo inhaled deeply as he followed the other Shinigami, stepping into Soul Society alongside his mother. The air was far fresher in this world, and it helped clear the lingering smells of hell from his nose. He was not the only one who did so, either. Komamura was visibly relaxing, and even Soifun seemed a little less stiff. Yamamoto turned to face Ichigo a few seconds later. Kurosaki, we must return to our divisions and begin filling out reports on the events in hell. No such report is required of you, but it would be appreciated if you could provide one within the next few days so it may be placed in our records for future reference, should an event regarding hell require it. Ichigo nodded in acquiescence. How detailed does it need to be? That is up your own judgment, Yamamoto answered simply. There are no rules or standards for the reports, merely what you believe may be useful reference in the future. While some like Soifun Taicho are extremely detailed on their reports for the sake of analyzing their actions to become more efficient, others like Zaraki Taicho are short and to the point. All right, you are, of course, welcome to stay in Soul Society as long as you like. It is my understanding that your mother owns a house in the Rukongai. Masaki nodded affirmatively. Urahara-san gave me a house in the West 1st District, yes. That was news to Ichigo, but he took it in stride. Then let's take you home, Mom. Yamamoto, you'll have my report in the next day or two. I assume you'll be calling the living world to let everyone know that the mission was successful. Yes. Would you mind passing along a message that Mom and I are okay, and that I should be back either tonight or tomorrow? Yamamoto inclined his head towards Ichigo slightly and then turned on his heel and began to walk back to his division. The others quickly followed suit, leaving Ichigo with Masaki. It was a quiet, comfortable walk back to her house. It was only when they entered and Masaki went to the kitchen to make some tea that Ichigo finally spoke what had been on his mind. Mom, do you want to stay in Soul Society? Masaki said nothing for a little while as she continued working in the kitchen, but Ichigo could tell from the look on her face that she was thinking it over. Finally, as they sat in the living room and Masaki poured some tea for them, she answered. How much do you know about Quincy's? Ichigo blinked at the non sequitur. Probably not as much as I should, he admitted. Quincy's are humans whose primary power is the manipulation of reishi. They typically use it to make bows and arrows to fight from a distance since, being human, their bodies are a lot more fragile than Shinigami and Hollows. Until recently I thought that Quincy arrows destroyed souls, but now I know that Quincy arrows send souls to hell due to some contract with Ayumu that the first Quincy made. Masaki nodded. Ayumu had told her about the contract in her captivity, so it wasn't news to her. There's a fair amount more than that. Ichigo, there's another reason why most Quincies make a point about fighting at a distance. Quincies have an innate weakness to hollows. Unlike normal humans, if a hollow's Reiatsu invades a Quincy, then that Quincy's soul is destroyed. Ichigo frowned. Are you sure about that? It sounds a lot like that belief that Quincy's attacks destroy hollow souls. Masaki sighed. Painfully sure. Did your father never tell you how we met? Ichigo sat forward in his seat, eager to hear more about his mother's past. No, he didn't. Masaki smiled at her son's eagerness. Well, I suppose I'll have to correct that, won't I? And so Masaki spoke of that fateful day in the rain, of how she'd witnessed Isshin fighting a strangely powerful hollow and how she'd joined in the fight. But as soon as the hollow saw me, it went right for me. Did it see me as the greater threat? Or as a bothersome annoyance? I don't know, but it was too fast, I couldn't hit him properly. So I let it get close enough to bite me. Ichigo stood so fast he nearly upended the table. What? Calm down, Ichigo, Masaki scolded. Ichigo reluctantly sat down. I let it get that close so I could hit it point blank in the head with an arrow. It self-destructed a moment later, but your father saved me from the explosion. But the hollow bit me, and somehow, it invaded my soul. Over the course of the next day, I grew weaker and weaker, until I had a hollow hole. I collapsed. And then what? Then your father and Ishida Rukin took me to see Urahara, who explained to them the concept of soul suicide. Seeing the question on Ichigo's lips, she quickly continued. There's a lot of technical stuff behind hollowification, Ichigo. It involves inserting a hollow soul into a normal soul, then breaking down the boundary between them to make the original more powerful. But, it also breaks the boundaries between the soul and the rest of the world. When that happens, the soul self-destructs. Urahara called this process soul suicide. Ichigo frowned. Then how do the Vizard exist? How do I exist? Simple. Urahara developed a method to stop soul suicide, Masaki answered. Just as hollowification is the cause behind soul suicide, he had to insert something else to do the opposite of soul suicide, to strengthen the borders between the soul and the outside world. And what's the opposite of a hollow? A human soul. Ichigo blinked. I don't get it. Human souls turn into hollows all the time. How are they opposites? And if Quincies are humans with powers, don't they qualify as humans, then? Masaki shrugged. It's a bit beyond me, honestly, but Urahara explained to me later that Quincies are different enough from normal humans on a soul level that they can be considered a slightly different species. Compatible, obviously, but distinct. Supposedly Shinigami and Quincies are opposites, while humans and hollows are opposites. Ichigo shook his head, trying to ignore how his head was starting to hurt. So, what? Urahara injected a human soul into you to balance out the hollowification? Not exactly. Masaki shook her head. To save the Vizard, Urahara made a vaccine made of Quincy arrows and human souls. So in order to save you, he needed a vaccine made of a Shinigami soul and a human soul. Ichigo connected the dots, frowning. And that's where your father comes in. Urahara made a special Gigai from a human soul. If a Shinigami entered it, he would become a being both human and Shinigami. My polar opposite. He would need to remain close to me for the rest of my life, and he would lose the ability to see spirits, to use his Shinigami powers. For all intents and purposes, he would be a normal human until the day I died. Isshin agreed to it without hesitation, and Urahara tied our souls together. Isshin became my balancing force, and his sacrifice is the reason I survived that battle. Ichigo's eyes were wide as he leaned back in his chair, speechless. After a moment, he finally managed to breathe out. Well, that explains a lot, actually. Masaki nodded serenely and took a sip of her tea as though she weren't discussing her soul's tenuous grasp on existence. Returning to the point, something about a hollow's Reiatsu is just incredibly poisonous to Quincy. It weakens a Quincy's Raryoku for a time, and there are many documented cases of Quincy's dying of hollow Reiatsu poisoning. Urahara's explanation of soul suicide matches the symptoms of those cases, and I truly believe that those Quincy's were undergoing some form of hollowification. You could say that hollow reiatsu is a really bad virus, and Quincy's don't have the antibodies to fight it off. Masaki paused. Come to think of it, I've never heard of it happening to gemist, mixed blood, Quincy's. Maybe their normal human ancestry provided some resistance. Masaki shook her head. In any case, Ichigo, the danger that hollow reiatsu poses to us is the primary reason why Quincy's traditionally fight at a distance. Ichigo frowned, but nodded. It made sense, sort of. But then, why didn't your soul self-destruct when you were eaten by Grand Fisher, then? Masaki sighed and shook her head. I'm honestly not sure, she admitted. When I died, the tie between Ishin and I should have broken. Well, Ichigo said slowly, thinking aloud. When you die, are you still considered a Quincy? If Quincy's are a kind of living humans, then do the same rules apply after you die? Masaki looked just as uncertain. I don't know. I have to assume they do, at least to an extent, otherwise I shouldn't be able to use my Quincy powers. Ichigo nodded, accepting the answer for now. Let's look at it from the other end, then. Even though a human is supposedly the opposite of a hollow, hollows obviously don't undergo soul suicide when they eat human souls, or any kind of soul for that matter. And I've never seen a hollow shoot a Quincy arrow or, outside the Arankar, use Shinigami powers. According to Ulquiorra, any Shinigami powers they have are a side effect of taking off their mask, not due to eating a Shinigami. Masaki nodded, following where her son was going. So you think that being eaten by the Grand Fisher didn't trigger soul suicide because there was still a border between my soul and the Grand Fisher? Right. Or, the Grand Fisher said he'd evading Shinigami for 50 years as he killed people. Suppose he killed and ate at least one. If that's the case, maybe the fact that he had consumed humans and Shinigami before meant that there was a balance for everything. Human to hollow, and Shinigami to your Quincy. That could be it too, Masaki admitted. I don't know if we'll ever know the truth. They sat in silence for a while, sipping their tea. As Ichigo was pouring himself a second serving, he nodded to himself. But you didn't answer the original question. Do you want to stay in Soul Society? Masaki sighed. I'm not sure what other option I have, Ichigo. Where would I go? Hawako Mundo is full of hollows, full of hollow reiatsu. For all I know my soul will commit soul suicide if I stay there too long. I have no desire to return to hell, and as much as I want to, I shouldn't return to the living world. Why not? Masaki gave him a raised eyebrow. Where would I stay? How would I live? It's not like I could just go down to the market. If people see a couple of grocery bags floating through the air, there's going to be problems. And I can't just get a gigai, either. I haven't been dead that long, and people in Karakura will still recognize me. No. The best place for me is here in Soul Society. Ichigo nodded thoughtfully. He didn't like it, but her words made sense. Making a mental note to run a couple of errands before he left Soul Society, Ichigo thought for a few moments, trying to decide his next question. Then Masaki smirked. Maybe in a little while I'll attend the Shinigami Academy. I am dead after all, so I should have the potential to become a Shinigami. Wouldn't that cause soul suicide? Ichigo asked, alarm clear in his voice. I'll check with Urahara beforehand, but I don't think so. Humans with hollow-based powers exist without issue. If the problem is balance, then I think it should be safe for me, a Quincy, to gain the powers of my opposite, a Shinigami. And besides, I'm not inserting a Shinigami soul into me and breaking down the barriers between us, Masaki pointed out. Ichigo took a calming breath and nodded. Those errands had just become very high priority. After another few seconds, he realized what his next question had to be. It was selfish, but he had to know. It would haunt him if he didn't ask, and Ichigo would like to avoid the nightmares if he could. Ichigo looked down, and his fists clenched the fabric of his leggings tightly. Mom, was it my fault? What? Ichigo swallowed, his whole body tense. Was it my fault that you died? On the riverbank against the Grand Fisher? Oh, Ichigo. The next instant, it seemed, Masaki had pulled Ichigo in for a powerful hug, one that her son gratefully returned. It was never your fault. If anything, the fault lied with me. Ichigo's heart skipped a beat. What? His mother separated the hug enough for her to look directly in Ichigo's eyes, and he was startled to see tears welling in hers. Your father and I knew you could see spirits. Isshin couldn't help you learn to distinguish between the living and the dead with his powers sealed, so the task was left to me. But I was selfish. If I taught you about spirits, I would have to tell you about hollows. And I knew you would want to learn how to protect yourself, protect others from them. She shook her head. But I didn't want you to become a Quincy. I had heard what had happened to Ishida Soken. I was still close to his son, Yuryu's father, Ishida Ruken. I thought that maybe, just maybe, it was because Soul Society didn't want the Quincy to continue, that the people in charge had made the order to make us slowly die out. I didn't want you to become noticed by Soul Society. Masaki's voice was slowly growing as watery as the tears trailing down her cheeks. Ichigo's vision of her became a little blurry as well, and he realized with dull surprise that he was crying too. I didn't want you to die, Ichigo. I thought that if I, a trained Quincy, accompanied you until you were old enough to understand, old enough to maybe be trained in how to use Shinigami powers instead, then everything would turn out alright. So I purposely didn't teach you. No, Ichigo, it wasn't your fault that I died. You did everything right that day. All you did was try to save a girl you thought was in danger, as any good-hearted human being should. No, it was my fault. If I had taught you, if I had done my job as a mother, you would have recognized the danger. I wouldn't have had to leave you, Isshin, Yuzu, Karen. And then it was Ichigo's turn to pull his mother into a tight embrace, his eyes shut tight as tears streamed down his face. After all those years blaming himself, he could never have dreamed that she blamed herself too. It's okay, Mom. I understand. You were trying to protect us, he whispered hoarsely. But my foolishness cost us so much. And I made you think that my death was your fault, for so many years. Ichigo held her closer, not knowing how to comfort his mother but trusting his instincts. It doesn't matter anymore. You're here now. Everything's all right now. It was dusk when Ichigo left his mother's home, a concise typed report. Urahara had apparently had the forethought to have a computer installed in Masaki's home, in hand as he headed for the 1st Division. It didn't take long to get there. Ichigo had been in the Seraiti often enough he was learning the layout of the divisions pretty well. Ah, Kurosaki-sama. The 1st Division Fukutecho inclined his head respectfully. Ichigo blinked, trying and failing to remember the Fukutecho's name. He vaguely recalled that his given name began with Cho, because he remembered trying to work out how the man was anything like a butterfly, but that was it. They'd never really talked, and the only real interaction they'd had was when Ichigo had taken him down in an instant on Sokyoku Hill while saving Rukia. He sighed. I'm sorry, I'm really quite terrible with names, and we haven't talked enough for me to remember yours properly. Thankfully, the man didn't seem offended at all. Perfectly understandable. I am Sasaki Chojuro. He cracked a tiny smile as he witnessed Ichigo muttering the name to himself repeatedly, apparently trying to ingrain it into his memory. He'd seen similar sights over the centuries every time they had a batch of new recruits, and it never failed to amuse. In any case, may I ask your business here? Ichigo blinked again, before apparently remembering what he had come to do. He held up the report in his hand. Oh, Yamamoto. Ichigo hesitated, then decided it was better to refer to the man with his title in his own division. Sotaicho asked me to write up a report regarding Hell in Ayumu, but I don't really know where to turn it in. I figured I would ask him, if it's not too late. I can come back tomorrow if it is. I'll take care of it, Sasaki promised, and Ichigo gratefully gave the report to him. Is there anything else? Ichigo nodded. I need to head back to the living world soon, but I was hoping to discuss my mother's current situation and safety before I left. It's not that I don't trust Yamamoto Sotaicho to keep his word, it's just to ease my mind, given recent events. Sasaki smiled. As it happens, Kurosaki-sama, I am in fact the person you need to speak with. I have been Yamamoto Sotaicho's lieutenant for a very long time, and given his preoccupation with preparing for the final confrontation with Hell, he left the details to her protection to me. If you'll come into my office. Ichigo followed him, and sat down as Sasaki pulled out a folder from his filing cabinet and placed it on his desk, opening it with a silent invitation for Ichigo to read. The wizard did so, reading carefully. There was a lot of legalese in the beginning, but Ichigo pushed through it with some effort. Turning the page, he cocked his head in surprise. It registered Kurosaki Masaki as married into the Shiba family, and therefore carrying the benefits of nobility. My dad's a Shiba. Sasaki raised an eyebrow. He never told you. Ichigo shook his head. No. It explains a lot, though. Returning his eyes to the papers before him, Ichigo continued reading. Evidently, part of the idea was to alert Shiba Kukaku to Masaki's presence and relationship with her, and let Kukaku deal with anything that didn't have something to do directly with the Gote 13. Made sense, Ichigo had to admit. For matters within the Gote 13, Masaki would be under the direct protection of the First Division. While she was allowed to enter the Seraiti at any time, if she gave advance notice there would be 2 members of the First Division ready to escort her wherever she wished to go, within reason. In addition, there would always be at least 2 Onmitsukido shadowing her from a distance to prevent any further kidnapping attempts. There was an additional section that basically boiled down to this. Masaki could visit any of the divisions of her own will, but was legally obligated to leave if the 3rd seat of the division or higher asked her to go. She could not be ordered to report to any of the divisions, or forced there. Outside of a spar, she was not to be paralyzed, disintegrated, poisoned, rendered unconscious, driven insane, mind-controlled, mind erased, eaten by a hollow, maimed, crippled. Ichigo paused, and turned the page. The list continued for quite some time, ending with, otherwise altered in any way without explicit consent. Note that the above list is incomplete and may be updated at any time, and punishments may be applied retroactively. He heavily suspected that it had been written specifically for Mayuri. The document continued for a while longer, essentially stating that Masaki shouldn't abuse her privileges and there would be punishments if she attacked a member of the Gote 13 without provocation. It finished with a reminder that a Taicho was not allowed to spar with someone outside their division without their consent. That one was for Zaraki, he was sure. Finishing the document another few minutes later, Ichigo nodded, satisfied at its thoroughness. Will Mayuri follow the rules? He asked bluntly. He is exceedingly interested in me, and I suspect that extends to my mother as well. He'll adhere to the letter of the law, if not the spirit, Sasaki assured him. Hence why the list was very comprehensive, and why punishments may be applied retroactively. Kuretsuchi Taicho is exceedingly clever and intelligent, enough so to find something that he knows would be undesirable that wasn't explicitly or implicitly listed, but he's also aware that a close eye will be kept on your mother and him to ensure that nothing happens. Don't worry, we'll take good care of her. Ichigo grimaced, but nodded before closing the folder and returning it to Sasaki. Thank you for letting me see this. Not at all. One must take care of family, after all. Ichigo gave him the barest of smiles, thanked him again, and left. As Sasaki was returning the folder to the filing cabinet, he was completely unsurprised to hear Yamamoto's voice only a few feet away. What do you think of him, Chojuro? Reasonable, and moderately polite when he wishes to be, the Fukuteicho responded easily as he closed the filing cabinet and turned around to meet the eyes of the Sotaicho. He either didn't register my use of Sama with him or he has grown used to being called that. I suspect his time in Hueco Mundo had something to do with that, given his known general aversion to honorifics. Intelligent, but not genius level, he had to take some extra time to get through the legal sections, but he seemed to understand it well enough at the end. A bit blunt with his words, but he did take the time to finish the document before asking relevant questions. Sasaki gestured at Ichigo's report, which was still sitting on the desk. He was also prompt with his duties, providing a written report and doing his best to ensure it was given to the right person. Yamamoto blinked. He hadn't expected much from someone as young and inexperienced with paperwork as Kurosaki, so he was rather surprised to be given a small stack of papers. He wrote all this? Yamamoto asked. It appears to have been typed using a computer like those of the 12th Division. I presume that Urahara Kazuki provided one to Kurosaki Masaki's residence, and Kurosaki Ichigo utilized it to create the report. After a moment of pondering this, Yamamoto retreated into his own office, pulled out some paper to write his thoughts, and began to read Kurosaki's report. To his pleasant surprise, it was written in the form of a timeline, detailing the events from Ayumu's resurrection to the creation of the Gate of Purification as clinically as possible, and divided into named sections. Yamamoto did note that Kurosaki left out what he had seen in Asahi no Kagami's illusions, but that was to be expected. The illusions were personalized to each victim, so there was no point in sharing what he had seen, only which concepts had been used. Continuing on, taking notes as he read, Yamamoto reached the section where Kurosaki Masaki was killed, and his heart clenched for a moment in sympathy to Kurosaki Ichigo. It must have been crushing to see her die like that. He read on, then blinked and had to reread the next paragraph. Seeing her die despite everything I had done, all the strength I had, I gave up. Ayumu pushed his zanpakuto through my chest, and I would have died if not for my sisters. Their voices somehow reached me from the living world, and gave me the resolve I needed to continue. The combination of my despair and renewed resolve unlocked a new hollow form for me, Resurrezione, Segunda Etapa. It may be likened to a hollow form of Bankai. With Segunda Etapa, I was more than capable of matching and overpowering Ayumu. I may have been able to seal him then, but I recalled that only those with Ayumu's Raryoku could resurrect people in hell. So I chose instead to attempt to strip Ayumu of his power with my Quincy abilities, so that I might revive all those who had fallen. There was a lot to take in, with just that one paragraph. Yamamoto knew of course that Arankar could use Resurrezione, which for Ijuka's class Arankar or higher tended to put them on par with Taicho class Shinigami. He had also witnessed Kurosaki using it during the fight with Aizen. But the existence of a level higher than that was, Yamamoto shook his head, lacking the words. He would certainly need to talk to Kurosaki about Segunda Etapa. There was also the interesting information regarding Kurosaki's sisters. How had their voices reached him? Yamamoto gave a tiny sigh as he wrote down the question on his notes. That would likely remain a mystery, but it was one that Yamamoto was not concerned about. The Sotaicho frowned slightly as he went over Kurosaki's admittance to utilizing his Quincy heritage. Despite being utterly untrained in those powers, the young man had apparently done well enough to be able to resurrect all of them after the fight with Ayumu. His association with Ishida Ryu could have given him the general idea of how it was done, perhaps. It was possible, likely even, that Kurosaki had been unconsciously drawing in reishi from the air to replenish his own Raryoku ever since he'd first become a Shinigami. It would explain part of his monstrous stamina, and could perhaps even explain how Kurosaki had survived his first experience with Zaraki Taicho. The unconscious experience in Quincy powers combined with the revelation of his heritage and previously acquired background information could explain how Kurosaki had been effective with his Quincy abilities despite no true training. However, Yamamoto was suspicious. Zangetsu's appearance, he resembled Yuwatch so closely, in a young man directly descended from one of the last Quincy's. Could it be that Kurosaki's Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, was the culmination of Kurosaki's Shinigami and Quincy powers? The more Yamamoto thought about it, the more he was certain of it. Yes, Zangetsu must have acted in his nature of a Zanpakuto, guiding and assisting his wielder in a new technique until Kurosaki could master it. Yamamoto almost smiled as he relaxed slightly. Zangetsu's inside knowledge of Quincy techniques could be most useful in the coming conflict with Yuwatch. More than ever, Yamamoto was glad that Soul Society and Kurosaki's group were allies. With that, he continued reading the report. When he eventually reached Kurosaki's unleashing of Ain no Tensa, and how he had sealed Ayumu there, Yamamoto set the report down and sat pensively for a time. So, Kurosaki had achieved Jikai. Yamamoto took a long, deep breath, and after a moment, exhaled. It was unprecedented. A young man not even through his second decade had reached a state of self-awareness and self-acceptance that very few souls had ever or would ever ascend to. After a few more minutes, Yamamoto nodded to himself. He had decided. Ichigo stepped out of the Garganta and into Hueco Mundo, emerging near the front door to Las Noches. After he'd been satisfied with the state of his mother's safety, he knew it was time to deal with everything he'd left behind in the hollow world. He'd briefly considered visiting the 12th and intimidating Mayuri to reinforce just how much of a bad idea it would be to target Masaki, but in the end he knew it wasn't worth the trouble that could be caused. Ichigo opened the door to Las Noches tiredly. It had been a very long day, and all he particularly wanted to do was sleep. But there were things he had to do first. Kurosaki-sama, Peshi's voice cried out, "You've returned." "Yeah, I assume that Harabelle and her Frashin made it back." "Hi, Kurosaki-sama." "Good. Please send word to Ulquiorra, Haribel, Neliel, Stark, and the wizard that we'll be meeting first thing in the morning tomorrow. Ichigo paused for a moment. Also, if Nell's still awake and feeling up to it, let her know that I'd like to see her tonight. I'll be in my room. Of course, Kurosaki-sama. Ichigo nodded in acknowledgement and began walking towards his room. He'd barely made it 10 feet when Neliel appeared beside him in a burst of sonido. Ichigo blinked. Either Pesci was a lot faster than he let on, or Neliel had been specifically watching for his Reiatsu. Ichigo opened his mouth to greet her, but was startled when she suddenly grabbed him by the wrist and entered sonido. They appeared right outside his room, where Neliel flung the door open and threw Ichigo onto his bed. What the hell, Neliel? Explain it to me, Ichigo. Neliel's voice was rather frosty, Ichigo noted, and so was her face. Explain to me why you let yourself be killed by Ayumu, despite your promise to your father that you would return safely. She stepped forward angrily. Despite the implied promise to me that you would come back to me. Oh, well, Ichigo supposed he should have known better than to hope that wouldn't become an issue. Seeing Neliel's eyes grow even angrier, Ichigo held his hands up in a form of surrender. I'll explain, he promised. Just give me a minute to get my thoughts together, okay? Seeing Neliel grudgingly nod, Ichigo took a moment to breathe. After a few seconds of deciding how he wanted to go about it, he nodded at her. You already know that my mother died in front of me when I was younger, was killed by the Grand Fisher. And you know how much that broke me, and how I lived with the guilt of being responsible for her death for a long time. The former Espada Trace nodded silently, her expression unchanging. But in the end, that was Aizen's fault. And I bet you're thinking that it wasn't my fault this time either. Another nod. Ichigo sighed. Ayumu's Zanpakuto, Asahi no Kagami. It makes it hard to think rationally, tries to overwhelm you with your own emotions. Yes, intellectually I knew that my family, my friends, you all wanted me to live. I knew that, but it's like that knowledge was pushed to the back of my mind, present but not important in that moment when the illusions are there. Ichigo paused, considering. Ayumu's Bankai spirit, Shinkyo no Zanhansha, did say that Asahi no Kagami was originally intended to be a therapy tool, to heal the minds of others. To isolate the patient from outside influence or judgment could have been a useful trick for doing so, to help both the patient and the therapist determine where the issues truly are. He shook his head. I'm getting distracted. The point is that, in that moment, it was like the world was down to me and the illusions. And those illusions were designed to break me. Ichigo met Neliel's eyes intently. The illusions were of my mother, convincing me that I was at fault for what had happened to her. Because I couldn't tell the difference between the living and the dead, I unwittingly disabled the greatest advantage of a Quincy, fighting at a distance, and she died fighting the Grand Fisher to protect me. Because I foolishly clung to my pride, I failed to purify the Grand Fisher and save her soul. Because I didn't slaughter my way through the Barine once I found out where she was sent to hell. Because I wasn't strong enough to protect her from Ayumu, she was removed from the cycle of reincarnation. Neliel said nothing, but her expression had softened somewhat, recognizing the emotional pain that Ichigo must have gone through despite his matter-of-fact tone here. Like I said, it's hard to think rationally while under the influence of Asahi no Kagami. Those illusions convinced me that mine was a useless existence. With all my power, with all I'd sacrificed, with everything I'd been through, I couldn't save a single soul who meant so much, not just to me, but to my whole family. To my distraught mind, there was only one thing to do, die and let either Zuni or Cazador de la Luna take over when I resurrected. I was sure they could use the power better than I could. Ichigo spread his arms wide. And there you have it. I didn't intend to abandon anyone, or break any promises. But for what it's worth, I am sorry that I hurt you. Neliel said nothing for a short time, before she too sighed and sat on the bed next to Ichigo. It hurt, seeing Ayumu run you through with his blade, she said quietly. She reached down with one hand, gently taking one of Ichigo's and squeezing it gently. Please don't do that again. Ichigo squeezed back. I won't. They sat quietly for a minute before Neliel spoke again. I want you to make me a promise now. One you won't be able to forget, even if your mind is addled by illusions, even if you can't think straight from blood loss. What is it? Always come back to me. Ichigo's breath caught. Was this what he thought it was? I know we haven't known each other very long. But you and me, we're kindred spirits, aren't we? We fight to protect those we care about. For me it was Pesci and Dondochaka, and later Stark and Liliet, and for you it was your friends and family. Anything else comes second. I knew before the mess with Hell that you were more than a friend to me. I thought perhaps those feelings were the result of your having cared for me while I was transformed into a child. Or perhaps I was simply admiring you for having compassion for everyone, even your enemies, despite being so strong. But then that night came, that night we spent together. And I came to know you so much better. The reason I was not there the following morning, the reason I left before you woke, was to sort out my feelings, because they hadn't diminished in the slightest. No, somehow they'd grown stronger. Neliel turned her head to meet Ichigo's eyes. Ichigo, please tell me the truth. Do you feel something for me? Something different than what you feel for your friends? Because if I am alone in this, I would like to know now so I don't embarrass myself further. Ichigo's hand squeezed Neliel's tightly as he swallowed, hard. Yes, you're not alone. I do feel something for you. I don't know what it is, but you're right, it is different from how I feel for them. When I look at you, I see a confident, intelligent, beautiful woman who shares my ideals, who helps simply because it is the right thing to do. You and I, he struggled for a few seconds to find the words, before abandoning the previous sentence and trying again. Do you remember what I said, before I left to invade Hell with the others? Neliel began to smile. You said that you wanted me to fight by your side, that it didn't seem right that I couldn't be there with you. I meant those words, with all my heart, Ichigo confessed. I don't know how to put it better. You're someone I want by my side, in battle and otherwise. I think you said it best when you called us kindred spirits. You and I both know that sometimes, we need someone who understands us, someone we can trust and confide in, someone we can just be us with. Someone who will set us straight when we're being stupid, and be there when we need them. Someone we can always come back to. Will you be that someone for me? Neliel's launched herself into Ichigo's arms, pulling him into a tight hug. Only if you'll be that someone for me too, she whispered into his ear. Ichigo returned the embrace gladly. Deal, he murmured back. The next morning passed relatively quickly. Ichigo explained the current state of affairs to the Arrancar and Vizard. First and most importantly, Ayumu was sealed, and the Togabito held prisoner in Las Noches were to be gathered so Ichigo could take care of them all at once. Ulquiorra promised to handle that shortly after the meeting. Second, Ichigo, and by proxy the rest of Hueco Mundo, were allies with Soul Society from there on out. No one held any illusions that it would be an easy alliance. Shinigami and Hollows had been longtime enemies, after all, and there was much residual fear and distrust from both sides. The fact that Hollows were mostly solitary creatures in order to prevent themselves from being eaten by other Hollows was also something of a problem. After some discussion on the matter, it was agreed that as Arrancar had similar physiology to Shinigami, it was worth testing if they could regain Raryoku through similar methods, eating food made of reishi. The largest concern with that, however, was whether Arrancar were still susceptible to Hollow de-evolution. Ejukas could de-evolve back to Jillian if they did not consume sufficient souls frequently enough, and it was for this reason that Ejukas class Hollows tended to hunt the majority of the time. When asked about Vasto Lord class Hollows, Ulquiorra stated that although he'd never heard of it happening to a Vasto Lord, it was theoretically possible. That is the reason I continue to hunt on occasion, as a precautionary measure. Ichigo nodded thoughtfully, and there's no data on whether Arrancar still have the need to eat Hollows. Neliel, didn't you tell me that Aizen had a scientist Arrancar? One of the ones who attacked you? Neliel nodded solemnly. Zale, yes, we have checked where his lab was, Harabel reported. All the research and data was removed. I suspect that when he was killed by the Gote 13, they took it as spoils. Ichigo grunted, frowning a little harder than usual. That means Kuretsuchi has it. I'll see what I can do about that. But back to the topic at hand. Do Ejuka's class Hollows get any warning that they're approaching to evolution? Neliel grimaced. Yes, the voices of the souls you've consumed start to be heard. Quiet, at first, like a small buzzing in your head. Then, over time, they get louder and louder, and if it progresses much further, you can feel them clawing at your mind, trying to tear you down. She shook her head, banishing what were obviously painful memories. Well, didn't that sound terrifying? Ichigo repressed a shiver. If you were to abandon hollow hunting and try to live on food instead, how long would it take you to know that it was working? Neliel thought about it for a minute. Before I became an Arrancar, it would take a week or so without eating for the symptoms to become noticeable, she mused aloud. I've gone longer than that since I became an Arrancar, though. So I would want 2 months, just to be sure. There might be a difference if the Arrancar is Ijuka's or Vasto Lord, Stark pointed out. So I'll join you in the attempt. Okay, I'll talk to Soul Society and arrange for food to be delivered here, Ichigo promised. With that settled, they moved on to the next topic, namely, what to do about the Vizard. Ichigo was interested in inviting them to stay in Las Noches, but Haribel pointed out that that could be something of a deterrent when trying to invite more hollows into Las Noches, considering that prejudice and fear still ran deep. Ultimately, it was decided that the Vizard were to be allowed to come and go as they pleased, with their own rooms in Las Noches. However, very few, fewer, Shinigami would be allowed in Hueco Mundo, and only while Ichigo was there to discourage conflict. After that was decided, Haribel brought up an interesting question. Kurosaki-sama, there have been rumors of what sounds like Quincy activity in some remote sections of Hueco Mundo. How do you wish to handle it? Ichigo frowned. Quincy activity. That's odd. It was my understanding that Ishida Ryu and his father, Ishida Rukin, were the last of the Quincy. He took a few seconds to think on it. They might simply be Togobito who need to be returned to hell, or there could be something more going on. Either way, we can't know for sure until we have more information. My liege, I suggest I scout the area, Ulquiorra stated calmly. If they are Togobito, I can subdue them and return them to Las Noches. Otherwise, I will withdraw and report to you. Ichigo nodded firmly. That'll work. Do you want to take anyone with you? No. All right. I'll talk to the Ishida and Soul Society, see if they know something. Anybody else have something I should know about? After a few moments of silence, Ichigo nodded and stood from the table. Good. Let's get moving. It was a short while later that Ichigo finally stepped foot in the living world again. Emerging from his garganta just outside his home, Ichigo took a few seconds to sense his friends and family's reiatsu. Looks like everyone's okay, he muttered to himself. His friends were at school, while Isshin, Kan, Karen and Yuzu were at home, inside. That was reassuring. Knowing he was putting off the inevitable, Ichigo still quickly peeked at his chest, where twin crescent moons stood once more, sealing a great deal of his power. Good. No sign of deterioration, not that he'd expected any. After another few seconds of mentally verifying there was no reason not to go inside, Ichigo sighed and opened the door. Registering his father flying feet first at him yelling a war cry, Ichigo merely stepped to one side, holding the door open to let Isshin's flight go unimpeded. Hi Dad. Bye Dad. And then he closed the door. A tiny snort of amusement brought Ichigo's attention to Karen, who merely rolled her eyes at her father's antics. Welcome back, Ichigo. How's Mom? Doing better back in Soul Society, Ichigo confirmed. That's good, Isshin said in a much calmer voice as he stepped back inside. So, what's your plan now that Ayumu's been defeated? Ichigo shrugged. It's gonna be busy for a little bit longer while things settle down in hell, and there might be Quincy activity in Hueco Mundo. I've got someone looking into it, but I need to talk to Ishida later. But enough about that. How's everything here? Isshin visibly winced. About that, there are some things you ought to know. Ichigo blinked. What's wrong? It's Yuzu, Karen answered for her father. She's not doing well. What? Ichigo's eyes were suddenly sharp with intent. What happened? She's not hurt, Isshin reassured him quickly. Not physically at least, but surely you wondered how you could hear Yuzu and Karen while you were in hell. At Ichigo's nod, he continued. Yuzu developed a new power, the ability to connect her heart with another's. After you used Segunda Etapa, she stayed connected to your heart, and was, he paused, apparently trying to find the right way to word it, overwhelmed. She began to feel your emotions as her own, Karen finished. Ichigo's eyes widened as he began to grasp what had happened. If Yuzu had had a direct line to his heart then, at that time when his blood pounded to the beat of war drums, when his mind was almost completely consumed with the desire to pay evil unto evil, to inflict unending torment to the one who had struck at his heart, Ichigo grimaced. That had to play hell with her psyche. No pun intended, he added belatedly. Ishin nodded solemnly. A few seconds passed in silence. Would it help if I went and talked to her? Ichigo offered. I mean, they were my emotions, so maybe I can address the problem directly. Worth a shot, Karen muttered, turning towards the stairs. Ichigo got up and followed her, and when they were a few feet away from the door to the girl's room, Karen stopped, keeping her back to Ichigo. Confused, Ichigo did the same. I have two things to say to you, Ichi-ni, Karen said calmly, but with a hint of steel. First, if you so much as think that your life is worthless or meaningless ever again, remember that Mom died for you. Not because of you, for you, so don't you dare spit on her sacrifice. Ichigo swallowed hard, stung. Yeah, I deserved that, he admitted. And the second thing. Karen was quiet for a moment, but when she spoke again her voice was just as calm as before, if slightly quieter. Did you go through with it? What you said to Ayumu? Ichigo blinked, unsure of what she meant for a second. Then he remembered. I will seal you with a technique of my own making, one that will leave you in eternal agony. Then I will leave you buried alive in the deepest level of this world. Your existence will be nothing. Blind, alone, in endless torment with no one to hear your screams. Yes, before he left hell, Ichigo had taken the sealed Ayumu and been as good, or as bad, depending on the perspective, as his word. With Masaki, Urahara and Yamamoto at his side, Ichigo had retreated to a remote part of hell. In the end, Ayumu had been buried more than 100 meters down, his seal surrounded by some Kido that Urahara said would conceal Ayumu's Reiatsu. Sure enough, after they buried the seal, Ichigo couldn't sense Ayumu at all. Ichigo wasn't even sure he could find Ayumu again if he tried, which hopefully meant that anyone else who tried would fail entirely. Ah, Karen paused. Good. And then she moved to the side, wordlessly telling Ichigo to go on, to see Yuzu, without her. Ichigo hesitated, but did so, gently opening Yuzu's door. Yuzu was lying on her bed, facing towards the wall. Go away, she whispered, and Ichigo's heart ached when he heard the telltale signs of crying. You know I can't do that, Yuzu, Ichigo replied, sitting down next to her. Yuzu stiffened, hearing Ichigo's voice, but said nothing. They sat in silence for a few minutes, until Ichigo finally managed to find the words to what he wanted to say. I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but it'll help if you do, he told her. I mean, those were my emotions, so if anybody's qualified to talk about them, he trailed off when Yuzu shifted, turning towards him. Why, Oni-chan? After a moment of waiting for Yuzu to clarify, Ichigo hesitantly tried to fill in the blank himself. Why did I let Ayumu stab me? No, I get that. She reached up and touched Ichigo's chest. I felt your heart. I knew your pain, and how much you hated yourself. She looked up and met Ichigo's eyes. Do you still hate yourself? No, that's good. Yuzu was quiet for a few seconds. But Oni-chan, why did it feel so good to hurt him? He hurt you, so you hurt him to make him understand your pain, but every time I hurt him, I felt a malicious joy, Ichigo finished. Yuzu nodded glumly. Please, make me understand, Oni-chan. Isn't it bad, to want to hurt someone? To like hurting someone? Ichigo was silent for a minute, trying to form the words. Emotions, you can't usually call them right and wrong, good or bad, without context. Anger can be a good, healthy emotion, and happiness can be an utterly disturbing sign of mental illness, in the wrong circumstances. The same goes for wanting to hurt someone, he continued. I think it was good that I wanted to hurt Ayumu. He killed Mom, which hurt me a lot emotionally. So I wanted him to hurt just as much, if not more than me. It was a good, healthy response. But before you hurt someone, there should be a good reason. For me, it didn't matter if I liked hurting him, because I needed to beat him anyway to keep him from hurting everyone else. Yuzu nodded. So, because you a good reason to hurt Ayumu, it's okay if you enjoyed hurting him, she said slowly. Right, so, it's okay that I liked watching you hurt him. That I wanted him to hurt so badly he couldn't think of anything else. It doesn't make me bad. Ichigo reached over and gave her a hug. No, Yuzu, it doesn't make you bad. It was a short while later when Ichigo came back downstairs alone. Yuzu seemed to be feeling better, and Karen had elected to stay with her and try to keep her in the good mood. Ishin was still sitting in the living room, quietly looking at the giant poster of Masaki, evidently deep in thought. Seeing his son's return, Ishin smiled. Things go well with Yuzu. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, think she's okay now. That's good. Sit down, Ichigo. There's stuff we've got to talk about. I figured there would be, the young man agreed, sitting down on the couch. We're waiting on 2 more people, Ishin told him. But they shouldn't be much longer. On cue, someone knocked on the door. Ichigo rose and answered it, then blinked. Urahara, Yamamoto. That's them, Ishin called out. Let them in. Utterly confused now, Ichigo did as he was bid, leading them into the living room, where Ishin motioned that they all take a seat, which they did. Ishin took a deep breath, and released it slowly. Well, first things first, I guess. Yamamoto Sotaicho, are you aware of the circumstances behind my abandonment from my post as Taicho of the 10th Division? No, after you failed to return, I had believed you had died in the living world. However, I now assume Urahara Kazuki was involved. The former Taicho nodded. He was. Here's what happened, and with that, Ishin essentially went through the same story Ichigo had heard from his mother the previous day. Ishin glanced at him quizzically after he'd finished. You don't look surprised at all, Ichigo. Mom told me everything yesterday, he explained. She was surprised you hadn't told me before. Ishin looked a little sheepish. Well, I did mean to tell you earlier, it just never felt like the right time. How do you just come out and say, oh, Ichigo, do you want to hear how your mom and I first met? Exactly like that, Ichigo retorted deadpan. Both Urahara and Yamamoto shared his expression, and Ishin held his hands up in the air in the universal gesture of surrender. In any case, Ishin continued, now turning his gaze towards Yamamoto. I felt like I owed you an explanation. I would have gotten a hold of you earlier to let you know what was going on, but at the time you still thought that Urahara was a traitor. Yamamoto held up his hand, forestalling Ishin's speech. I understand. You are aware, of course, that unless Hitsugaya Taicho decides to give up his position, I will not be restoring you to it. Of course, Ishin agreed. I don't even want the position. He can keep it. I need to stay here and finish raising my children. Yamamoto nodded, accepting the position. That said, Ishin continued, there's more. Some time after Masaki died, Ishida Rukin approached me to let me know there was more to the story than met the eye. On the same day she died, Rukin's wife, Ishida Yuryu's mother, abruptly fell into a coma. Rukin told me that all of her Quincy power had been ripped from her, and her body couldn't take the loss. She died 3 months later. Despite hearing his heart thundering in his chest, Ichigo felt as though his veins had been filled with ice water, and when he spoke his voice sounded as though it were from far away. You're saying that the reason Mom died against the Grand Fisher is because she lost her powers in the middle of the fight? Ishin nodded soberly. Rukin told me about the father of the Quincy, the progenitor, you watch. There's a poem passed down through the Quincy's, saying that after 900 years of being sealed, he would regain his pulse. After another 90, he would regain his intellect, and after 9 more years, he would regain his power. Rukin believed that Yuwatch had removed the powers of impure Quincy's. Honestly, I didn't believe it at the time. You and Ryu were by definition gemist, mixed blood, Quincy's, but neither of you had lost your powers. I chalked it up to unfortunate coincidence. But when you and Ryu uncovered the Quincy contract with Hell, signed by Yuwatch, it was too much of a coincidence, Ichigo finished. So, how close are we to the deadline? It has been 997 years since I fought Yuwatch, Yamamoto answered quietly. We have less than 2 years. There was silence for several seconds as grim understanding filled them all. I received reports of Quincy activity in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo told them all. Would it be him? Yamamoto shook his head. Unlikely. When he attempted invasion before, he had an army at his back. He is likely training another one. Then how do we do this? Ichigo asked. There are 3 steps that must be taken, Yamamoto stated calmly. First, we must locate Yawatch and his army. Second, we must train our forces once again in how to fight the Quincy. And third, we must defeat Yawatch before he regains his full power. The first is difficult, if not impossible, Urahara elaborated. Shortly after I established the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Yamamoto contacted me and had my machines looking for Quincy's everywhere I could think of. I assume that once I was banished, you had Mayuri doing the same. Yamamoto nodded. He has had no better luck than you. Then obviously the Quincy are hiding somewhere beyond our ability to find. Most likely a secret dimension somewhere, but those are almost impossible to find unless you know where to look, Urahara concluded. Wherever they're hiding, it has to be able to access Hueco Mundo, Ichigo pointed out. I have Ulquiorra scouting out where the Quincy activity was reported. Maybe once we have more information, we'll be able to get a little further on the subject. While we're sharing, my mother told me that Quincy's have an innate weakness to Hollow Reiatsu. Maybe Urahara can do something with that. The scientist nodded at him seriously, while Yamamoto looked at Urahara for several seconds, before finally speaking his thoughts. Do not hollowify my Shinigami unless it is absolutely necessary, Yamamoto said simply. Understood, Urahara acknowledged easily. Nodding in acceptance, Yamamoto returned his gaze to Ichigo. It appears that your allies in Hueco Mundo are proving most useful. They are, he agreed. Oh, and speaking of them, Ichigo quickly filled him in regarding the experiment to see if Arrancar still needed to consume souls. Yamamoto instantly agreed to have food sent to Hueco Mundo on a daily basis, much to Ichigo's relief. Anything else we need to discuss? Urahara asked. A couple more things, Ichigo answered. The Kasumioji situation. I assume that Byakuya's told you everything. Yes, Amagai Taicho is already in a position of trust within the Kasumioji, and is currently using it to secure sufficient evidence of Bakoto. It should be resolved within the next few days. Excellent. And what of the Barine conspirators, the ones who sent my mother to hell? Yamamoto's eyes opened slightly, fixing a gauging look at Ichigo. The Central 46 has tried them and rendered judgment. The head of the conspiracy was executed, and the Barine clan was forced to pay a hefty fine. As the servants seemed to simply be following orders and had no idea that it was not officially sanctioned, they were released without punishment. Ichigo nodded, satisfied with the result. Last question, and purely curiosity, what about your Zanpakuto? He asked, directing the question at both Urahara and Yamamoto. Why haven't you reformed them? Yamamoto stared at him oddly while Urahara coughed discreetly. Ichigo, all Zanpakuto require an Asachi, a nameless, template Zanpakuto to form from. Each student who enters the Shinigami Academy receives an Asachi, and over time the Shinigami's soul imprints onto the Asachi, forming their Zanpakuto. But, I never got an Asachi, Ichigo muttered, confused. Yamamoto continued to stare at Ichigo. Ah, well, honestly, it didn't look like you needed one, Urahara confessed. As soon as you acquired Shinigami powers, you were wielding a sword, and it certainly acted like a Zanpakuto. I did a couple of discrete tests on Zangetsu while you were asleep after the shattered shaft, and everything tested fine. I told Yoruichi about it, and she kept an eye on you and Zangetsu during your mission to save Kuchiki Rukia. She didn't find anything out of place, and the Bankai training went without a hitch, so there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Since I don't know how Namaya-sama makes Asachi, I could only guess that somehow you instinctively made your own. Who's Namaya? Ichigo couldn't help but ask. Namaya Etsu, Yamamoto intoned, is a member of the Royal Guard, and the creator of the Asachi. I have already put in a request to consult with him regarding the destruction of our Zanpakuto. If you desire, I will see if he will see you as well. If your Zanpakuto was not formed from an Asachi, there might be problems in the future. Your situation is certainly unique. Not wanting to be blindsided by something later, Ichigo readily agreed. With that settled, the meeting ended shortly thereafter, and Ichigo went up to his room to lie down. He was only momentarily startled to himself already there, realizing an instant later that it was Khan. He cleared his throat. Khan turned around. You're back. Ichigo gave him a sort of half-smile. Yeah, thanks for taking care of everyone while I was gone. He extended his hand to shake, and Khan took it with a grin. So, back to the lion plush, Khan said with an enthusiasm that surprised Ichigo. Something must have shown on his face, because Khan chuckled. Your body's nice and all, Ichigo, but to be honest, it'll be nice not to have to worry about eating too much or not enough, or accidentally overdoing it. Besides, I've gotten used to that thing, and as a plush soul society doesn't look too close at me. Ichigo grimaced slightly at the reminder that Khan was still, technically, an illegal being who could be ordered terminated on sight by Soul Society. But as he'd said, there had been no trouble as long as the ranking members of Soul Society believed he was just a normal Gikken. Picking up the Shinigami substitute badge, he pressed it against Khan's forehead and caught the pill as it emerged. Letting his body slump over for a moment, he placed the pill back into the lion plush that had been sitting on his desk, and Khan promptly leapt out of the room, calling for Yuzu. Shaking his head slightly, Ichigo re-entered his body, then lay down on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Ayumu was sealed, his family and friends were safe. Things in Hueco Mundo were developing nicely, and if things worked out then perhaps he could start terraforming the dimension into something a bit more hospitable. Soul Society was now an ally, and there was a sense of mutual respect between himself and Yamamoto now. As soon as the Kasumioji situation finished working itself out, then the only big problem left would be Yhwach. And even on that front, there was still some time. Not as much as he would like, but some. The only thing left to do was to return to his human life, if he wanted to. But that was the question. Did he want to? He ruled as a king of Hueco Mundo. He could be respected, perhaps even revered as a savior, in Soul Society. But in the living world, he was just an intelligent young man, with a history of fighting gangs and absences from school. What was there for him, if he returned to life in the human world? He'd finish school, get a job, maybe go traveling, or maybe buy a house. Ichigo thought about it for a minute, before deciding that he liked the idea. Yeah, a big house, open and spacious. Somewhere a little remote from the rest of society, but not so far removed that it was inconvenient. A private respite from the troubles of the dead. A place he could build with his own two hands. Ichigo blinked. That thought had come out of nowhere. A place he could build with his own two hands. While it was an unexpected thought, he had to admit it did appeal to him. All of the skills he was proud of were about fighting and destruction, and the thought of actually constructing something, making something new, was one he found unexpectedly appealing. What do you want to do when you graduate high school? Do you want to go to a university? Do you want to be a writer, a fireman, an actor, a police officer, a baker, a doctor, an astronaut? What do you want to be? I dream of a world where those I want to protect are safe and happy, of a time where I can put down the sword without fear. And when that happens, I want to create something beautiful. Ichigo remembered Zeni's question, and his own answer. For a long time, he'd been coasting through his life without a real goal, not knowing what he wanted to be. But now he knew what he wanted to do with his life. Sure, he was good at fighting, and could probably go pro if he wanted. But now Ichigo realized, what he truly wanted to do, was to build a home for himself and eventually his family. Abruptly, Ichigo realized he was smiling. But he didn't mind. In his soul, he knew that Cazador and Zangetsu were also smiling under the rays of a hopeful sun. And despite the looming threat of Yhwach, Ichigo was confident that one day he would build the home he saw in his mind's eye. He was Kurosaki Ichigo. For as long as he could remember, he could see spirits of the dead. But for the first time in many years, Ichigo could see a dream for his life. And that's it, a protector's pride is officially over. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.